might as well use it.
Might as well.
We'll call the Committee on Strategic Planning and Policy to order. I want to welcome everyone to today's meeting. We've got a very full agenda today, and I want to be sure we allow sufficient time for FSG's update and recommendations to this committee under agenda item 4. That agenda item alone will probably take at least an hour and may well need an hour and a half for discussion and review, which is also my way of warning the audience what you're in for. Briefly, I also want to give just a quick report on the Higher Education Cost Efficiency Committee, since we don't have an agenda item for that. The Advisory Committee for the Governor's Executive Order on Cost Efficiencies in Higher Education held its fourth meeting since December on March 9th to hear testimony from national experts on topics relating to enhancing academic productivity at the state, system, institutional, and department levels. The committee has also heard testimony and received information on outcomes-based funding approaches in other states, as well as current cost efficiency initiatives by our Texas institutions. The next meeting will focus on facilities, design, construction, and maintenance, and is scheduled for April 13th. And is David here? Yes. David, did you have anything you wanted to add regarding the Cost Efficiency Advisory Committee?
I just encourage people to at least listen to the next two meetings. I think we've got some critical topics that we'll get some different perspectives from across the country, particularly the meeting in May when we have a chancellor from University of Maryland coming in. I think that will be of particular interest to everyone.
Thanks, David. Brenda, since you also serve on that advisory committee, anything that you'd like to add to that?
Nothing additional, thank you.
The next item is approval of the minutes from our December 15th meeting. Are there any questions or discussion about the minutes? If not, the chair will entertain a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
I have a motion from Ms. Mendoza. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Dr. Phillips. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Agenda item number 3 is consideration of approval of the consent calendar. Item 4M needs to be removed from the consent calendar and the agenda itself. The RFA initiating this was approved in an earlier committee and board meetings, and the contract will be handled in accordance with Rule 1.16, under which the chair and vice chair of the board provide final approval. So, yeah, 5M, did I not say? Yeah. Strike 5M from your committee agenda materials. Morning, Dennis.
Morning.
The items listed on the consent calendar are B2, B5, 6, 8, 9, and 10. This is under 5. Item 5C, 5E, 5F, 5G2, 5H, I, J, K. M, as I said, has been removed. And 5P, items 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Those are the items on the consent calendar. Are there any questions or discussion about those? No further discussion. The chair will entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So move.
I have a motion from Dr. Golden. Is there a second? Second from Dr. Phillips. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. That brings us to agenda item number 4, consideration of the recommendation to the committee relating to the accelerated plan for closing the gaps by 2015 and the long-term vision for Texas higher education. As you know, over the past 4 months, FSG Social Impact Advisors has been working very closely with our board, the commissioner, and the staff to refine and vet our accelerated plan for closing the gaps. They've conducted extensive research and have interviewed a broad range of stakeholders throughout this process. They've also helped us develop our 2030 long-term vision, identify short-term and long-term strategic priorities, and highlight our key leverage points to accomplish our goals. Today, the FSG team, which I invite to come on up to the front table, comprised of Jeff Kutash, Rebecca Graves, Jennifer Splansky, and Marina Polongo will provide a summary of the accelerating plan for Closing the Gaps, accelerated plan, and the 2030 long-term vision for Texas higher education, which the committee will vote on for recommendation to the full board in April. They will also provide an overview of our next steps, which include working closely with staff over the next couple months to focus on the implementation phase of this process. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, can everybody hear me? Great. So today we're going to move through a document which I believe all of you have and is up on the screen. And I'll turn us to page 2 for just an orientation about the material that we're going to go through today. The conversation will focus on 2 areas. First, the accelerated plan for closing the gaps, and second, the long-term leadership vision for Texas. And importantly, this meeting concludes the high-level direction setting by the board. So the work that we have done together over the last several months, gathering information internally and externally, thinking comprehensively about the work of the coordinating board and the perspectives of a variety of different stakeholders, is culminating in a set of priorities for the accelerated plan, the ways that the state and the coordinating board can intensify focus on getting to parity, closing the gaps, and also can think about the high-level priorities for Texas in the long term, for Texas higher education, moving forward, focusing on student success and higher education excellence. To specifically highlight some of the things that we're going to talk about in the accelerated plan, first, recognizing that achieving the goals of closing the gaps requires coordinated action that is intensified in a number of areas by all key stakeholders across Texas, and that the coordinating board's efforts are essentially to coordinate that work. But more specifically, the coordinating board will focus its own efforts around supporting student success while accelerating progress towards some of the remaining participation, STEM, and teacher goals. These things will be the highest priority for the coordinating board in the next 5 years. Simultaneously, in order to build the foundation for long-term success, long-term student success, achieving the 2015 goals, and moving Texas forward, we are also will talk about continued focus on working with community colleges, and particularly the role of developmental education in the state. Lastly, we want to acknowledge that the coordinating board will need to use all of its various leverage points in order to achieve this accelerated plan, but we'll talk specifically about a focus around legislative action, using data, and some of the priority partnerships that are going to be important to continue and strengthen over the next 5 years. Then we will move into a conversation about the leadership vision for Texas, and specifically the high-level vision that has been informed by all of our conversations with external stakeholders and many of our meetings with you. We're calling this the 2030 Leadership Vision for Texas, focused on shared responsibility, and we are also posing conceptual metrics that will assess progress towards this vision. Again, the conversation focused in this area is very high level, but it will set a direction to further explore and vet with stakeholders over the coming years. Make sense? Great. So I'm going to move us to the next page, which is page 3. The 2 items that we want to address at today's meeting include ratification of the accelerated plan for closing the gaps so that we can get going and move forward. And secondly, depending on our time, ratify the long-term vision, guiding principles, and approach to the long-term metrics. So again, at a conceptual level, give some direction that the staff can go then and work with that will serve as a starting point for longer-term development, vetting, sharing with other partners over the coming years. Does that make sense? Great. The other thing that we wanted to notify you of is that we are in conversations about a potential extension of the efforts to work closely with staff around action planning, getting to specifics around the accelerated plan and strategic priorities, what this means for the next 12 to 24 months, and particularly focus on organizational implications pertaining to some of the stakeholder engagement, outreach, and communications that will be necessary to intensify focus with a lot of the different actors across the state around the priority areas. We also expect that this work would entail further research around gauging higher education excellence. This is an area of innovation and development across the country, and an area where the coordinating board could be a real leader, both in Texas and nationally and internationally, engaging and measuring higher education excellence. And lastly, this also would include support for the upcoming College for All Texans Foundation board meeting. Great. So I'm going to move us to page 5 and just set the frame for the sequence through which we're going to move the discussion through content. And importantly, a lot of our conversations over the last several months have focused on the long-term vision first, and then dealt specifically with some of the Closing the Gaps goals, the research there, vetting the accelerated plan, and talking about some of the priorities. Today's conversation is going to flip that focus, and page 5 shows you the way that we think about the two sets of issues on the table. First, the Closing the Gaps goals and priorities to accelerate our progress there, and then the long-term vision for 2030. The Closing the Gaps goals essentially are defined to get Texas to national parity. The long-term vision is designed to help Texas achieve national and global leadership in higher education outcomes and its role in the state. And both are essential for the coordinating board to be thinking about, but recognizing that Closing the Gaps are the central focus of the next 5 years, we want to concentrate our conversation today on the activities that support these Closing the Gaps goals. We will also talk at a high level about the long-term vision focused around student success and higher education excellence, recognizing that it's important grounding for everything that the coordinating board is doing, but that also it is not the primary focus of the work in the next 5 years. The way that these two issues are connected is illustrated on page 6. So the next 5 years, we are moving toward national parity and planning for national and international leadership, laying the groundwork. In 2015, based on our conversations, we anticipate that the coordinating board moves more toward a platform of championing national and international leadership in student success and higher education excellence. And 2013 or thereabouts serves as a transition point for, together with the coordinating board's key stakeholders and partners, laying the foundation for levels of performance that match and exceed those of the highest performing states and nations. So the strategic priorities that we'll talk about today in Closing the Gaps are around the accelerated plan, strengthening community colleges and improving developmental education, and using the priority leverage points to influence statewide change. In 2015, we would imagine the coordinating board focusing on the student success and higher education excellence priorities that evolve and emerge from the work on Closing the Gaps. Does that make sense to folks? Any comments on the concepts as they're laid out on page 6?
Becca, as FSG walks us through this presentation, I mean, feel free to, they're not discrete stop and talk points. Feel free to interrupt or interject or ask or question or challenge, at whatever point it occurs to you. I think the only one that I've got is, I think I'm still, the transition I think will be maybe a little more spread out than a discrete point in 2013.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that that transition really won't start sooner than that, and build momentum, of course, as we get closer to completing Closing the Gap. So I'm not sure I have a suggestion on how better to demonstrate,
Right.
to exhibit that, but that's my only, that's my response to this timeline. Otherwise, I think it's the right, conceptually, it really explains kind of the period we're in. Page 5 is a good, simple summary that kind of graphically makes the point of where Closing the Gaps takes us and where we intend to go with the long-term strategic plan. It's something we can use as a communication tool, whether it's with the public or the legislature or other stakeholders.
Great. And I think that the points that you all as the board and the staff have reflected in talking about this issue of the transition is that we can't lose focus on the Closing the Gaps priorities and achieving those goals. Simultaneously, it's not a switch that you're necessarily going to flip in thinking about student success and higher education excellence in a different way. Those priorities are important to the coordinating board today, and they'll be important in 2030. It's just evolving the goals and activities as you go and starting to build a platform for the state for a longer range vision as you move forward. Yeah, thanks.
A lot of what I read and the materials that was sent to me focused, of course, on the significant role that community colleges will play. And I think we're all pretty much aware of that, number one. Number two, enhancing the effectiveness of the developmental education, which I agree with. Oftentimes, the faculty members that are put into the roles of teaching developmental are oftentimes not your best teachers. That's what I've observed, and they just oftentimes are not, and that's just a personal observation. And so I'm glad to see that we're going to place more emphasis on improving the effectiveness of developmental education. But what I did not see, at least in the materials that were sent to me this time, was how are we going to address the problem of trying to reduce the numbers of students that require developmental services, because I think that's a goal that we really need to focus on. And I hear that discussed in our board meetings, but I did not see a lot of emphasis placed on that in the materials that I received.
And perhaps it's sort of underneath some of the conversation about partnerships and the work that's being done around the career and college readiness standards and the work with P16 and K-12. Yeah.
Well, that's probably true. A lot of that probably is in those materials and some of that stuff. But I think we really need to be focusing, and we may very well be doing so, not only improving the effectiveness of developmental education, but also reducing the number of students that get to college, make sure they are college ready, and not taxing our resources in that fashion. And that may be in some other area that we're not looking at today.
It's an excellent point, and absolutely an important one. So I think it's addressed in a few ways in the short term, and then we do view it as a little bit more of a medium or to longer term question. Absolutely, the best answer to developmental education is ensuring students don't need it in the first place.
Agreed.
So it absolutely is within a lot of the work in partnership with TEA. I think some of the short-term strategies in here around that, one example would be around summer bridge programs, which we talk about as a strategy in the Accelerated Closing the Gap plan, which are around basically summer programs on campuses that are more intense college preparation courses paired with more orientation activities for students. I think the reason why you're not seeing as much of the help students avoid developmental education is that this is a focus on the 2015 goals. And if you think about when students go through the pipeline, you're not going to see the impact of some of the strategies until toward the end of 2015 or a little later, assuming that these will largely impact our sophomores, juniors in high school right now. But absolutely in a longer term time frame, the avoiding developmental education would be a huge priority. And I'm glad you brought it up. Thank you.
Dennis, I had a somewhat similar question. I don't remember the slide number, but later in the presentation there's a comment on it, and what you're bringing up is the focus needs to remain on the college and career readiness standards and the implementation of those standards, which we will begin to see data on in 2012, and then over a period of time. is what is going to eliminate, or at least come close to eliminating, the need for developmental education for high school graduates. And you're right, that is a different piece of the developmental education pie. So when we get to that point in the presentation, that may be a place to stop and look at how we've worded it, because I had the same question about the timing. It really is intermediate term and not long term. It won't be done by 2015, but it darn well better be well underway. I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's such an important point, that developmental ed and the college and career readiness standards are linked, and that's something we can really, where we can really provide leadership, is to just emphasize that link, because it certainly simplifies the process.
Well, as we get to that point here again, I don't remember the slide number, when we get to that point, I think there'll be an opportunity maybe.
Fred,
Yeah,
could I make one other point real quickly? Is that I think it's real important that whatever the plan that we develop, there's a consistency, because I believe that a lot of the problems that develop with students as they go through the process is that we'll do real good at some point of this P through 12 or K through 16 or whatever you want to call it, but it's somewhere along the way we become inconsistent with how we're handling the students. We'll do a real good job from K through, say, K through 6 or K through 8, and then when they get into high school, we drop the ball. I've seen some studies done where even in certain parts of the country, this is an expensive process, but they will actually engage the students at birth, where there'll be certain programs where when that child is born. I'm not advocating that we do that. I'm just saying that those studies have been done, and the effectiveness and the results are absolutely phenomenal, because you're going into and engaging that family and that child at a very early age, where you can eliminate some of the social impacts that are resulting in our poor performance. And so, at least from the time they come into the system, we need to engage them and their families if we can, and structure, hopefully, a system which encourages kids to be successful. And I'm going to be looking for that as we go through this material. I want to see if we're doing those kind of things. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Dennis. I hear us getting into some of the more detailed content, so I want us to move forward.
Yeah, get us out of the introduction.
We're beyond the introduction. So I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues, and we're going to talk about the materials starting on page 8.
Great. So moving on to page 8, exactly. I think here there's two key messages. The first one, and overlying one, is going to be that the key priority for the coordinating board in the short term by 2015 is going to be achieving the goals of closing the gaps. And to that extent, FSG has been working with the board and with the staff extensively to vet and refine an accelerated plan that will drive progress to meeting those goals. As a result, you'll see in the next pages what are the strategies that have been selected as the ones that really will drive the most change on the shorter term, while recognizing that there's others that the coordinating board will keep pushing on that will drive change more on a mid or longer term. Additionally, what is important to note is that we've been hearing from all of you the need to call out and don't shy away from those strategies that, while they're going to have an impact in the short term, the reality is they're going to drive most of their impact on a mid and longer term. And these two areas where we wanted to shed some additional light on has been community colleges and developmental education. I think the need, we'll talk later about the need and why we're shedding more light on them, but the bottom line is community colleges really have one of the highest populations, and every day more and more students are attending community colleges. And these students, many of them are also going into developmental education, and many of them are not getting out of there either. So these are issues that if we care for the long-term success of Texas, they're going to need a special emphasis going forward. Continuing that emphasis, actually, an emphasis that, as we will see, the coordinating board has already been placing in these both areas. So I'm going to move on, unless there's other questions, to slide 9. And here I'm going to focus on on the accelerated plan for closing the gaps and how we've honed in throughout a series of different meetings on these 4 areas of the accelerated plan. As you can see, the Closing the Gaps plan is broader, has 4 big areas of emphasis: participation, success, excellence, and research. And then through a process of different conversations with you, we have prioritized these 4 areas: participation of Hispanic and African American male students, success of Hispanic and African American students, STEM degrees, and teacher certification and effectiveness, as areas where the state needs to make the most progress to be able to meet 2015 goals. We wanted to recognize that nursing and research funding are also areas where that are lagging behind the goals that were set for them. However, the board has recognized that these are areas where there's existing momentum already and when there's legislative action that has already been taken. So when we were focusing on creating additional strategies to push progress towards 2015, we decided to focus on those 4 areas above. So on page 10, there's just the high-level message for what's going to be happening under each of these areas. Under success, the coordinating board will be making sure that the necessary incentives and accountability measures are in place, making sure that the systems are aligned, and that students have the right instructional service supports that they need to succeed. Under participation, the coordinating board will invest in helping students be ready and inspired to pursue post-secondary education. And I think this is important to the point that we were talking before, that the coordinating board needs to start investing now and working now, making sure that all high school students have access to rigorous curriculum and that college and career readiness standards are being implemented and rolled out, so that by the midterm, hopefully the need for developmental education in many students is eliminated. Under STEM degrees, we all know that there's a shortfall in the number of degrees expected. So the coordinating board will really work hard on strengthening the pipeline of STEM students, as well as helping institutions of higher education to get those students to graduate. And lastly, and I think this is to the concept that we've talked many times about there being a circular pipeline. For it all to work, for there to be more students being more ready and aspiring to engage in pursue post-secondary education, and for them to succeed, it's critical that they have good teachers, have good and effective teachers that support them in getting ready for post-secondary education. The next slide shows in more detail which are these strategies that the coordinating board is going to pursue under each of these goal areas. These are phrased slightly vaguely, but as you can see over the next slides, there's specific action steps that the staff has identified as the roadmap to implement these strategies and achieve those goals by 2015. Given the tight time that we're in today, we were not anticipating going in detail over these following slides, 12 through 16, and we've already gathered some feedback from all of you, which we will represent on those slides. But unless there's any burning questions around those specific slides, we're not planning on focusing on those.
Do any of the committee members have comments on less on the key action step detail and more on the overview of the strategic priorities for the accelerated plan? I think one area that's emphasized here, but that was, I assume, inadvertently unaddressed in the detailed plans, was the fifth priority of improving the effectiveness of developmental education.
Yes, we realize it's not in those detailed slides because we've devoted 3 much more in detail slides to them right afterwards, which Jeff will take us over in a few minutes.
One thing I do commend, I do like, because I think this has been the feedback from all of you who participated in the strategic planning process, and that is, bringing the focus on success, to the top, without dimming the light, so to speak, on the other key areas of participation, STEM and teacher goals. And certainly with limited time left, I think that focus is going to help us to be successful. Not hearing any other comments, so let's just move on to the next section.
So if you turn to page 17. So a couple things. We're moving from a little bit out of the conversation Marina just spoke about in terms of the accelerated plan for closing the gaps, and we're talking now about that second box at the bottom of the earlier page, which is around laying the groundwork over the next 5 years. And I think it's in real recognition of a conversation that Dennis brought up earlier and that other folks have mentioned around if we're going to head toward leadership goals by 2030, it doesn't mean that we should be doing, we flip a switch in 2015. We think that there are a couple of areas that, alongside of the accelerated closing the gaps plans, really merit some significant focus, or continued focus, or expanded focus in some ways. And we just want to highlight a few of those from an issue area perspective, and then we're going to highlight a few of those more from a leverage point perspective. The first one is around community colleges, and I want to start by saying, and this has emerged through our conversations with the commissioner and senior staff, that in no means, because we're highlighting community colleges, do we suggest or recommend an exclusive focus on community colleges. Obviously, the work of the coordinating board and supporting four-year institutions and other pathways are very important and should continue. However, the role of community colleges has changed, and the scope of community colleges has changed quite a bit. In the last even several years, 3 to 5 years, that warrants a particular focus on that system. So on page 17, we highlight a little bit about why that's the case. In 2009, the majority of higher education students in the state of Texas were in the community college system, 54%. That population of students is very heavily Hispanic. 62% of Hispanic students who entered higher education in 2009 did so in the community college system. So that represents about a third of all community college students. Also, if participation and population growth trends continue, by 2020, the number of Hispanic students in the community college system will increase from 200,000 in 2008 to about 500,000 by 2020. Also, as we all know, and I won't go into the details here, attending a community college, getting even a single year attendance of community college, although we're pushing for completion of degrees, certificates, and programs, increases the earning potential of students. It leads toward better outcomes for those individuals in their lives and supporting themselves and their families. It also leads to tax benefits for the state. It leads to a more productive economy. So there's real benefits in terms of increasing success rates at the community college level. To date, the community college system, the majority of students who enter have not graduated or are not still attending within 6 years of entering that system. 42% of first-time, full-time credential-seeking undergraduates who graduated are still enrolled after 6 years. That's just the statistic we highlight here. If you look at 3-year graduation rates, the numbers are about 11%. If you look at 4-year graduation rates from community colleges, it goes up into the mid to high 20s. Now, albeit, I want to make the proviso that the denominator in that is a little bit hard to figure out, because, as we know, students, when they arrive at community colleges to be eligible for financial aid, do need to check off that we are anticipating completing a degree. But still, I think we'd all agree that whether we put an exact number, if it's a little higher than that, it's still an issue that needs to be addressed for students to reach their full potential and for the benefit of the state.
So, Jeff, to clarify then, the 42% reference in your last bullet point, that's the whole cohort. You're not just referring to community college students. You're talking.
Sorry, yes. That's full completion rates for both systems. Community college rates success rates are lower than that.
And then one minor deal, you answered my question about when we'll hit 500,000 in your projection. You said by 2020?
2020.
And so,
sorry, 2030.
2030, okay.
Boy, former math teacher, I've gotten 2 numbers wrong in the first slide. Won't happen again.
Well, if we could just put that reference to 2030 into that point.
And I think if we turn to page 18, a couple of important points is that a focus on community colleges is not a new focus for the coordinating board. There's been a number of of critical supports that the coordinating board and attention the coordinating board has provided on the community college system. And we highlight some of those from the last 10 years, whether it's around convening community colleges to work on transfer agreements. For the last several years, the coordinating board has recommended full funding for the community college system. Other legislative bringing stakeholders together in terms of supporting Closing the Gaps roles. And lastly, providing data and support to the community college system in particular has been a focus in the last few years. I will say that through our interviews, one of the things we heard is that there is still a perception that the coordinating board could do more on this front that was held by various stakeholders. So I think there's some amount of catching up that the field might do behind what the coordinating board's efforts have been, but we think also that there is a need for the coordinating board to even further emphasize the important role that community colleges play in the state, both with legislators and policymakers, as well as reflected in conversations with some of the community colleges themselves and some of their advocacy and membership groups. So on page 19, we highlight, within the next 5 years, some of the areas of key focus. If we're going to improve outcomes at community colleges, that might be areas for the coordinating board to develop more medium and long-term strategies, similar to what was developed for the Closing the Gaps plan. So those are, in A, focusing on the key community college issues, and our research, the ones that have emerged as the highest priority are comprehensive transfer agreements, clearly developmental education, which we'll get into more specifically in a moment, standardizing lower division courses, approval and implementation of some type of momentum funding that encourages students progressing through community colleges toward degree or program completion. Also, really figuring out the next generation of strategies around how to use data and the analyses to incent change. So with the coordinating board, we'll talk about data a little bit later, but has great data, and now we're looking at sophisticated strategies for how to use that data to both incent on the one hand and then to shine a light on what some of the issues are on the other hand. And lastly, there are some major other efforts going on around the state that the coordinating board should put under the aegis of coordinating. One, Achieving the Dream, the coordinating board has been highly involved with. Another that's more emerging, the Gates Foundation is going to be looking pretty significantly at community colleges and the role they play at a nationwide basis as well as adult basic education. So there's a good partner there, and Texas is one of their areas of focus. In B, really expanding communications and honing the messages about the critical role that community colleges play. The coordinating board has done this, but there's a continued need to do this, both at the State House as well as across the state with various stakeholders and constituency groups. And in some ways, this is an area where it wouldn't hurt to have more of an overemphasis on this role in terms of presenting what community colleges do for the state. We also think that it can go to a deeper level within the organization, that there's a role board members can play that the coordinating board members can play in this, that there's a role that the full staff at the coordinating board can play in joining the commissioner and some of the senior staff in relaying these messages and highlighting their importance, which also includes, I would say in letter C, a role in terms of developing deeper partnerships with the community colleges themselves, perhaps coming to them earlier in the development of legislative agendas and priorities, working with some of the associations, TACC, in terms of driving a deeper level of partnership, and some of the leverage points around that really would be around stakeholder engagement, community involvement, as well as a good use of data, both to fuel those conversations and to incent changes. So let me stop there for a moment and ask for reactions and thoughts around the community college, either the role they play in the state or the importance of the coordinating board in emphasizing these strategies and approaches in the medium and long term, as well as the closing the gaps focus we've already spoken about on these issues.
Members, questions, comments? I think the importance and the changing role of community colleges has been pretty well vetted in our earlier discussions and meetings. I do think it's important as we message this. Well, two thoughts. One, I think our college-going culture campaign that we're going to launch this summer is one tactic, one tool that could as it changes, as it seeks to change the culture in different communities in Texas, can also address the profile and perception of community colleges and their role as well. So that's one thing I think we may want to be sure we tie those things together. The other thing is that as we message this, I think it's important to understand, just as we talked about heightening the focus on success, not dimming the light on our other goals, so heightening the focus on the importance and the new and changing role of community colleges does not dim our focus or our relationship or our emphasis on excellence at our four-year institutions. So that needs to be a continuing part of our messaging. Mr. Chair.
I just want to piggyback on what you said, because we've talked about this with y'all, I guess, last week. And for the audience, a lot of times it may look like we're being read to and not engaged, but we've been very engaged in this process for the last 3 months in working with FSG and coming up with this document. So number one, I want to get that on the table in a public setting. But number two is that, a key point for us, which the chairman said, was, it's going to be a real focus still on success, retention, persistence. There is, and that's going to be across all the disciplines in terms of general academics as well as community colleges. It's just, the intense focus here is not a lack of focus on general academics. It's just going to be a desire to try to strengthen and collaborate with community colleges in a more effective way than we have been doing. So, there's not a diminished focus on persistence and retention and all the issues we've been talking about in our success. And I think that drives us to that whole issue of knowing that 2030, we've got to start laying the foundation for these 2030 goals, and that is institutional excellence as well as success. So we're repeating that, but we want to make sure that if anybody has a question about that, they get that on the table. So.
For the record, we're definitely not used to you guys being quiet.
Okay.
And just to recognize, the detailed activities on priorities on pages 12 through 16 are all relevant to all types of institutions across Texas, and there are quite a number of those where there will be a lot of focus in the next 5 years.
Mr. Chairman, in our work with the community colleges, under B on page 19, this might be a place where we could join together at some point with community colleges in messaging to students that we're interested in workforce readiness too. It's very difficult. I know the messaging is very difficult, but I think we can't get it all in the college going message. I think we're going to have to work on another messaging effort as well. And that's something that can come later, but unless Gen Texas manages to do it all.
Well, some of the graphics in the Gentex campaign do kind of address the workforce readiness pipeline by pointing out to students that if they take their education to the next discrete point, here's what it does to your earnings in this or that field. So there is, that goes at least in part towards what you're saying, but it is hard to coin a pithy catchphrase.
Gets it all. Yeah. And I myself, in thinking about whether to even mention this, I really don't know myself what portion of our Closing the Gaps goals, what percentage is certificates.
That's probably numbers that we could get.
There isn't a specific goal for certificates.
No, but you're asking what percentage of the completions we're now measuring are certificates versus associates versus bachelors.
So I'm saying perhaps it's not as important an issue as I'm bringing up. I just don't know.
Well, the other thing that we've brought out is that neither has the workforce community, the business community, and this is a dynamic, changing thing to measure anyway, but we've asked our business and industry stakeholders, how can we define how can we quantify the bachelor's versus associates versus certificates that we will need not only next year, but in 2020, 2025, 2030. So it's a challenge to say, we know we need more. No one has actually defined how you break that down.
Well, I like some of the things that have come up in some of our conversations about seeing it all as a pathway, different steps along the path. I think it'll happen.
Mr. Chairman, I have a point.
Dennis?
I don't know whether we've addressed this, but I think it's something that we need to be certainly mindful and aware of, is that a lot of community college students tend to, and the term that I've heard is swirl, and they tend to swirl in and out of our community colleges sometimes multiple times in their college career. And they'll oftentimes go off to, say, Texas A&M for the fall and summer semester, and then come back home and take a couple of college courses during the summer at a community college, and they'll swirl back into a four-year institution, and then they may swirl back into the community college system again. And there's multiple different scenarios that we could think of if we wanted to sit here and take the time. There very well may be a student who is academically challenged that enters into a community college system, takes developmental education, maybe transfers 45 hours into a four-year institution, but finishes their degree at that four-year institution and never receives a certificate or an associate's degree from that community college. And how do we have a means to recognize those community colleges for the role that they play in student success? Because they are playing a significant role in student success, even though they perhaps may not have awarded that student a certificate or a degree. And I think that's a difficult student to track. That's a difficult student to oftentimes to recognize, and it's difficult sometimes to really quantify the significance that community colleges system plays in aiding that student towards a completion of a degree. Is there any way that we could work towards, and this may be in place already, I'm unaware of it, but retroactively give that student a associate's degree even though they didn't complete all their hours at that institution? Maybe they finish 45 hours, it takes 60 hours to get an associate's degree, they move on into a four-year institution, complete an additional 15 hours, and then retroactively award them a associate's degree from the community college system, college, and then they're recognized for a completion. I'm just trying to figure out
the short answer to you,
because I'm going to tell you, I don't mean to interrupt. The community colleges are concerned about this, and they want. And if we're going to award them based on course completion, graduation rates, and certificate completions, and they're not getting recognized for that, they're going to be concerned.
If I could help out here, is McGregor Stevenson has actually worked with the registrars in terms of institutions that receive community college transfers in the future, agreeing to provide those transcripts back, the information back to community colleges so that they can in fact award those associate degrees. And we've talked in some of our incentive programs about in fact awarding community colleges for those students who transfer. And in terms of your general issue about swirling, we follow those students all over. So long as they stay in Texas, we know where they are, and we accumulate that and follow that. So that is an area we need to work on more, but we have a number of things underway to address exactly what you're talking about.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anything further? Move on to the next topic.
On page 20, we started talking about developmental education, and similar to the last session, we just laid out some of the facts that came to light around developmental education. So first off, the developmental education does impact 4 years schools as well as 2 years, but the percentage of students who are in developmental education is much lower in the 4 years. About 7% of students at four-year institutions are placed into developmental education courses, whereas over half of community college students require developmental education. Also, it's important to note, particularly given the accelerated, the Closing the Gaps goals, that Hispanic and African American students are overrepresented in terms of populations in developmental education. And the impact, yeah, Fred?
Jeff, in that first point, your slide refers to, I think you're talking about the 51%, but it says these students include recently graduated higher education students.
I'm sorry, I should say recently graduated high school students.
That's what I thought.
But it's an important point, and we'll talk about that a little later, because there really are two distinct populations, particularly in the community college system. You've got high school graduates who are entering right out of finishing their high school degrees. You also have adults who are returning to education, some of whom have been, some of whom are recent high school graduates, some of whom are, longer out of being in high school, and those populations definitely have distinct needs, which we'll get to in a few moments. There are certainly some of the issues that came out around developmental education leading to some of the results we'll talk about in a minute had to do with diagnostic tools and processes, the fact that students are either in developmental education or they're not. There's not as many sophisticated ways to track exactly what they need to get in terms of being college ready, in terms of more modular content. Dennis brought up earlier the issue that a lot of the faculty for developmental education tend to be adjunct faculty or contract faculty as opposed to full-time faculty, which means sometimes you don't get the most experienced or effective teachers teaching your neediest students. Other issues around funding mechanisms. Those two populations I spoke about earlier have distinct needs, but the funding mechanisms don't differentiate for the number of hours that an adult who's been out of high school for 4 or 5 years might need. That's different than someone who's emerging right from high school. And lastly, just making sure that developmental education and the content of the classes is as aligned as possible, both to what is the curriculum in K-12, as well as the curriculum that's going to wind up for students taking when they get into credit-bearing courses. But as a result of some of these issues, basically less than half of the students who enter developmental education classes will go on to take credit-bearing courses, and less than 20% of students who have started in developmental education pathways will go on to receive degrees within 6 years. So clearly this is an area where making improvements to get more students through developmental education into credit-bearing courses, making sure those students are prepared to succeed once they arrive in credit-bearing courses and can progress on toward completion, can have a significant impact in terms of increasing participation and success rates. The last point, we put it as it's the takeaway on the slide here, the very last statement at the bottom, is an important one, and I do want to highlight it. There's not a lot of text behind here on the strategies you would employ to do this yet, but the fact that the goal does need to be, as was brought up earlier, on making sure students don't need developmental education in the first place, and making sure that college readiness coming out of high school equates to college readiness coming into institutions of higher education, which points toward strategies around alignment and assessments, points toward alignment and curriculum, and certainly some of the other strategies we've spoken about earlier in the process around bringing a different type of rigor and college-level classes down into the K-12 system, whether that's through dual credit, through early college, high school type models.
Jeff, this is the slide number I couldn't remember earlier. I actually would like to see that statement strengthened in the sense that instead of referring to in the long term, or even using midterm or what have you, that we actually put some projected years on there as to when we expect to see this result. It'll phase in beginning 2012 through whatever time period we project, because that's lost in all this recent discussion over curriculum in Texas is the most important point, which is increasing rigor through the college and career readiness standards that literally will mean at some point in the not too distant future that a Texas high school graduate who's graduated with the recommended curriculum is indeed college ready and doesn't need developmental education. So I think that point can be even further strengthened.
Fred, I have a quick point I'd like to make. I'm very, very concerned about the dual credit courses, and in the sense that I'm not sure that we're consistently making those courses rigorous enough, because oftentimes those classes are being taught by high school faculty members that do have the credentials to be teaching in a community college, but they're not accustomed to teaching the course at that level. They're accustomed to teaching senior English like senior English is taught in a high school, and they don't have the experience, nor the, oftentimes, and I'm not saying always, but I'm saying oftentimes, the experience or the knowledge of what freshman college English really consists of. And then you award them dual credit and give them credit for college English and senior English in high school, and then they move on through up into the four-year institutions, and once again, they're not successful. And the reason is it's what I said earlier. We're not being consistent. We've dropped the ball at that point, and we're not consistently building on the knowledge that they acquire in the earlier years, and all of a sudden we just drop the ball there with the dual credit courses because we're not making it rigorous enough where they can go right on up to the higher level and be successful. Another concern I have and what I've seen is that the AP course is offered in high school, and when you give them dual credit, and there's been some of the high school independent school districts that have gone ahead and administered the AP final examinations, and they flunked the AP test, but they've got the college credit to show that they are know the knowledge. That when they're tested with an AP test, they don't pass it. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes. Let me address the first point because this definitely came up.
I don't mean to interrupt, but that tells me that dual credit course is not the same as what's being offered in the colleges at the freshman level.
Absolutely.
And that's the real problem.
So we spent in the Closing the Gaps plan, we did actually talk about dual credit in some of the detailed strategies, and the conversations we've had with staff around this topic are exactly on the point you brought up first, which is that for dual credit to be effective, it needs to be there needs to be a consistency of quality, and there needs to be an alignment from those credits to what the college courses
It's
would
not
be.
there right now, Mike. I don't mean to interrupt, but I don't think in the state of Texas that we're there yet.
Right.
And it needs to be addressed quickly.
Yep. And maybe I'll ask staff to talk about this a bit, but this has come up as a topic of conversation, and we have built that into the accelerated Closing the Gaps plan. That issue is the plan is to address that, as well as also looking at how dual credit is funded to make sure that the funding actually incents the consistency of quality and participation as well.
Specifically, Dennis, on page 14, there's an action step, the third bullet point,
I remember reading that.
that addresses your concern.
It was really worth, I think, me really emphasizing what I see as a really real problem.
How does you made a comment about funding providing an incentive. Can you elaborate on that?
Oh, just making sure that there's the consistency in funding toward dual credit programs allow for institutions to provide it at a consistency of quality.
But, I see where the bullet point is, I see that, but how are we going to accomplish that? And I understand you said that we've got to provide some incentive in funding, but how are we going to grapple that issue? How are we going to really address that where we can see that problem goes away? And is there anything that the coordinating board can do to ensure that there is some consistency in those dual credit courses? I'm very concerned about that.
We are working on that with TEA. That's one of our major priorities. There's an interim charge by in the Senate to take a look at dual credit courses and ensure that they are rigorous enough. McGregor's unit is taking a look at that. We're working with TEA on this matter, and we're very much aware that this has to be. We have to go into the next legislative session with either the problem solved or with solutions in hand.
And I'm gonna drop this and move on because but the incentive right now is not to make that course as rigorous as it needs to be because you're gonna flunk out too many students. The incentive is for those students to complete that course because the ISD gets credit and the community college gets credit as those students go through the process. But if they make it too rigorous, then you're going to have too many students flunking out because most of those students going into those dual credit courses, or a lot of them, are not prepared for that.
Well, we have to make sure that we enforce one of our own rules, which requires that all students who enter dual credit courses already have demonstrated they're college ready by taking some sort of test or various ways they can demonstrate college readiness, but that's supposed to guard against precisely that kind of circumstance.
Anyway, I think I would characterize it as saying on that, on the two key participation strategies, Dennis, of three action steps, really all three work together. They're focusing on exactly what you're saying. Implementation of the college and career readiness standards, rigor and quality in dual credit, and consistency in funding of dual credit. So an action plan will be built around those three priorities.
Mr. Chair, I think also, Dennis, the reason I think we're going to address it sooner than later is because, as you know, one of our major initiatives going into the next session is going to be the priority model and financial aid. And one of those key criteria is the whole issue of dual credit. And when you look at that, and that was a question that we got in the House Higher Ed Committee by Representative Castro, if I remember right, that question was asked of us. So, we have to address that to make sure that we can show that there's consistency, access of dual credit across the state, because that's going to be one of the key priority criteria for us in the priority model. So it's an issue that's, in my mind, at the top of the list right now, as opposed to down in the 2030 issues. So it's going to be pretty intricately linked to what we're trying to get done in the next session.
I'm having lunch with Robert Scott tomorrow, and that's going to be the primary topic of conversation.
It's a great point. I mean, it's very well taken.
And the impact of getting it right is significant, right? It makes higher ed more affordable. It makes the process quicker for students. It provides them with credits, and we see that as students get momentum and gain credits, their likelihood of continuing and completing goes up. But the conversation with the coordinating board has always been around not doing that at the expense of rigor and quality and ensuring consistency. So. One thing I am hearing on this page, though, whether it's from both a timing perspective and from a detailed activities perspective, that it would be useful for us to delineate more clearly some of the ways that the coordinating board works with TEA around some of these issues around helping students avoid developmental education or get earlier credits. So we'll include that in the final version of this. Moving on to page 21. We've highlighted here a couple of points around developmental education. First, in the short-term approach, and this would be part of the Accelerated Closing the Gaps plan, is really looking at, and these are all current efforts that are under that plan for developmental education, providing incentives to institutions to reform developmental education on campuses. So there's a number of pilot programs that are ongoing. So making sure that the lessons from those pilots are captured, the practices that are successful are identified, documented, disseminated, and put in place, at scale. Also looking at some of the shorter-term programs I alluded to earlier, whether that's summer bridge programs that provide students with a college experience before they even arrive on campus. There was a MDRC, the research firm, actually just yesterday released an op-ed and opinion piece about the effectiveness of these types of programs, which we can forward around to folks. Also looking at intensive catch-up programs. And then lastly, making sure that the accountability system and the data is really used to define the issue, really understand where the leakage points are, how students are progressing through or not progressing through, to identify where solutions are needed in the more medium and longer term. Below that, we started talking about a little bit more of the midterm or longer term approach, which is that I think that the importance of this as an issue in the short term points toward improvements, and there are certainly opportunities to do so. In the longer term, we might encourage the coordinating board to do what we think of more as reinventing this as a process and looking at it more from the kind of the soup to nuts conversation we just had, which is the step A, what are the things you're doing with a K-12 to ensure as many students as possible arrive on college campuses ready. So that's around the community, the career and college readiness standards, alignment of assessments, alignment of curricula, ensuring quality and rigor of dual credit, things of that nature. But then also looking at developmental education from a holistic, systemic funding view, who the faculty members are, how that's incented via both funding and policy. Looking at accurately diagnosing kids' needs on a more modular basis, so that a student who needs help in certain subjects doesn't have to take an entire math course, but gets the targeted help that they need so they can get through as efficiently and effectively as possible. So really looking at it much more from a system-changing perspective is more of a mid or long-term kind of a priority. Any comments folks want to make on that concept before we move forward, or reactions to that? Yes, Julia?
One of the things I would like to stress, we had a fantastic presentation yesterday at the Closing the Gaps Committee meeting on the different ways that teacher certification is going to be reevaluated, and appraisal systems and increased transparency, which are all wonderful initiatives. And one of the things we talked about yesterday was more fully incorporating college and career readiness standards into the teacher certification exams. And that's an issue that I think is going to be very important to really stress and make sure that teachers are being taught the college and career readiness standards and then examined in those areas when they take their teacher certifications. If we're not examining those areas, then we're not going to be effectively making sure that those are going to be taught before those teachers enter the classroom. So that was one issue I wanted to bring up at this point.
Lynn?
My comment is similar to Heather's. I think it was January of 2006, I know it was the first thing I attended after coming on the board. We had a summit, Raymond called the summit up. And the number one action item that came out of that big summit, remember Raymond, it was downtown Austin, was, and people held up their hands, one test. They all said one test. So I don't think this should be a question, should there be a single diagnostic tool? I mean, we know the answer. And the universities, the institutions have been telling us that they want that. So I don't know what y'all think, but it seems to me our role is not to ask the question again. We have asked and answered.
We had a conversation about that last week, and we're taking a look at various possibilities. For example, the AccuPlacer has been significantly revised, and we're having a conversation with the college board about testing the new AccuPlacer in Texas to see how effective it is and its improved diagnostic capability. We're looking at other possibilities as well. Some people feel that THEA is by far the best measure of college readiness, and that we should go to that. So we're taking a look at all these options.
That's why the Closing the Gaps Committee yesterday considered giving the Commissioner authority to waive for our demonstration projects a rule related to that, and the board will be considering it because that's been under discussion for some time. The question is, what is the test? Which is
Right.
what Raymond
And
addressed.
then, so to piggyback onto what Heather said, shouldn't we be thinking about a test that's based on the college and career readiness standards? I mean, our own state test, not search for any
Well,
national.
we've also talked about that. Florida has its own test, which apparently is working quite well, and so we're going to take a look at doing something along the lines that Florida has done that would be very specifically connected to our college and career readiness.
Because if you had that, then you could give it to the students and the teachers.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
Good idea.
So is this something that should be the purview or subject of a select commission, or is this something we as an agency and a board can move forward on?
I think we would probably move forward as a board, and then we would and look at the options for developing such an instrument, what it would cost, how long it would take. It is not a fast process.
No, I
We're
know.
talking, 3 to 5 years minimum, probably?
I don't know. It could be done sooner. I think the THEA was developed in less time than that, but it involved 8,000 faculty members in the development of that exam. It may have been about 3 years to conclusion, but to get the psychometrics in place. And
But if Florida's already done it,
well, if you want it
borrow from them.
to be in line with the college readiness standards that you've adopted, that may not be in place there. The other issue that you have to consider is that current exams don't do well with students who are not even, I mean, they're really ABE students, and the placement of those students is critical, and the current exams really haven't done a good job in terms of placing them at a level that's appropriate. Developmental ed is not really designed for ABE students. So there are a couple of things that need to be addressed.
Yeah.
Good comments.
Yeah, and clearly, we'll talk about the leverage points in a moment, but as you can hear, there are real work to be done in partnership with the community colleges, getting agreements, whether it's developing the test. This is an area where that as a leverage point will be an important one. in terms of pushing this forward. Also, partnership with TEA, obviously, because the two areas you want to handle this for, one is ensuring increased readiness before students arrive. The other clearly is ensuring accurate placement of students when they show up at the Institutes of Higher Education, and providing them with the content and the materials that they need in order to successfully move through developmental education and go on toward credit-bearing courses. A lot of alignment efforts and coordinating efforts to do that. So we'll shift now from talking about some of the issue areas into talking about the leverage points. And page 23 is one that we've referred back to throughout this process. But I'll highlight that we're talking about the row that's circled in the purple box here, which really are the 5 primary leverage points that the coordinating board uses in order to both influence changes at an institutional level, as well as to influence legislative changes at a state level. As a quick reminder, those 5 areas, one is scaling up promising programs. So we just talked about one area where that's in place around developmental education. A second is around promoting accountability for both in terms of cost efficiency as well. A third is promoting the strategic plan for higher education and statewide cost efficiency. So that's going to relate to both the work on accelerating the closing the gaps in the near term and the longer term vision in the long term. Providing policy recommendations to the legislature, particularly around funding approaches, whether that's general funding or incentive or momentum funding. And then lastly, partnering with key folks like TEA or P16 councils, and in order to make sure that changes happen more at an institutional level. So these are all the leverage points. The coordinating board uses all of these, needs to use all of them, but today we're going to particularly focus on 3 that we feel that an increased emphasis on, and because they're of critical importance, can really help drive some of the changes that we've been talking about today. So on page 24, you see with those 3 laid out. The first clearly is legislative action. This is a prime area where changes influence the entire system, and what we heard from the Institutes of Higher Education when we did our interview process, and from folks over at the Capitol, is the critical importance of this role that the coordinating board plays. So how to make this as effective and targeted as possible, both in the near and long term. Second is partnerships. So really relying upon and building upon relationships both with the K-12 system, we've already spoken a lot about that today, as well as with the Institutes of Higher Education themselves, as well as their membership and affinity groups. And lastly is the strategic use of data we'll get into today. Clearly, the coordinating board is recognized for the incredible amount of data that it collects, the way it puts that data out into the field, and then given that incredible amount of data, there's very effective ways of using that to both incent or drive change that we'll talk about a bit today. So on page 25, we just started out with the legislative agenda, and in particular from conversations with the field and with staff, the priorities for the 2011 legislative session, which you see on the left-hand side here under the green box. One is aligning funding formulas with success goals. The coordinating board has already been pushing on that from last session, and continuing and finding the right ways to ensure that those changes gather support from key stakeholders and gather momentum and passage through the legislature is clearly a priority. Second is continuing efforts to prioritize Texas grants, really linking those to financial need and academic preparation. And lastly is continuing and perhaps enhancing some of the financial incentives for institutions and students, particularly around areas such as STEM or around improving both the quantity and the effectiveness of teachers, going back into the K-12 system. 2 areas that we'd highlight that perhaps not for 2011, but as other strong areas for consideration for future legislative action. One David just mentioned is adult basic education, the fact that population does have different needs, and that implies perhaps different funding structures and different kinds of policies and incentives. And the other is around developmental education, which the commissioner spoke about earlier as well. Let me stop there and provide an opportunity for folks to provide input or thoughts on legislative agenda. Clearly, the 2013 legislative agenda would be developed based upon progress made and results from coming out of the 2011 session.
Members, comments? Lynn?
Jeff, on the last line of your red box here, do you mean the number of certified teachers or the number of STEM teachers? I don't quite get that number of teachers.
Basically providing incentives for more students to go into teaching as a career, so providing incentives for them to be taking in ed schools, preparing preparing for certification and then entering the field. So that could be making it more financially attractive to enter that from a scholarship perspective. That could be providing greater incentives, for example, loan forgiveness, using that more as a tool for folks going into the field. It's really around increasing the number of students who choose teaching as a profession, study education, and then go on to become effective certified teachers.
But we don't just need more teachers. That's not really our main problem. Our main problem is...
Jeff made that comment, but I think you bring up a good point, Lynn. This needs to get the point of effectiveness across.
Yep.
I have the same concern that if that's what we mean, that's what we need to say here on paper.
It's definitely number and effectiveness.
And I'm not even sure that certified, that's not synonymous necessarily with effectiveness, so
No.
I think it's, the key word here is effective.
The steps that we're taking that we heard about yesterday in the report Heather mentioned are just fabulous, all going in the right direction, but still the pass rate on the certification exam is 80%.
80.
Well, that's the goal. That's the goal.
Well, yes, you have to make 80% to be certified. It used to be 75
Right.
until now. And so, we aren't making a little giant leap forward for mankind here on the certification.
Well, and I still bring up the point that you can pass those tests and not be an effective teacher.
Yes.
Because they don't oftentimes cover content or other, I could challenge a science exam and probably pass it because there's not much science content on that
Right.
certification exam. So those are the things we need to work with alongside TEA to ensure that we're actually testing for effectiveness instead of just testing good test takers.
Absolutely. The data needs to not be the number of certified teachers,
Yep.
but the student learning outcomes. One of the reports that one presenter presented here showed, that certification had made no difference in the effectiveness of teachers. Now, that, you could have a certification system that did make a difference, but...
Right. But currently, is that the case? Yeah.
And clearly, the way that you influence that from a higher ed perspective is through your curriculum and approaches toward teaching teachers, the degree to which you're providing programs that are both content and knowledge based, but also practical and experiential, and then clearly that the use of a certification tool to more and more become an actual reflection on effective or on potential for effectiveness. Because clearly, to Heather's point, you never know if someone's going to be fully effective until they're in a classroom with kids.
Yeah. We need to get, Linda, a copy of that report we had yesterday because...
Yeah.
Because the progress, the route one takes to become a teacher in Texas is different than where I thought. Different and changing, yeah.
Yep. Now we know over half of teachers last year were certified through alternative approaches as opposed to through institutes of higher education as an example now.
But you don't just get a degree from an ed school and go teach anymore.
Other thoughts on legislative priorities?
And again, I know we're not drilling down into the actual legislative content at this point, but there is a short-term disconnect because of the recession. There are a lot of districts who are not hiring this increased number of teachers that we are saying we need, and there are a lot of recent teacher graduates going without jobs right now. So
That's why I wondered.
that's a short-term situation, but it
except
needs to
for
be.
except for secondary math and science teachers, there's
Yeah.
still a need of those.
Yeah, that's why I thought maybe you meant number of STEM teachers.
That's right. I thought you were.
That's what you thought, yeah.
And we also, we talked about earlier in the process the fact that the students without a degree in their field of teaching is highest in STEM fields, and particularly middle grade and high school teachers for those fields. So on page 26, we start talking about partnerships with multiple stakeholders. And I think on the right-hand side, the three which we've really highlighted out, and it shouldn't be a surprise to anyone, first, obviously, is the institutions of higher education themselves. And the opportunities to do that, first, are clearly around the closing the gaps priorities that we talked about earlier today with both 2- and 4-year colleges. However, there's also other opportunities for engagement. We have coming out of this meeting, hopefully we will have a ratified long-term vision for for leadership for higher education, which the next step is going to be that it's not final coming out of today, because the next step really is an opportunity to go and vet it and talk about it with institutes of higher education around the state and use it as a mechanism for aligning goals and clarifying relationships. Also, as we talk about data next, really looking at the way data can be used as effectively as possible, both to incent changes at an institutional level or to shine a light on some of the issues that we hope that either the system as a whole or particular institutions take in order to improve student success and higher education excellence. Also, some of the feedback we got earlier in the process, I'll just remind us when we went through our interview findings, was an earlier engagement, particularly around the shape of legislation, so that more often than not, walking in with a ready agreement from some of the institutes of higher education when you walk into the legislature, ideas that have been more fully vetted or developed in partnership will have a better chance of success when they get into the State House. So I think these are some of the areas that we would highlight as areas for continued and enhanced partnership with the IHEs themselves. TEA, I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about because we've already addressed many of the issues which we think are critical to ensure that partnership happens. And as we know, the Commissioner's meeting with the Chancellor tomorrow. And really the areas around career and college readiness standards, making sure that college ready coming out of high school means college ready going into higher ed, expanding access to and increasing to David's point, increasing the rigor of dual credit courses, and exploring best promising practices in adult basic education is another area that kind of falls between the domains of both the K-12 system and the coordinating board's work. And then lastly, to Lynn's point earlier, is really looking at the link between the long-term vision success and workforce development. So making sure that workforce is an active participant in conversations around the vision, is actively connected to providing feedback to the institutes of higher education on how prepared for the workforce their graduates are, and identifying ways to both improve readiness and to align the degrees and programs students take with the economic and workforce needs of the state. So I'll stop here again before moving on to the next leverage point, but we do view this as one of the most critical activities that the coordinating board can play in terms of affecting change.
Members, any comments on this page? Jeff, I think you just touched on it. That first bullet point under TEA is another opportunity to even more strongly emphasize reducing and ultimately eliminating the need for developmental ed for high school students.
And the coordinating bench has done a good job, and particularly in recent years, of really working with TEA, establishing the dialogue, talking about the right issues. And we've already talked about some of the key areas today that would be good to get more alignment around, whether it's earlier assessments, whether it's standards, whether it's improving rigor and quality of early college credit type courses through dual credit or AP or other venues. There's definitely fertile ground to make changes that would have significant impact on student success.
Mr. Chairman,
Lynn?
this is something the steering committee may have discussed and already, I imagine, but when I think of the staff and all they already do, I wonder if the key partnerships might not be something that the College for All Texans Board could focus on. I don't know. I'm just wondering. It's such a huge thing, and let's just say, when we talk about how to accomplish better partnerships, maybe we could consider that group might play a role.
Engaging the foundation is, kind of part of the wrap-up phase of our strategic planning. So I think you raise a good point that we can incorporate into that. We even have a date in May 5th for a retreat with the foundation, and so that would be a good opportunity. Particularly, I don't know that it would extend to all the key partnerships, but I could certainly see some of the workforce partnerships, for example, occur to me when you mentioned that.
Thank you.
And I think there are certain areas here that lend themselves toward more more specifically senior conversations. I think there are other partnerships here that lend themselves toward senior staff and board conversations, and the other places here, I think, as we talked about with community colleges, where it would be helpful to have full engagement across a number of folks throughout the organization pushing on efforts and being involved. So on page 27 is the third leverage point we wanted to talk about today, which is really using data as strategically as possible. And I think the amount of data, the type of data, and the ability to collect data, Texas is well advanced in this area already when you look around the country. The systems that are in place, the sophistication in collecting and using data, and the coordinating board, we heard pretty universally from the stakeholders that we talked about, the huge resource that the data the coordinating board has and how that's already used to great effect around the state. I think there are three areas that we would encourage the coordinating board to think about in this run in terms of enhancing the already significant use of data. The first is continuing to identify ways to make the data as accessible as possible. Right now, the website is being redesigned as an example of that, but ensuring that whether it's legislative staffers, whether it's the institutes themselves, that they can quickly and easily access the data that they'd like to get a hold of. First, it'll help them drive toward their own decision-making processes. Second, it will likely decrease the number of one-off requests that come into the coordinating board, which would free up staff time for doing data work that's in direct support of some of the priorities we've spoken about today. The second level of this, and pushing data to kind of its next level, is really ensuring that the data is understood and used for decision making. So finding the most clear, specific, sophisticated ways of picking the right data to turn into the right types of reports that are going to drive the changes that are needed. So really lining up the use of data and how it's given out and what format given out to both public and the institutions themselves, so that it is as aligned as possible with the priorities that we've already been talking about. And then lastly, and I think this is in some ways can be the most effective and in other ways can be the most challenging way of using data, is thinking about how you use it to incent changes in policy, practice, or behavior. And this is where data can be used both as a driver of individual conversations, with the Institutes of Higher Education or with key stakeholders to, identify gaps, identify leakage points, to point to best practices that folks might take on, to really make sure that decisions are data-driven. However, it's something that also can be used as a reflective or an objective mirror to highlight where there are gaps and to in some ways put pressure on either groups of players or parts of the system where big changes are needed. And this is an area where I think we would encourage the coordinating board to be bold, because the data you have is incredibly powerful, and the ways you can use it both to incent change or also to shine a light on where there are changes needed can really drive change at the institutional level and the system level.
Members' comments? I think this is a good focus. I just phrases like use of data and data-driven can tend to put your audience to sleep. So if we could, not this audience, they're a very erudite audience, but I think if we can focus on the accessibility and transparency, the decision making, and the incenting changes in our message about what you're driving at here, that would help. And I think the last comment is we want to draw attention to challenges rather than on challenges. In terms of that statement, which I think is a good statement there at the end of that slide.
Other thoughts on data or how it can be best used to incent change? Great. I'll turn it over to my colleagues, so we'll start talking back to the 2030 leadership vision for Texas.
And I want to do a time check just to make sure that we use the time that we can for this long-term vision conversation, but also realizing that it's 11:30.
Right. Well, while we have a full agenda, the good news is there are a couple things we pulled off the agenda.
All right.
And I think it's important to get through this discussion of the long-term vision, so we're just going to take the time we need so that we can vote on both of these issues.
Great.
We have now finished the accelerated plan on closing the gaps. That's the good news.
So when we vote, we'll be voting on, when we talk about the accelerated plan, all of the topics that Marina and Jeff walked us through. And when we vote on the long-term vision, we'll be voting on this piece that I'm going to walk us through right now.
And the one thing I just want to restate about the long-term vision is that it will likely continue, and actually certainly will continue to evolve, because the next step with that is communicating it with other stakeholders and groups around the state, and there will be additional opportunities to hone it, refine it. So what we're looking for today is mainly an approval that it's in good enough shape that it's ready to start sharing with external stakeholders and entering that process of a broader group providing input into it. So I want to make that really clear as well. You're not voting on every single word that written into a tablet of stone.
Thanks. So on page 29, we just outlined the 3 components of this long-term vision section, and the points I want to highlight here are, number 1, as Jeff just said, the Texas Leadership Vision, what we're ratifying today is really a working draft, and that will be a draft that will continue to evolve as we hand it over to the staff and the board, and it will also continue to evolve as when the timing is right to start vetting it with stakeholders across the state. In the section where we talk about the student success metrics, it's really important to recognize, as we've said several times, how strong the accountability system is right now. And virtually all of the data that we're talking about in the student success metrics is data that is already collected. And some of the suggestions here are really around ideas for using that data going forward. And then the higher education excellence metrics are a little bit different, because this is an area where across the field of higher education there's less development and sophistication in the way excellence is defined and measured. And so this is more of a starting point to think about what some new innovative ways might be for measuring excellence across higher education. So without further ado, we can move on to page 30. And thanks to those who provided some feedback earlier this week on this slide. We've made some small refinements based on suggestions that came through in that survey. However, we didn't make any dramatic changes and are open to hearing some broader concerns or questions or really ideas that would be necessary for you to feel comfortable voting to move forward with this version of the vision as the working draft, as we said, to hand over to staff. So what I might do here is pause and give you a chance to read the language that's here. You'll see the 3 components are the same, and the areas under higher ed excellence and student success are still the same. And again, I'll pause here just to let you read through this version and then take comments. So I'll highlight the only truly significant change in the top yellow box is to the parties that are part of shared responsibility across the state. We've moved students to the first position and added the community as a 5th piece of that shared responsibility message. So Texas is a global leader in higher education in which students, the state, the community, institutions of higher ed, and the P-12 system have a shared responsibility for student success. And the rest of the vision reads as it did before. So I'll open up to questions or comments, and as we move forward, we are going to document any lingering or remaining questions or concerns that will be addressed regardless of how the vote plays out today.
Members, comments on this long-term vision? Brenda?
I understand where we're trying to get to with the sentence, and I agree with it. I don't like the particular word shared when you use shared responsibility, because although all of the 5 components do have a responsibility, they're different and distinct from one another, and that to me doesn't coincide with the word shared. So that, again, just the shared responsibility bothers me. Perhaps if we take out the word shared. Maybe, I don't know, I'd have to think it through a little more, but I just don't like the way it's written. But I agree with where we're trying to get to.
Yeah. Yeah, that term is actually mine, Brenda, and there might be a better term. What I was trying to communicate in using the term was that there are different components in Texas that have to work effectively together in order for us to achieve our goals, and that any lack of commitment to that portion of responsibility could lead to failure to achieve the goals for all of higher education. I don't know, joint, mutual.
Something along those lines, yeah.
Well, and this could be a pro or a con. I mean, the phrase shared responsibility is a higher ed buzzword, and so, but I don't know whether that's.
Marty Duncan is talking about shared responsibility now.
So is that conducive to using the same buzzword or non-conducive?
I was just throwing it out there to see what kind of response
I don't hear you getting a consensus from us on this, but I understand that. I mean,
Let me pull out my Roget's and see if I can come up with something else.
I like mutual. I think mutual gets at what Brenda's talking about, the shared but distinct.
It is distinct. That's my point. If there is a failure during the process, you can point to one of the five or many of the five in terms of where the failure point is. It's not all, the word shared implies equal success and equal failure among all of the five. Anyway, I think you get my point.
I don't think that's the intent.
That's right. I don't
so
think
you
it's
bring
the
up a good
intent
point.
either. That's just the way it reads to me, but...
Perhaps, but mutual implies two parties. Can you have mutual responsibility among five parties?
What about just a critical responsibility?
Yeah.
Well, let us work on it. I don't want to get bogged down on this.
Right,
but
that's right.
Appreciate your concern. We'll take a look at options.
Other feedback on the content or the concepts being conveyed here in the long-term vision?
I have a similar wording problems, but I think that I can just hand them in and they can be mulled over by the staff.
Great. All right, well, I will ask for any more. Yeah, Whit.
Is there anybody on the committee that philosophically, with what we're trying to communicate in the message, would say anything different, not how we say it, but in terms of trying to position the vision for 2030? I think that's the key question for the group today. And obviously we want to wordsmith it, and we can do that, on a sidebar. But I think I really want to hear if anybody has any issues with, the core message and the key areas of emphasis we're trying to focus on looking at 2030. Assume the silence means everybody agrees. Okay.
I think this.
I'm going to make one quick point. Even the name of this, 2030 Leadership Vision for Texas, that's not written in stone either. I mean, by the time 2015 rolls around, we may be able to identify and hone in on some real critical issues as this thing plays out that may even necessitate or may have an obvious necessity to even change the name.
Sure.
I mean, I don't think we necessarily have to agree that this is going to be honed and tuned and fine-tuned as we go through the process.
I think this is...
Closing the Gap is a great name that they came up with earlier on, and it served the purpose throughout the whole process. But this initial name, I think it's good for the time being, but by 2015 or at some point, we may even want to take a look at that.
And I think as this turns into potentially a future strategic plan, or what we're calling the longer-term post-closing the gaps plan, there certainly is a lot of work to be done, and it will likely have a new name and more precise messaging, and this is really setting the vision and the groundwork for
I
the
didn't really
course
view
to take.
this as
but-
the title of our strategic plan. This is really just a caption or heading for the vision statement itself.
You
and
know,
not
Closing the
plan.
Gap has had a ring to it that has resonated throughout the entire state. And at some point, we're going to want to label this with a name, I think, very similar to that will resonate. But we've got plenty of time to do that.
I think it's going to be very dynamic in the sense that it is a place for us to begin vetting with all our stakeholders, our vision. That's the key. Vetting our vision, and then I think, Dennis, what you're saying is as we vet and we get feedback from all these stakeholders at that point in time, how we end up messaging and communicating will absolutely come together, you know.
Speaking for myself, I think this is a job well done. You know, there are things that have come up, and I've asked some questions that probably reflect the fact that I'm a freshman on this board, and I'm still in a learning mode, but by and large, I'm very pleased with what we have before us, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you, Dennis. I think you know, that kind of sums up the feeling that you're getting from all of us, which is this page captures the concept of how we view the long-term vision and the priorities it identifies. And I'm sure that we could wordsmith it and nitpick it quite a bit, and you might get 7 different versions, but the content is there.
So it's there.
And we will work on the correct adjective for responsibility.
Yes. So I
Any other
think,
comments, concerns? Jennifer?
sure. The only other points in this section that I think are worth touching on as a full group are just to draw folks' attention on page 31. On the following pages, we've laid out some initial thoughts for metrics for the longer term. We're not at this point setting the actual quantifiable targets for those metrics, but we're really outlining a way to think about measuring progress over the longer term. And because we're not setting these specific metrics or the numbers that will be associated with them over time, we've created a set of guiding principles that should endure as those metrics are defined and refined over time. And again, I won't walk through these one by one, but they're really intended to capture the spirit of how we want to think about success over the long term. So, for example, accounting for all types of learners, both out of high school and adults, looking at all pathways as we measure progress, career technical, 2-year, 4-year, etc. So these are the type of ideas that would need to endure as we select the metrics over the longer term.
One thing I just point back, if you go back one page. One thing just point is that when you go through the detailed pages, the way that we've aligned the metrics and what they are really is lined up to what's on this page. So there are at a high level the yellow box and key metrics that you would track. And then when you go into both sides of this, student success on the right-hand side is how you actually measure value, participation, preparation, and persisting to completion. On the left, which are, as we talked about earlier, there are good data systems in place. Data is already being captured. There's not a huge need to recreate the wheel there. It's more about setting the right target and figuring out the right way to measure progress toward that target. On the left-hand side, though, looking at how you actually measure how rigorous the system is, how aligned it is, how innovative it is. This is what we referred to earlier as an area where Texas can really play a leading role in the nation in setting how you actually measure and track progress on some of these goals. It's a real exciting opportunity, I think, both for the state in driving its own practices, but an opportunity for Texas to kind of lead the way for other states to think about how they look at higher education excellence as well. So we put in some preliminary ideas here, but on the left-hand side really would require the most work in terms of honing the specifics, potentially putting in place some different data systems, some different data capture and collection tools or methodologies.
And so this is one of the last pages I think we'll actually speak to. And when we're thinking about metrics over the long term, we've organized them into 2 different tiers, the first being outcome metrics, so really assessing the ultimate outcome that the coordinating board and the state of Texas are hoping to see as we pursue the longer term vision. And then the progress metrics are a number of additional metrics that help indicate whether the higher ed system is making progress towards accomplishing its outcomes. And so as we list metrics, they're identified as outcome or progress metrics. And I think the final, one of the final pages I'll talk about is looking at the student success and higher education excellence buckets, really pulling out a few priority outcome metrics that really tell you if we're heading toward that vision. So looking at students who complete their credentials within 150% of program time, and looking at really workforce readiness would be the second metric under student success, so completion and readiness for the workforce. And then as Jeff mentioned, under higher education excellence, there are a number of metrics that would look at each of the buckets, such as rigorous, aligned, innovative, cost-effective, to measure the ultimate outcome of accomplishing each of those sub-pieces of the excellence metrics. And then the following pages are additional detail on the metrics, which I'm not going to speak about in detail. I'll pause and see if anyone had questions as you were reviewing the materials prior to today on pages 34 through 41. And this is just a lot of detail on the metrics and how some of the data might be used.
Members, comments on the outcome metrics or the general guidelines?
These are good metrics. Yeah.
I had really just two basic observations on page 33, and this might apply to some of the following pages. One is that I think we talked about sort of a broad overall metric that, to my recollection, was the percent of Texas population, probably 25 or older, the percent of Texas population holding a credential. I think that's kind of an international benchmark, and these student success measures really talked about the results of the pipeline, but not, it doesn't, that broader metric picks up the, if we lose graduates or gain graduates through in-migration, that too is beneficial to Texas, or can hurt Texas if we produce graduates who go elsewhere. So I think that's a key, to me, a key broad overall metric. The only other point I had was that some of these measures, which I think are the right ones, I think they're very thoughtful, but they are most informative when compared to benchmarks. And so we need to also focus on what are the right comparative benchmarks.
Right, and for some of these, just as Jeff mentioned, Texas would be an innovator, and it's hard to find benchmarks for all of them because these are new ways of measuring. But we in the appendix and going forward, we can document for those that are being measured elsewhere what some of those benchmarks are.
I think that's exactly right. I don't think it would apply to literally all of them, but for instance, the last two dealing with average student cost or cost per degree, I think those are examples of some that need to be benchmarked.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, would you make that last comment over again? You may kind of rewind that and play that again. Total cost per degree.
And Dennis, now you're really making me work.
No, I think it's a very good point. I just didn't hear what you said.
Well, I was using those last two.
Because I'm focusing in on those last two myself as I sit here.
My comment was, Dennis, that those are two examples of metrics that need to be benchmarked against, what is the right comparative benchmark of excellence, whether that's high-performing states or other countries in terms of, in theory, you could drive down your cost per degree by driving down quality, and that's obviously not what we're after.
But I'd like to add to that, as we address the governor's mandate or the on terms of looking at effectiveness and efficiency, these are two very good points that some way we need to quantify, because if we can get a handle on how much it costs to produce, quote, produce a degree, and look at that and compare it to the various institutions across this state and even across this country, then that's a good way for us to evaluate just how efficient individual institutions and look for best practices. Now, I don't know how we're going to quantify that, because certainly there's a lot of diversity in our institutions, some of them being primary research institutions, some of them more teaching institutions. And certainly a research institution is probably going to skew their cost per degree produced, but if we could get a handle on that and use that in such a way where we could really identify those institutions that are being highly effective and highly efficient in the way they educate students, that's a tremendous, powerful tool that can be used to just see how, and not only for a snapshot in where we're at, but also a way to monitor the progress as we go through, as over a period of time, to increasingly become more effective and efficient. Because my opinion, and I think most of you will agree, that, and I don't want to inject a lot of politics into today's discussion, but as I see what's happening in Washington, particularly with the health bill, that's going to cost the education, higher ed. I don't see Texas implementing a state income tax, and I don't see Texas implementing any more property tax. And 16 million of those people that are going to be put on health care benefits are going on the Medicaid rolls. And Medicaid is a shared state federal program, and half that money is coming from the state treasury. In higher education, we're the last people that are going to be funded. So, we've got to learn, and we've got to get a handle, and we've got to grip on becoming, as the governor has asked us to, become more efficient and effective in how we produce and how we operate.
Well, Dennis, I appreciate those comments, but it's for those exact reasons and concerns that when the steering committee went over this long-term vision statement and concept on page 30, we added under the excellence category, cost-effective is one of the 5 major categories. So, again, today, we're not actually defining the measures. Those issues you raised will be what our next steps in implementation are.
We can't define them, but we've got them listed. And that's a good point.
Mr. Chair, the only other comment I make, your first bullet point under higher education excellence about the problem solving, I know that at the very end of this, there's a slide that talks about is there future engagement going forward for FSG to work with the board more, which I know that's still in discussion. But if that is the case, I think it's critically important that within the next, 12, I'd like to see within the next year that we can this board can have a recommendation on how we're going to measure learning outcomes.
Yeah,
it is so critical, and we have. I think we've talked about it. We've looked around the country, and where I would challenge FSG in that is that if you do future work with us, or I would challenge our board in this, even if you don't, is that we've got to figure that out. We need to come to the state with a recommendation for the institutions how we're going to measure learning outcomes.
Absolutely.
And it's a key takeaway in my mind, and we need to set a time frame as to when we're going to come back with a recommendation to do that.
Mr. Chairman,
Lynn and then Brenda.
do we need a metric for postgraduate and professional programs and research? Raymond, do you feel like we need a metric for, that seems kind of missing?
I think that's critical, yes.
Brenda?
I just wanted to wholeheartedly support your comments on the learning outcomes. I completely agree with you. That has to be a priority for us.
That's exactly what I'm focused. You said it exactly, except a little bit differently than what I was trying to say it, and I agree, couldn't agree anymore. And one of the ways that we can measure that is degrees that are awarded, and how much it costs to produce those or to acquire those degrees to the state.
Well, I think those are two separate but equally important outcome results. What does it cost us to get to those degrees? And then what is the quality as measured by learning outcomes of those degrees? And I think there was an allusion to, employment at 6 months after graduation, but that's sort of a straw man, if you will, for learning outcomes. It's really not the same as measuring learning outcomes.
That's right.
I know some college graduates that are underemployed.
Not overeducated, though, right?
Not overeducated, just, I'm not sure. Well, let's reel this on home with the slides following 42, if you're ready for that.
All right, so 42, the things that we're going to talk about today. First is a recommendation relating to the accelerated plan for closing the gaps. And in here, we've spent time talking about and have some detailed pages with much more detail behind it that the staff has already started putting together around participation of Hispanic students, African American male students, success of Hispanic and African American students, STEM degrees, teacher certificates, and teacher effectiveness. So we want to actually call for a vote to commence that work in earnest. Then we'll talk about recommendation relating to additional priority areas of focus, which is around laying the groundwork on both the prioritizing community colleges, developmental education, that direction, as well as the direction in exploring the three key legislative priorities, the three key leverage point priorities that we spoke about. And lastly is consideration of recommending that the long-term vision is ready to start sharing with external stakeholders to get the next round of feedback and honing for that vision.
Again, the vote today is to recommend this to the full board meeting in April. So this is a recommendation of the Committee on Strategic Planning. The Chair will entertain a motion on these one at a time, beginning with the focus and scope of our recommendation on the accelerated plan for closing the gaps.
I move for approval.
I have a motion from Dr. Golden. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Lynn. All those in favor, say aye.
We have one moment of discussion.
Sure.
And so really what we are voting on is the draft. Is that correct? We're still going to might wordsmith it a little or not?
Yeah, what we're voting on really is the recommendations, this draft of the recommendations which allows us, which really makes a statement that we're going to focus in on these four critical areas.
Okay. But this isn't going to
Did
be
y'all add
published
anything to that comment?
When are you talking about the 2030 long-term vision, or are you talking about the accelerated closing the gaps plan? Because the first thing we're talking about is the
I
accelerated.
just wanted to clarify whether we are voting on something that we're going to, publish and it's finished, or whether there's any other process that's going to happen after our vote.
I think for the accelerating the closing the gaps plan, the goal is to provide the approval staff needs to really push forward on the specific strategies we talked about in these four areas. So the vote here is to recommend, to go to the full board that they approve those strategies and that the staff has the ability to go forth and really begin working on these in earnest and constant.
So Lynn, this vote really is about the information on slides 7 through 21 that we reviewed, the accelerated action.
Right. Okay. I guess I'm thinking about, are we going to publish a document like the Closing the Gaps plan with the accelerated plan? And is this it?
We will be doing that, but it still has to go before the full board at our April board meeting.
Right. Okay.
But this is to recommend what we've seen here today to the board. So is that, I hope I'm answering your question.
No, but that's okay. I don't believe there is an answer.
The staff is going to go next round and put specific actions to the categories that we're approving.
Yeah, so that we're not approving what we're going to send out to the hinterlands at some later point.
Not until staff works through their action.
All right, that's what I thought, and I just wanted to make sure.
Key action steps and the tactics and implementation of those strategies are still have
Yeah.
to be defined.
Okay, good. That's what I thought.
All right. Any other questions?
I do want to be clear that the way we've been speaking about this is that while there'll probably be additional steps to take in terms of laying out those action steps for a publishable document,
Yes.
but that the board would be approving the staff and going forward and taking action on the areas around.
Right. That's exactly what I thought. I just wanted to make sure I understood it correctly. Okay, thank you.
Appreciate the clarification. Any other comments or questions or discussion? If not, the chair will call the question. We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. All right, the second issue before us to vote on under this topic is consideration of the recommendation relating to additional priority areas of focus, that being the prioritization on the community colleges and reinventing developmental education.
Move to approve.
A motion from Elaine. Is there a second?
Second?
Second from Lynn. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. And then lastly is consideration of the recommendations related to the long-term vision for Texas higher education. That is the concept that was presented primarily on page 30. And the approach for developing, not the metrics themselves, but the guidelines and the approach for developing the metrics that have been identified. Chair will entertain a motion to approve this.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Lynn and a second from Elaine. Any discussion regarding this decision, or recommendation, rather? Hearing none, the chair calls the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Did you want to touch on the next steps?
Yeah, briefly. So
They want to clarify for the record that all the motions passed.
All the motions passed. What he said.
So lastly, as has been brought up today, we are in discussions with the coordinating board about extending some of the work for a couple of months, really diving into some more action planning efforts in support of staff. One thing that I would say is that it would probably be, that phase, the way we talked about it, is more of an effort that's staff-driven. There will be a lot more involvement, interaction with staff. So if that does wind up getting approved, what it means for the next steps, one is looking at the detailed actions around the accelerated plan, particularly focused on the next 12 to 24 months, including looking at how the organization is best aligned to support those goals, and talking about stakeholder engagement and communication around some of the priorities we've talked about earlier. That's in relation to the accelerated plan for closing the gaps. In terms of the 2030 leadership vision and metrics, obviously pending the full board vote, would be any final wordsmith revisions that we wanted to take there, but then pushing a little more deeply, particularly in metrics. In some of the areas we've heard loud and clear today around student outcomes, learning outcomes, being a prime area to push more deeply. There are other areas, particularly in higher education excellence, that would be good to push to their next level of evolution. And lastly, as we spoke about in the scope of the original engagement, is preparing for the College for All Texas Foundation's board meeting on May 5th, and we already have several meetings scheduled with that board, one in early April, one in late April, as well as a conversation we'll be setting up with Dr. Predis and staff to talk about the role that organization plays in supporting both, the short-term closing the gaps plans as well as the longer-term vision for the state.
All right. Any final questions about where we go from here?
Chair, can I make one comment?
Absolutely.
Just in concluding this, one, thanks for our audience bearing with us. It's really important work for the coordinating board, and it's been great work that's gone on the last 4 months. I was reading through some of the proposal, Jeff, that you just talked about that has not been approved, but I noticed in there that some of your associates are going to probably go to other projects effective the end of this month. I think, Becca, you are, and after this meeting today, and I just want to publicly acknowledge the work that FSG's done, and to thank you, and for those of you that, if we continue the engagement, it would be great to work with you, but for those who would not be doing that, to thank you for the great work. And just speaking personally from the time I've spent with you, it's been great work, and you've done a great job of helping us pull our thoughts together and brought us great input from around the state. So, I'm afraid.
And I think equal thanks are due to those who've helped fund this effort.
Absolutely.
I don't know if we have any representatives here in the audience today.
Lauren Burrows,
Lauren?
Texas High School Project.
Oh, okay. You want to stand up and be recognized? Lauren is with the Texas High School Project and has coordinated the funding for us, and so we very much appreciate the role that you all have played as well. Thank you for all your hard work, your patience, and your diligence.
Thank you.
And the last thing, just would hard to add anything to that, but the one thing I would add, I think that's important, is a real recognition, first, of the time that the board has put in engaging with these issues. It's been above and beyond, I know, the typical amount of work you've put in, and particularly from the staff, the level of detail and activity that went into the original creation of the Accelerated and Closing Gaps Plan was significant in its research and in its preparation. Our role there was largely vetting it. It was in terrific shape, and staff has been very, very helpful and open in providing information and input, and we would look to deepen that if we move forward.
Yeah, we appreciate that, Jeff. Thank you. All right. Members, believe it or not, we're going to move on to the next agenda item, 5A. I'm not sure what are our lunch arrangements? Do you want to break? Yeah, this might be a logical place to break. I think we will break for half an hour. I'll tell you what, we'll reconvene at 12:45. 35 minutes. That works over break. Institutional resumes, as specified by SB 174 in the 81st legislative session. And Janet Pinke. And the script says you're the director of planning, and accountability, but I think that's one too many planning.
We do a lot of planning. Yeah, well, I feel like we do a lot of planning.
You're planning the planning. You're going to provide us all the...
We do that too, actually. Good afternoon, I can officially say that. This discussion is going to be about the items that go into the agenda booklet. And if you'll glance through Section 5, which is the one we're on now, you'll see spaced throughout here things that are called the institutional report cards. Those we did in the past, and we have not updated them because during the last session there was a bill passed, Senate Bill 174, and it requires institutional report cards. So we want to get your opinions on what you would really like in terms of the information that gets presented in the agenda items related to institutions, to see whether you're interested in using the online resumes, which are the ones required by the Senate bill, or some version of the report card, or something else. In your agenda booklets, you have a copy of each of the kinds of online resumes. For each type of institution, that means 2-year, 4-year, and health-related. There are separate report resumes for both students and parents, and then another one for legislators. So you have examples of those from the universities. That's the only report cards that we had done in the past, as an example, was for the university. So we haven't ever done one of the report cards for the 2-year colleges or the health-related institutions. So it's both a matter of the types of information that you would like to see presented and the manner in which they're presented. One of them is much more graphical than the other. All the items that are in the online resumes are required by statute. And because they want comparisons with peer groups and sometimes with out-of-state institutions which have a different definition usually for their measures, we couldn't really combine very many of them, and so we weren't able to come up with a good way of graphically presenting everything and getting it on one page as is required by the statute. So
I can understand and appreciate the dilemma, and I think, I would start by saying I hate to have staff doing two completely separate report cards. But there's inconsistencies within the legislated or mandated information that I had questions about, and then there are categories of information from our report cards that are not included in the...
Right. We didn't add anything to the online resumes in addition to what was actually in the statute, so we can always add something else there.
Well, that answers one of my questions. There's nothing in the statute that would preclude you from
No, other than
supplementing.
the request that they be one page.
How about one very large type?
Yeah, or very small type.
I'm getting to where that small type is a problem. Members, questions or comments, feedback for Janet and staff on these?
What's the average age of the legislator?
Well, we could always provide a complimentary pair of reading glasses.
Yeah, with our name on them.
Yeah, monogram, personalized.
I love, I hate to give up what y'all work so hard on, but I can read this better. That's why I asked about the average age. I can read this better.
The resumes, you're saying?
Yes, the resume
Okay.
is easier for me to understand. I don't know if that would be true for the average legislator.
Well, certainly for us, since we have to do the resume anyway, giving up the report card wouldn't be a hardship in that regard. But if there are parts of the report card that you like, either the information or the presentation, we could incorporate those.
I want to talk about that, but before we talk about the categories from the report card that really aren't picked up, is the term resume
That's in the
Mandated in the
statute.
statute?
Yes, there was a big discussion. It was originally called report card, and in the
'Cause that's
prior
really
session,
what
and
it
it
is,
didn't
a report
pass,
card.
and that's why we went ahead and did ours and called it a report card, and that whole report card concept was one of the big issues.
So the statute
So that, yes, the
actually
statute
legislates the
says-
title resume.
Right.
It's ridiculous, but okay. The categories that are not included, that are on our report card, are the transfers from two-year institutions, the bachelor's degree awarded by, the percent of baccalaureate graduates employed, student profile, students by age groups, and then some of the student cost and financial aid information. And we're in research expenditure, so it's as much as half or more than half, really, of our report card. It's not in here, so.
They had student profiles, didn't they?
Not by gender.
I think the profiles are broken out by ethnicity and they show the different years in order to get a sense of 5-year and 1-year progression. And I don't know, I'm identifying those, I'm not saying they all need to be, I'm really asking this committee and other members of the board that are here for that matter, which ones do you feel are the important ones to try to carry forward?
And it certainly would be possible for us to do a slightly different version of the resume format to perhaps give you more information that you want, not exactly what's in the resume that's required by legislation.
Well, and we've kind of already gone to the front and back.
Yeah, we did.
You know, our one-pager ended
Yeah.
up being front and back, and I guess...
The graphs add a lot of space,
Right.
geographical in nature.
As much as some of the graphs are helpful, although there's a lot of colors involved, but maybe we can simplify how we carry forward at least those categories that we think are important.
Yeah, I think if we were going to try to add new measures to the online resumes, we would probably do them in a similar format to what's in the resume, which would be more tabular.
I think, Arthur, two questions. One is, you don't necessarily have to change the online resume, but do you want to use the online resume and add to it for the purpose of the board materials?
We can do that.
So I think one thing we've learned is that sometimes we have too much information online, and rather than, and so I think we have to be cautious in terms of, especially for parents, what the parents need to know. That should be highlighted. And if legislators have told us specifically what they want to know, unless there's something we think they just have to know, I'd be cautious about adding too much to that piece. You can certainly add to it for your own materials without any trouble whatsoever for things you need to know in making your decisions.
The online resumes are produced interactively when somebody requests one of them, and they were done in something called Web Focus by our IT staff, and it would be possible to keep the ones exactly as they are for the legislative purposes, but then have one that's supplemented somewhat for your purposes, if that would help.
And also, it's important to point out that there are two. One is, the top one on the online resume is for legislators and policymakers, and the second one are for the students and parents and the public. So there's two different ones.
Fred, one other just suggestion, we probably won't walk out of here with an agreement on everything we'll do, but I would encourage the committee to, one, I like the format, but one is, it might be we use the back of the page for other information that this committee might want to use. But secondly, I would really encourage us, and even if we have to go back to the legislator at some point, as we define our outcome metrics and our progress metrics, they've already focused this whole resume around student success.
Yeah, that's a great point.
And, as we begin to talk about these outcome metrics, it's a great opportunity to do that here, depending on what the flexibility is of what we include in here. I'm not quite sure what the piece of legislature said, but just a food for thought.
Along those lines, that student success area is one that, one of the things that I had an issue with was the state, the left-hand side on the cohort and duration used different years than the national comparison side. And on some line items, like they used both 03 and 04, but then they had a 99 versus a 2000 four-year comparison. So I don't understand why some years are consistent and some aren't. It's obviously a lot more useful if they're comparing the same years.
What the legislation actually says, and I think you'll see it reflected in here as much as we can get to the data, they wanted the current year data, the prior year data, and then the data for 5 years prior to the current year. So we were able to do that with our data. In some cases for IPED's data, we couldn't get that particular year. And IPED's data, the national comparison data, is never as recent as what we have. And so it says most recent year available. So we've gone with the most recent year from IPED's and then our most recent year.
What surprised me was you actually had the most recent years were the same. It was the oldest years that were different.
That's because we couldn't go back 5 years and get it out of the IPED's data.
Is that because of the year that they started collecting it?
No, I think the measures changed over time and they just didn't have it.
I would just, and again, maybe your hands are tied. I would, if it's not the same year, I would leave it out. I mean, I would just show.
Okay.
I would just show the 2 years that can match up in each of those categories. I don't know. It just seems.
Let me ask a question in that regard that's related to what you're saying. Is, are we using the IPED 6-year graduation rate here or the Texas?
Where we do the comparison between the out-of-state peers, we end up using iPads.
And you can see, David,
Well, we need to make that clear because we've continually made the point that we include students who transfer in our graduation rates while the feds don't. That's the criticism of the feds.
Right.
And where we're using that in something we produce, we need to make that note.
It does say IPED's national definition on the resume.
and it does say from the same institution. That's how
I think we may need to make it bolder, because we know that we've had some legislators go in and they'll look at two things. Even though the definition is there, they say our data isn't accurate.
And most people don't know the distinction.
Yeah.
And maybe we need an explanatory footnote
Yeah.
that briefly explains the
There-
distinction.
Okay. We do have associated with all of these listed at the top definitions for everything. It's in the, but we could put another definition right under there.
I think with ours, we almost have to say it includes transfer people who graduate from other institutions in Texas, and the other one say that it does not, just to make that absolutely clear, because they won't understand what I'm
There's a big gap in some of the percentages.
That's right.
And that's the major reason why. Great point, David.
Mr. Chairman?
Elaine?
Other items I think we need to consider, given our emphasis on community colleges, that transfers from two-year institutions, I think is very important to keep focused and highlighted.
I think so too. That's the one thing I think we should make sure we put on there.
Okay. Any other categories that are not on the resume that we want to carry forward?
I don't know if that financial, the first-time students receiving each type of financial aid is important, or some sort of metric on financial aid. Percentage of students receiving financial aid, I don't know if anything to that effect would be worthy.
You know, since there are two different kinds of resumes, it occurs to me that we could break our carry forward information out likewise. You know, some of what we have on our report card may be of more interest to the consumer than the legislator.
Exactly, like financial aid, being on the student-parent side.
Or bachelor's degrees awarded by type or things like that. So I think I would start by saying what, from a performance standpoint and an accountability standpoint, what would be useful for us to have added to the backside, so to speak, of the legislative resume. And then secondarily, which, if any of these categories would be helpful to the consumer, put on the backside of the student-parent consumer resume.
Mr. Chairman, may I add?
Heather?
I don't know if our hands are tied on adding this, but I would suggest and like to hear your thoughts on adding the cost of the books and other costs on both the legislators and the one for parents, because I think a lot of people students in our conference calls have over and over again stressed how much books cost and what an effect that has on people. And I think that would be an important thing to include.
Yeah, that's a great point. I circled, the comparison here is that from the, I think the consumer resume, is it, that shows under cost, it adds up to $13,259. And on our report card, it's $18,928.
And on the legislator one, it's the same cost as the consumer one, that lower cost.
The lower cost,
Yeah.
so that's a really good point.
And I think that's a really, I think they need to know the fully loaded cost of what a family is looking at when a
This
student
is
goes
books
to
and
school.
supply. It's not
Yeah.
exactly, there's a little bit of a difference when you add it back in.
Yeah, there is.
And I don't know why, but obviously the big piece is the books and supplies, and then the so-called other expenses are missing.
I would include, and we could have it separate where the academic cost and room and board has a subtotal, and then you add in the remainder, and you can see the fully loaded total.
Yeah, you could do that in that same box.
Yeah,
Is
that's what
that-
I would recommend.
Susan, is that broken out by what Student Services collects in terms of the total cost when they have the,
Yes.
so they have
That's where we got
the
that
book
from.
separated? Okay. And we probably need somehow to alert, that's going to vary a lot by discipline.
It will.
Yes.
So that's going to be just an average.
Yeah.
Well, that's, we can put another qualifier somewhere in some small space of blank space. Good comment. Anything else that members would, or board members here would recommend carrying forward to one or the other or both resumes?
If we have room, the only other thing I'd recommend is under financial aid, we break out the loans and the work study category from the grants and scholarships. If there's, I know that's a lot, but there's a big difference between absorbing loans and being able to do work study. And I don't see that those are intuitive in the same category. So from a legislative perspective, I'd want to make sure my financial aid dollars are going where they should, but also from a consumer perspective, I'd want to know roughly how many loans I could expect.
I think particularly for the consumer resume, that would be of interest. Any other feedback? Is certainly, Janet, if there's any strong recommendations on the part of staff of how this, not only how it's formatted, but what you pull and add to the back of one or both resumes.
Yeah, we'll definitely look at that carefully. I think when we did our resume, we tried to pick out the measures that we thought were particularly important, and so if we see something else there, we can add it in.
I think I did seem to hear a consensus that the resume format is easier to read.
Yeah, good.
So we have to give up all those neat graphs and pie charts. All right. This is all for discussion and feedback to the staff, so there's no vote necessary.
Mr. Chairman, well, I can't think of an example right off the top of my head. I don't know if it'd be worthy to go look, at least in our accelerated plan that we just passed, and see if there are aspects of that we ought to pull out and put on the resume. Nothing jumps out at me right now, but at least a cursory overview may be worthy. Take a look at that.
Even including the male demographic, because that's going to be one of our areas. African American and Hispanic males.
The success metrics, of those sub-cohorts, that's a good point.
Okay.
I think at some point, we'll be recommending, whether it's now or as we flesh out our long-term strategic plan,
Right.
we'll be adding
Different
Yeah,
metrics
and we
altogether, but at
definitely
least
have
the
that
accelerated
information
plan
already.
for the next 2015.
Yeah, it seems like they should be able to look at this and see what part they're doing, the institution is doing in closing the gap.
Any other comments before we move on? All right, agenda item 5B is consideration of approval of construction, rehabilitation, and property purchase projects. And the first project that we have up is from Angelo State University to construct, in addition to the Center for Human Performance. And John Russell, Assistant Plant Director, Facilities Management Operations with Angelo State, is here to give us an overview.
Thank you, and good afternoon.
Center for Human Performance is a project that had been on our campus master plan. Once the students saw it, they requested it. In fact, they went and passed a referendum to approve fees to pay for the project, so we began initial designs. The project will certainly help with our recruitment and retention. It's something, again, the students want. It's something that is sorely needed. The current weight room and recreation facilities for the students was designed for an enrollment of 2,700 students. Currently, our enrollment in the fall was 6,300. The project comes to you because of our space utilization and SUS scores. As you can see, we have made improvements since 2007. This is due primarily to a new president joining the tech system and the president coming in and making some mandates that we've got to improve our utilization. We've done that by taking classrooms offline, converting some to office space, which was sorely needed, and also going in and truly looking at our space utilization. We have found classrooms that were not classified correctly. We continue to find that. We've got a new group that works hard on this each year. The current numbers for 2009 shows a deficit of 20,000 feet, where our deficit in 2008 was only 3,400 square feet. We continue to make improvements, as I say, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Well, the first question I've got, Susan, is that our report says that there's a 2008 surplus of almost 12,000 square feet.
Right, and that's what we had, yes, and I don't, we had in ours a surplus for 2008, and then when it was redone in 2009, but this was submitted in July of 2008 originally, until we could get some of the issues worked out. So,
well, there's two questions. One is, it sounds like progress has been made from 08 to 09,
yes,
and I want to hear more about that. The second is, the figure you gave for 08 is different than the figure we have for 08.
Well, I can clarify that. The amount that y'all are showing, the 11,904, is the net. If you look at the E&G projected space of this project and subtract off our deficit of 3,439, that's where you come up to the 11,000 feet surplus.
Okay, so this is the 22,000 square feet less.
Well, 15,000. We had 15,000 E&G space.
Yeah, 15,000 if you go.
Yeah, 15,343 less.
Less the 34, 39
less the
that they had gives you
34,
the surplus. So it would have created a surplus of 11,000 square feet.
Okay. As of 2008, it would have been a surplus. What is that figure today?
A deficit of 5,000.
It's about...
Yeah, about 5,000 square feet now, the deficit still.
All right. So the surplus is no longer an issue as far as I'm concerned.
You know, I can't keep from commenting at this point, because and this is all a numbers game, and I'm not attacking Angelo State. I'm just thinking that across this entire state, as far as these figures, am I wrong in assuming that the space still exists? I mean, the space doesn't, you don't go in there and chop off the building and dig a big hole and shove it off in there. I mean, the space is still in existence, and it still takes electricity, and it still takes deferred maintenance and all the things to keep up that particular space, regardless of whether it's used in instruction or whether it's used in office space. It's still, I don't understand this.
Part of what changes in the space need is also an increase in the number of students that they've had. That makes a modification to the amount of space they need. Also, if they've added more faculty, that will change the amount of space. Research, libraries, there's a lot of things that go into that space model.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I can understand the increased enrollment would drive the need for additional space. but is that proportion to, do we make sure that that's in direct proportion to how much space is being calculated?
Yes, there's a five-factor model that goes into the space, what we consider the space projection for each institution. It includes students, the FTE, part of that is based on the program mix. It also includes the faculty, library space, the amount of research being done. All of those go into what we call the five-factor space model that is updated annually for each institution.
You know, I have a growing concern, and again, this may not be the appropriate place to voice this concern, but I'm going to voice it anyway, that not just Angelo State, but a lot of our institutions across the state are continually building buildings, and we've already got a major problem with the cost of deferred maintenance. And we have to figure out and look at how much these buildings are going to cost us, but also we have to factor in how much these buildings are going to keep costing us year after year after year. And it was presented to this board a couple of meetings back that just how many dollars, millions of dollars, that we're already behind in deferred maintenance in public properties in the state already. So I'm going to issue a personal opinion. I know that there's, and I'm not against this program. I'm going to vote to support it. I think it's too late for us to, this is kind of a runaway freight train as far as these recreational facilities. We've got one on the campus that I'm most familiar with. It was built before I became real familiar with it. It's a wonderful facility, but you know, you get one built by A&M, you get one built by UT, you get one by UH, and then we go measure the height of the climbing wall at one, and we got to make sure this one over here is higher than the last one. And I just don't understand how that really serves education. And I'm not implying that's what you're doing here, but I have seen, or I perceive that there has been an issue in the past. And I have basically a difference. You know, we're actually building a facility here, and not only you, but a lot of institutions in the past, that is funded with public dollars that directly compete in the private sector with private businesses that are already providing physical athletic facilities. You know, you can join an athletic club in the city of Houston almost on every other block that's directly competing with a public institution that's been subsidized by public dollars. They're in direct competition with people in the private sector. And those of us that are in business wouldn't necessarily like the public dollars supporting businesses that directly compete against us that are not subsidized with public dollars. So I have just a basic difference of opinion on why we even got into these buildings to begin with. Now, having said that, I feel a lot better personally having said it, but there's not anything I can do about it at this point. It's already been done.
I think...
Does anybody understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. And then the real issue would have been whether for a given institution it might have been more cost-effective to contract with an existing facility, because the recruiting and the retention issue, Dennis, is that once a handful of institutions have these facilities which they offer free to students who can access these fitness facilities and recreational facilities because they are students, then it puts those institutions without at a disadvantage on recruiting and retention, and so it becomes a bit of an arms race.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, Fred, but I question whether public education should have ever gotten into this arena to begin with. I'm not sure this is our real mission in producing these elaborate recreational facilities and spending public dollars. Now, having said that, again, the ball game's over with. I'm a day late, a dollar short, but I have consistently said that we probably should have taken a real hard look. I don't know who could have done it. Our Board of Regents across the state are the ones that I think got into this arena, and they started building these projects, and the next thing you know, we've got an escalated situation where everybody's in a way trying to outdo each other. I've seen that happen from a personal standpoint. And so I'm going to support your program because I believe if everybody else has got one, you probably ought to have one too. But I'm not real sure it's a long-term wise use of public dollars to create these recreational clubs when our real mission is educating students, and if they want to join a country club, they ought to take their own money out of their own pocket and join a country club, and then they could get these amenities. They could play, they could swim, they could climb rock walls, they could do all these nice things that the public is supporting with some of their tax dollars. But again, having said that, this is a dead issue. The race is already on.
I don't think we can turn back the clock.
We can't. I'm very, very, very much conscious of that.
We really need to just focus on what our standards are and how they meet those.
But we probably ought to learn from this lesson and don't get ourselves in another situation similar to this with some other.
The long-term issue will be, can the institutions that have these facilities in the long run continue to compete with bare bones institutions that may well arise from both for-profit and not-for-profit sectors, or have they successfully targeted a separate market segment? That's up to the institutions, really.
Yeah, you're very much correct on that.
But I think the only other question I've got is the time frame for improving the space usage efficiency factor, how that's going to play out, John.
We are continuing to do that each year. We have planned on taking 4 classrooms offline every year. As much as I would prefer to just take them all off at one time, I am meeting a little resistance from faculty, and it's difficult to do. But we are, as you can see, we've made tremendous strides since 2007. We have a plan over the next 3 years to try to meet our goal.
3 years? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. And Susan's staff has reviewed that plan and is satisfied with it and recommends approval of this project. Are there any other questions or discussion?
I have a quick question. John, on the health degrees, are those primarily RLM degrees?
We have a combination. We've got a DPT and physical therapy, and we do have nursing programs, both undergrad and master's program, and hope to have a doctoral program soon.
Thank you.
All right. Members, if there's no further question, the chair will entertain a motion.
So move.
A motion to recommend approval of this project at Angelo State. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Lynn. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Item 5, next item is agenda item 5B3. Item 2 is on consent calendar. And that project is from Texas A&M University System's AgriLife Extension Service regarding the donation of the Texas 4-H Youth Development Foundation building. We have today with us Dr. Edward Smith, Director of the Texas A&M University System AgriLife Extension Service, to provide an overview. Welcome,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee members, I'll try to be brief. I want to take one slide here to give you the scope of the organization. Texas A&M University System is a land grant system, and that means it had teaching, research, and extension in a build-up process between the federal government, the local government, and the state government. We're the extension part of the land grant system within the Texas A&M University System. And our mission is to improve lives of Texans by delivering quality, relevant education. And quality means it's science-based. We work with our research counterparts, not only at Texas A&M system, but across the nation and the world. Relevancy is determined by about 25,000 focus group members in every county of the state. If you looked at the map, you saw that we serve every county. Every county Commissioner's Court is involved in the funding of this, and we have offices in 250 of the 254 counties. Where we have double-up offices is just where we don't, in areas where the population base is so low it's economically not justified. So, as one of the agencies in the higher education, I can understand that the models and the projected models are built around the more the academic model, where you bring the student to the location. Our focus or our mandate is to take the education out to the people in their environments, and we focus on agriculture, natural resources, community development, economic development, health and human sciences, and 4-H and youth development. Those are our major areas where we feel we have a competitive advantage in delivering education to meet the mission of the land grant system. And so I'm speaking today on a gift. Our 4-H faculty, they're in College Station, but they serve this network of folks around the state. Our faculty is in College Station, and I've had to have them in private lease space to the tune of $70,000 or so a year is the rent for this. I have there's what we call the 4-H Youth Development Foundation. Is private citizens that have set up a 501c3 to support the youth development programs of extension in the state. I'm an economist. Since I'm paying, outsource those dollars and paying the going rate, the foundation would argue that I have too little space for the 4-H faculty. And I challenged them, well, if I have too little space, y'all raise the funds and get us some more. Well, they took that on and decided to look at building a permanent home for the 4-H faculty that is not that is not tied up in public lease space. And so what they did, if you looked at that architectural schematic, the building on the right was a fire station. It was a fire station that was made obsolete, not from the times, but because they expanded Highway 6 in between, or they're expanding Highway 6 between College Station and Houston, and it made it a one-way, and evidently the fire departments have to have they have to be able to go both ways. So they had to close that fire station, and the city worked with us, made us a deal, and the foundation purchased that original fire station, which is the Wright building, and then it's paying for the renovation of that building, and in addition, they're adding another 4,000 square feet building that's the second building you see to the left to meet the needs of the 4-H program. And so what we're asking for is that we be able to accept the donation of this $1.2 million building complex from the 4-H and Youth Foundation to the Texas A&M system on behalf of AgriLife Extension's 4-H and Youth program. Now, we're on your agenda because we have a 2009 space model that says we have a surplus of 46,000 square feet currently. And I visited with Ms. Brown and others about the factors that go into that space model. We certainly will be looking at those and looking at ways to improve the efficiency of our program in meeting the parameters that go into the space model. We need to work with your staff and in ours and make sure that our space that's currently being submitted is in the right classification. For example, I put in here that we got about 32,000 square feet that's under our space that's livestock arenas. It's not it's not an office building. It's a open livestock, open wall livestock arena. So is that an auxiliary space, or is that where it should be? We've got to work with it. If you looked at your 2008, you saw we were 92,000 surplus. It's in my interest as Director of AgriLife Extension to not have any additional space that we don't need, because we, in effect, pay Texas A&M University College Station funds for every space that we utilize. And so we've got an economic incentive to bring it down, we've got your incentive to bring it down, and we've got a plan in place to try to do that by 2013. However, if you allow us to accept this donation from the 4-H Youth Foundation, it will add about a net 3,700 square feet to we're giving up lease space, right, but adding the space that would be in this gift, and it's a net positive of about 3,700 square feet.
And the space that would be on the long-term lease to the 4-H Foundation would not count against, would not be part of your space calculation?
It shouldn't be, right, as I understand.
That's correct.
Yeah. And that's about 1,400 of that.
Right.
Of that square footage.
This, just to clarify, this donation includes the newly constructed wing as well?
They completely renovated it. I welcome any of you to stop by, and it is the newly constructed wing, too.
All right. Members, any further questions for Dr. Smith? Well, you sounded like in 1 year you cut the surplus in half from 92 to 46,000, if I heard you correctly. That's a pretty big step in the right direction. How were you able to accomplish that?
Well, one is to, you know, again, I said we're part of the A&M system, teaching, research, extension. Texas A&M University College Station is the 1862 land grant. So for years in the College of Agriculture, you know, my faculty are in ag economics, where I came from. The research faculty are in ag economics, and the teaching faculty are in ag economics. They all work together synergistically. And as long as the funds that we were getting from the state, that Texas A&M College Station considered was covering their cost, you know, department heads would say, no, make it a third. But now that we're having to pay an additional amount, then we're working through all of these issues of this historical assigning between AgriLife Research, AgriLife Extension, and Texas A&M University College Station, and trying to get these, try to get the best inventory to meet the programmatic needs possible. In addition, we're doing bringing some conferences to campus that we had not brought to in the past, so increasing our contact hours that feed into the formula, and then just looking at where programmatic efficiencies are. But we've got several, we still have hundreds of thousands of dollars in lease space outside. So,
well, I was going to say, I think the big picture here is not to look a gift horse in the mouth that replaces $50,000-$70,000 in annual rent. So,
yeah, and that's actual net.
I don't have any further questions, members. If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the staff's recommendation.
Move to approve.
Is there a second? Second from Lynn. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. The next item, thank you. Next item is agenda item 5B4, project from Texas State Technical College for a request to renovate the BRIC, the Baylor Research and Innovation Collaborative, and Paul Woodfin, Associate Vice Chancellor for Administrative Services with Texas State College, is here to provide an overview. And would you like to introduce your...
Good afternoon. Joining me is Ron Sanders, the Vice President of Student Learning from TSTC Waco campus. About 2 years ago, Baylor approached us, and TSTC has had a long-ranging relationship with Baylor in support of our engineering programs and others. But they approached us about being part of this research collaborative. It's an excellent opportunity for TSTC to expand some options. It's also a good opportunity for the Waco community to redevelop a facility that's sat vacant for a quarter century. Project is located about 2 miles south of our campus, right off of I-35, and is about a mile north of the main Baylor campus, which both of us join I-35 through there. The building and the property associated have been donated by private individuals to Baylor. The overall project is around $58 million. Baylor is currently, with this $9.5 million, has secured roughly $30 million towards that project and should have the rest of it raised very shortly, from what we understand. The $9.5 million represents the total commitment by the state for the project. We may choose, or likely will choose, to make some additional improvements from institutional funds down the road, but this will get us into the space. The leasehold arrangement, Baylor has extended a 20-year lease with 2 additional renewals of 20 years each at our option to secure the fact that the state is making this investment. What I'd like to do now is hand to Mr. Sanders to talk a bit about the programming, because he's been working with the folks from Baylor on it.
We haven't actually gotten down to programming all of the space and placing things exactly where they'll go in the building. I can tell you that TSTC and Baylor, as Paul said, have had a long relationship in the area of research. We have on our campus a building now housing the Center for Astrophysics, Space Physics Engineering Research, also known as CASPER. It's much easier to say. We supply that facility on our campus with technicians and faculty to help in research in hypervelocity impacts, dusty plasmas, and in space science, and has produced some excellent research. We have been working with Baylor in the area also. Our telecommunications department has been working with them for telemetry for a satellite that Baylor has been working together with Dr. Renee Laufer from University of Stuttgart. We have worked with them as well in the area of avionics, and our avionics department has also worked with projects for NASA as well. That 5,000 or so square feet that are currently research facilities at TSTC will be moving. That lab will be moving to the new facility. I think we're going to see an expansion of the number of opportunities for our students to work in research labs. I can tell you that the collaboration that we've had so far with Baylor has been very successful, and the students who come out of our nanotechnology program or our laser electro-optics program have had great job offers from places like Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, Sandia National Labs, the Smalley Institute down at Rice University. Some really great opportunities for them to move forward and advance research here in the state and across the country as well. So that is certainly a big part of what we'll be doing at this new facility. I foresee that we will expand, once again, the number of opportunities for our students there, and working not in classes, CSTC classes there, but working in internships and co-ops with the Baylor researchers and researchers that come in from other places. There's also going to be a business incubation part of this research facility that's going to involve working with researchers and businesses and educational partners to support commercialization and launch of innovative new products and services, and I anticipate that we're going to be involved in that from the standpoint of helping to fabricate the products that are designed. We have a great deal of expertise in that area, and we're going to be working in the area of economic development by supporting that process, and also manufacturers generally. We've been in some discussions with TMAC and about supporting manufacturers in that space with rapid prototyping, consulting, 3D modeling, product testing facilities, document writing and curriculum development services out of that facility as well. Another thing that's very near and dear to my heart that I'm very excited about being able to do in this facility is K-12 outreach. We are involved in a very, or right at the beginning, I would say, of a very large investment in the area of project-based learning, and I'm
excited about reaching out to K-12 by bringing them into this facility, showing them the research and the work that's going on there, but also sitting them down in a space and having them build something with their own hands and learn from that experience and have something to take home with them when they leave. And get them excited about STEM and the possibilities and what they have available for them. That's sort of a basic outline of the way we see TSTC using this space. There's going to be offices and other things, obviously, in this space. I think probably some of our workforce development folks that coordinate some training for corporate entities across the state will office in this space as well. But that's sort of a basic overview.
Thank you. Questions, members? I'm curious, do you know how many students, K-12 students per year, you'll be able to run through some of those STEM outreach initiatives?
You know, we bring currently to our campus thousands of K-12 students every year. We get to show them a lot of things, but we don't because of facilities and time and requirements of those faculty members to continue to work with our college students. We don't have the opportunity to always be able. Sometimes in the summers we're able to do that, bring them in and have them do projects. I would think it would not be at all going out on a limb to say that we would bring at least 10,000 students a year through there.
Really?
Yeah, I think that's quite reasonable.
All with the hands-on experience?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's one of the things we can't do right now. Now, there's a funding issue involved there, but I think because this partnership is very unique, that I think we're going to be able to find dollars out there from grants and other places that will be able to support this. One of the interesting things about this is that if you go into research facilities, one of the things you recognize that there's a real need for trained technicians that can work in labs. And what you wind up with otherwise is you wind up with people who are great in research trying to build processes that's not really their forte. And if you have a good lab technician that can move that forward and set up those experiments and do the things that need to be done to move the research forward, then those folks that are the researchers and the scientists themselves can get a lot more done. So we're excited about that as well.
That's a great observation. Well, this project is on our agenda for discussion and approval based on not meeting one of our standards, and that is the cost standard. It's $18 per square foot more even after the 5% reduction. And, however, I note that there's not a great deal of detail, I guess you could actually call it no detail yet, in the project budget, which brings me to the question of, in collaboration with Baylor, who's going to be driving the actual process of estimating the project, designing and building the project. Is that going to be collaborative all the way through? Is Texas State, are y'all going to end up being a tenant or a co-owner? How's that going to be structured?
Well, I think it shows a lease, so every tenant now, we have been involved in every one of the meetings with the architect engineering firms, throughout this entire process, and we'll continue to be involved with that all the way through. So we'll be involved in the entire planning process.
So there's a good chance that really there's not enough detail to know whether this project will actually come in within our cost parameters, above our cost parameters, unless there's more information than we have seen yet. But let me flip the question.
Okay.
Is there any concern that the $500,000 reduced by the LBB mandate is going to hamstring the renovation of the 60,000 feet you all will be using?
We don't believe so.
Any other questions?
I'm not necessarily against the project, but I'm just wondering why we're considering it. If there's still open questions as to what the final costs are going to be. Can the staff assure me that they've met all the criteria that we normally would consider in bringing a project like this forward? Susan? I mean, are they?
Well, what we can tell you is that given what the agreement with Baylor includes, which is that they would have this amount of space available to them.
Baylor on this project?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, the total project was $58 million?
Yes.
And it's 300,000 square
And with
feet.
the work with architects, since this was submitted, we know that's the figure.
I'm just wondering why Baylor's not here if they're the ones that's actually going to, the owner, and they're the one that's going to develop the project. They're the developers, y'all are going to be the tenants. So I question, I mean, is it...
What we're dealing with today is just TSTC's piece of it, which was legislated in the last session.
That's clear.
I think I'm assuming the way our staff is looking at it is that this available funding is the most TSTC is at risk for because it was appropriated by the legislature. And in that sense, you could say that from this institution's standpoint, the worst case scenario is if they spend it all. And we run $18 a foot over our historical range for this type of renovation work. It may well come in under, at which point I guess those funds are UB'd and they may actually go back to the legislature. So the Baylor aspect, I guess, will come before us at a later time.
No, Baylor's a
Or is it already
private university.
Oh, that's right.
They don't come to us
We
at
don't
all.
get to tell them. If there's no further questions.
I just want to, Susan, you're okay with this project in terms of the way it's brought forward? I don't mean to put you on the spot.
Yes, we are. I mean, it's
Staff recommends approval.
Staff recommends approval? I'm okay with it then.
I'll call the question.
To approve.
I
Second.
have a motion and a second from Elaine and Lynn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate the information. Next item is agenda item 5B7. It's the last project before us. It's a request from the University of Houston downtown for the third reapproval of the academic building and parking structure. And David Bradley is here, Vice President of Administration and Finance with U of H downtown, to provide an overview. David, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Okay, there's my slide up there. This project is complete, first of all. The building was completed in fall of 2007. We began offering classes there, so we're coming up on 3 years in the building. I'm pleased to report to the board that the building is performing very well. It's a building that's serving the University of Houston downtown very well. It's also a building, it's not why we did it, but it's served as an anchor kind of for the development of the north end of downtown Houston, where UH downtown is located, so that's been a positive for the community. We also acknowledge former Regent Dennis Golden here. Good to have a friend on the coordinating board now, good friend of UH downtown. This is the third reapproval. I believe that's why I'm here, is because you have to get reapproved 3 times. You need to come up and face the coordinating board. The first 2 were pretty benign. They had to do with the funding for the building. And this building was, in the early going, we did not have tuition revenue bonds for this building. We were going to go ahead and build it with institutional funds. And there were a couple of different times where we changed the mix for how we would service the debt. And so we did come back to the coordinating board for reapproval. This third reapproval, it also has to do with funding source change. We used some funding sources here that were not approved by the coordinating board. It also exceeded the budget by more than 10%, which is another reason why I'm here today. Now, the actual project exceeded the budget by about 11%, 11.5%. Now, I want to make clear that there was no intent on the part of UH Downtown or UH system administrators to willfully disregard the coordinating board's rules regarding when you need to get reapproval for a project. What happened here largely was an interpretation situation. And it arose when we had our facilities audit last year. Tom was down on our campus with his staff, and part of that facilities audit, I believe, was to go back and look at a recent construction project, recent large construction project, and for us it was the Shea Street project. And that audit was performed by our own internal auditors, working, I guess, on behalf of the state auditor's office. And our internal auditors looked at what we had done and they said, look, you guys have gone over the budget, which surprised me to hear. And the reason why is because we spent some money on furniture and equipment on this project that was in excess of what had been anticipated. We put more equipment into the building than was in the original scope, and so in my view, what we were doing was spending supplemental funds, not funds that were integral to the project, on this project, or into this building. And so, again, I was viewing those funds as outside the project. Don came in, looked at it, and said, no, wrong interpretation. These funds should have been considered part of the project, and that's what threw us over the 10%. Let's see what else I have in the way of notes. I think that also was where we got into problems with the funding source, because the money that we spent, most of the money that we spent that was not tuition revenue, that was not, actually the money that we spent that was HEAF or designated tuition was actually used on the furniture and equipment. So the two are kind of linked together. There's a couple of slides here. The first one, what it shows is I think it's the slide previous. People can read that or not. Put my own glasses on, but there were 4 areas where we had significant overruns. The building construction cost, site development was a major issue for us in this project. Being an urban campus and building in downtown Houston, it's not like building out in a pasture somewhere. This is land that's been used for 150 years. We had purchased it and used it as a surface parking lot, but when you start getting into the ground, you oftentimes find there's things you weren't expecting, unforeseen conditions. In this case, there was a lot of contaminated soil that we had to deal with. There were also cisterns and underground, as I say, unforeseen conditions that resulted in change orders related to site development. Furniture and equipment I mentioned. What we had to do was actually shift some of our furniture and equipment budget into the construction line, and then we brought additional money in for furniture and equipment using HEAF and designated tuition balances that we had. The increase in the other professional fees was largely tied to what was going on with the site development problems, because as you got into the ground and dealt with the contaminated soil and other issues, you had to pay consultants to do a lot of additional work that was not anticipated when the project was kind of conceived. So, trying to think what else to cover here. On the one thing I will say, and this is sort of on us, is the contingency on this project was too low in hindsight. $1.4 million on a $35 million project. We've done projects before where smaller projects with larger contingencies, so that was a mistake that we made, is coming into this project with a contingency as low as this. We burned through it pretty fast with the site work. As far as the funding sources go, as I say, we brought HEAF to this project and designated tuition that was mostly spent on furniture and equipment. And what's the 2.19 you see as other, you're maybe wondering that's a big number to put under other. That is a combination of interest earned on the bond proceeds and some bond premium funds. So again, in our view, we sort of looked at that as bond related and not a different fund source. But in hindsight, I now see that should have been brought to the coordinating board as well. Pretty much wraps it for me. Okay. Happy to answer any questions.
Members, questions for David regarding this project? And why it's here before us? I think the only thing that I think you did a good job of addressing kind of, the history of the costs, and we are aware that your own internal audit really kind of brought some of these issues to light in terms of that interpretation issue on source and use of funds. The only thing that I would ask you to address is the plan that y'all have submitted to address the space usage efficiency.
Well, you talk about the SU scores and such,
yeah,
which is all sort of new to us. We've been working pretty well with Tom and the staff, and we've put more resources into that. We've got a person in our facilities management area now who's dedicated to the facilities efficiency issue. Shannon Cunningham's her name. And, we realize now we have a new president. We're also about to get a new provost. We could do a much better job in terms of utilizing our space efficiently. I'm not going to sit here and tell you we're doing as good a job as we need to do. And the SU scores reveal that. So it's a situation that's recognized. We are working on it, and I think you'll see improvement pretty pretty quickly at UH Downtown over the next 2 or 3 years.
You know, and I realize, David, this might not be, that may be somebody else's area of purview or responsibility, but Susan, since that plan's been submitted, what's the time frame for them for bringing the space usage efficiency factor back into compliance? Do we know that?
The last date on here is, they're saying by May 2011.
May 2011?
That's quite soon.
So that's 2 years down the road.
Yeah, I think we're close on labs. We're like at a 74, I believe. We haven't hit the 75, right? And we're like 58 on classrooms. And
yeah, it's the classroom factor.
Classroom factor, right.
1 year, yeah. Part of this is that they're going to be implementing a new room scheduling software that will help them put the appropriate classes in the appropriate size classroom, which goes a long way towards
Counting all the right space in the right buckets,
yes.
so to speak. Okay. That was the only other thing I was curious about. Members, any other question or comment? Elaine?
Just, Mr. Chairman, real quick, the misinterpretation of the source and use of funds, is that perhaps a broader clarification we ought to make across all the institutions, just in case that's a misunderstanding?
And that could be something that we could raise at there's an annual facilities conference, and we do a lot of training at that conference, and maybe that we might try to do a session on understanding all of that.
That would be good, I
Making sure
think.
that the institutions are aware of how all that works.
We could be your example.
You would have no objection to that?
No, I wouldn't.
Well, and Elaine, as vice chairman of this committee, you'd probably make an excellent speaker to present that.
There's a learning opportunity
Move to
for me.
strike.
Are there any further questions or discussion? If not, the chair will entertain a motion to approve this project or recommend this project.
Move approval.
Second.
The evaluation.
So this is a committee approval level, right? Yes.
Yes, they're all committee approved.
We have a motion from Lynn. Is there a second? Second. Second from Dennis. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Agenda item 5C was on our consent calendar. Agenda item 5D, which we'll address next, is the consideration of the Commissioner's recommendation to the Committee for Funding Formulas for use by the Governor and the Legislature.
Do you want to hand these out
Oh,
first?
I'm sorry, yes. We do have another exhibit that we'd intended to be in your books. This is intended to be there quarterly as sort of a graphic representation of what the projects are that are before us, both for committee and board approval, and just to kind of show that trend over time.
Those will be in your books next agenda.
Thank you, Susan. That was a pretty quick response. I didn't think of it till after lunch.
Very good.
All right, back to agenda item 5D. This is our consideration of the Commissioner's recommendation to the Committee for Funding Formulas for use by the Governor and Legislative Budget Board in making appropriations recommendations to the appropriate legislative committees. And Mr. Jim Runges, did I pronounce that right, with Texas Tech University System, who is chair of the General Academics Institutions Committee, and Dr. Pam Anglin with Paris Junior College, who is vice chair of the Community Technical Colleges Committee, are joining us today regarding these recommendations. And Jim, Pam, I want to thank you for your service on these committees. I know that's adding burden to, I'm sure, already very busy schedules.
And I'm going to, there's a couple of things at your place. The one is a draft.
Okay.
This has the table of contents, and the other one is some spreadsheets, long spreadsheets that kind of have a summary of this. And I'm going to start out by kind of taking it in phases. We're going to start by going over formula funding. And Mr. Ryder's eyes are glazing over already.
There's only 8 things we need to know about this?
Only 8. We've narrowed it down to 8.
That's
So
good.
there's
That's
only
progress.
8 things. Of course, the last one's actually 3 different ones, but we're not going to go into that.
Bait and switch.
Bait and switch, you got it. You got to keep everybody going. Next slide. First, it is important to understand that appropriations are made directly to the institutions. Even though we make recommendations, money flows directly to the institutions through the legislature. Next. Appropriated funds come from different sources, and that depends on the type of institution. For the there's general revenue, which are the formulas, special items, HEAP, research development, that sort of thing. For the community colleges, on top of that, they have local tax dollars. They all have tuition and fees, statutory tuition and fees. For some of the universities, you have the AUF, the PUF funds that UT and A&M get. Then you have the institutional, which are those non-appropriated funds, and that's the designated tuition. So that's the amount of tuition that the boards have control over. Indirect costs, fees, physician practice plans for the health-related, all those auxiliary fees, football tickets, that sort of thing. So that's the two different parts of it. Okay, institutional revenue not flowing through the appropriations process include the local tax dollars and tuition and fees for the community colleges, health-related, the practice plans, again, that sort of thing, and then the universities, the designated board-authorized graduate tuition, the fees and research cost recovery. Those do not flow through the formula. The amount of funding that goes through the formula differs by sectors, and this shows you the differences. And this is for the health-related institutions, it's 67% of their general revenue. So that does not include those practice plan dollars, because if you included those for the health-related institutions, that number would be much smaller. Every 2 years, we have formula advisory committees. You have Jim, Pam, and then we had Elmo Cabin, Dr. Elmo Cabin from Texas Tech Health Science Center was the chair of the health-related institution. And we told him that we would ask him back when they do their cost study, because that's going to be a whole meeting by itself as they explain their new cost study that they have going on. So he's going to come see you probably next meeting. It's also important to understand that the formulas are actually an allocation. They are designed to equitably allocate the amount of resources put into the formulas from the legislature. They are not a budgeting tool. It goes to the institutions as one lump sum. They are able to spend it as they like, except for paying their benefits and for debt service. So that is an important thing to understand. They differ by sector, and here's where the bait and switch is going to come in. I actually have to, we will be explaining 3 different types of formulas. For the community colleges, it is based on contact hours. For the health-related institutions, it's based on FTE. And for the general academics, it is based on semester credit hours. So there's 3 different bases. I'm going to start with the easy part, and we're going to go through the timeline first, and then we'll get to the more complicated stuff. We've had the committees meeting since, actually I think it started in September this time, but September through January, the committees met. They make their recommendation to the board in March. The committee then makes the recommendation to the board. They make their recommendations to the commissioner. We meet, we talk. Committee comes forward with recommendations. Commissioner comes forward, the board adopts it, goes to the LBB by June 1st, to the LBB and the governor's office. Then during the summer base year starts in summer of 2010. These numbers get put in, their surrogate numbers run in November that get provided to the LBB for each of the different models. That goes forward, and those are the numbers that are generally used at the beginning of the session. In March, we rerun all of those numbers again, and that is called the certified, that's the base year for certification, because that provides the latest numbers to the legislature for their funding, that sort of thing. Goes through the legislative process in May, and then we go to the governor's office for signature sometime in June. So that is the timeline that all of the formulas go through. Now we'll get to the bait and switch, which is the overview, and we're going to start with the community colleges.
So we know 7 things so far.
You know 7 so far. And y'all are quick if you've got them all by now, so. Community colleges have one formula. They have the instruction and administration formula that covers their academic and technical programs, both. It is based on a cost study that is done every year into 26 different disciplines. And unlike the universities, because they offer lower division only, they have one set of dollar values for each of those 26 areas per contact hour. Now, for those institutions that offer bachelor's degrees, for those 3 institutions, the upper level funding is actually derived from the general academic cost studies. So they're kind of one of those little hybrid mixed things going on there. So that's how that gets taken care of. Lamar Technical and the TSTC and the Lamar State Colleges are one of those hybrids. They do not have a local tax base, so they use the community college instruction and administration costs, but for infrastructure, they use the formula. And they also receive 1/2, by statute, they receive 1/2 of the small institution supplement that the general academics receive. So that's the Lamar and State Colleges. Okay, here we go. You have base period contact hours times the discipline rate, which is the amount it costs to produce, the median amount currently, the median amount to produce one contact hour in each of those 26 different disciplines. You total that up, and then as you can see for 2011, or 10 and 11, the legislature appropriated enough funding to where each institution only received 48.2% of the amount that was generated out of that. Other questions?
So you're basically stating that 48.2% of the cost was state funded?
Is what was state funded. 48.2% of the instruction and administrative cost.
Was state funded?
Was state funded.
Not auxiliary.
Not auxiliary, none of the auxiliary, none of their facilities, none of that can be
Strictly
covered.
instruction and administration.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, and then this is where I'm going to let Pam kind of go through with the Formula Advisory Committee.
Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to go through our recommendations with you today. I want to say, first of all, how much our committee appreciated the work in working with Susan Brown and Gary Johnstone and Jim Pinkert. They're very nice to work with. Recommendation 1, and our work was done September through November. We did finish our work in November and then finalized putting recommendations together in December. But recommendation 1 was the committee recommending that 100% of the formula minus tuition collections be funded, and the funding be based on the cost study mean rate instead of the median, and based on attempted contact hours. Recommendation 2 dealt with outcomes-based funding and recognizing the diversity, the economic demographics, and varying challenges in each of our communities. It requires a deliberative and intentional approach to implementing an incentive-based funding initiative. We looked at the Washington model, and I believe you were presented that at the January board meeting. And from that, we would propose a 1-year intensive study of the Washington State model in developing the momentum points for the incentive funding. A 1-year study, and then in 2011, 2012, an opportunity to vet those momentum points for the 50 community college districts in Texas. And funding for student achievement momentum points should be viewed as an incentive model over and above the current formula-based system. Recommendation 3 was hold harmless, and the committee recommended that if a formula allocation for a public college should decrease from the 2010-11 biennium to the 2012-2013 biennium, the 82nd Texas Legislature should hold the public college harmless from any significant dollar loss in formula funding. Recommendation 4 dealt with the cost efficiencies, and the committee recommended that efficiencies be promoted and pursued, and further that the coordinating board report the best practices for the school's consideration and potential adoption. Recommendation 5 dealt with developmental education. The recommendation is that developmental course contact hours should be funded at a premium of 10% over and above the full formula funding rate. And the committee recommended continued funding based on the pilot study results achieved from the implementation of CB Riders number 50 and number 24. And formula funding for non-course-based developmental education interventions. Recommendation 6, funding identified critical fields with a premium of 10% over and above the full formula funding rate. Recommendation 7 dealt with the cost study methodology and moving to the mean rate instead of the median. And then recommendation 8 was endorsing the continued funding of a small institution supplement. And recommendation 9, that the legislature should continue the practice of recognizing enrollment growth with a contingency fund set aside at the coordinating board for dramatic growth. Those are our recommendations.
Now I'm going to go over the next slide, please. Okay, the formula funding recommendations from the commissioner. 2 of those are the same as the community colleges, which is to continue the small institution supplement funding and also to continue funding for alternative teacher certification programs at the community colleges for those certificates. So that's the areas of agreement. And the commissioner...
Susan, which bullet points are those?
Those are actually, they're not on here. They were on the committee recommendations, the last 2.
Okay.
Those we're in complete agreement on those, so I just didn't repeat them again.
All right.
Susan, I think you outlined 9 recommendations.
We did.
This stops at,
The slides don't really provide the same breakdown.
it stops at 4 recommendations. Is that correct?
Well, and we combined some of them, because they had a separate recommendation for funding on the mean, and we combined that one with the other one. Is that kind of all part of the funding?
But the whole harmless...
The hold harmless one didn't make it to the slide, and neither did the
growth.
The dramatic growth or the outcomes.
And the dramatic growth is actually, yes, that one is one where they actually recommended taking additional money from the new, and we will get to that one. There's, except that mine shows up blank alone, because I printed it like a white. It's all in here.
The 9 discrete
The 9 are in
recommendations?
here, yes.
Which pages are with us now?
On page 12, starts on page 12, it talks about the committee's recommendation and then the commissioner's recommendation for each of those.
So those, as you go through that, they're not exactly coinciding with the charge numbers. It doesn't,
No, I don't believe they do.
let's see, so far they do.
There are actually 4 charges, and then these were just other recommendations that the committee made. They weren't specific charges necessarily.
What I'm getting is that it looks like under number 2, there's multiple. We're just trying to track what, Pam, what you're testifying on with what.
Yeah, number 2 has a lot of the discussion about the momentum points and the study and that sort of thing.
So it's better really if we use this rather than the slide.
Yes, you could use this. Now, the commissioner's recommendation understands that the community colleges and all the different sectors actually need quite a bit more money and are underfunded. However, given the current economic conditions, the recommendation that is being put forward now is to consider funding at the same level, but to fund all of the growth. And that is a very important thing, because we really feel like the growth needs to be funded and that, so that they don't fall further behind. We also recommend as an outcomes that we go ahead and allocate 10% of the student success model, which is for the momentum points. So of the total funding, 10% would be for momentum points. And that is something that we will work with the community colleges. We will be running additional numbers, working with them to determine which ones seem to make the most points. We think we have a good starting point with what is going on in Washington and Ohio, and California has done a study on those, as you heard last time, and look at all of that. Calculating the rates on the mean cost. Ooh, and I'm looking at the wrong slide.
Susan,
Here.
can I ask you a quick question? While you're back on the 10% for the momentum points and 90%, we haven't run any numbers on that at all yet?
We have not run numbers on that yet. We have run some numbers, but we have not gotten full agreement on how those numbers would fall out at this point. We have run some very basic numbers.
So, getting this back to dollars and percentages, then the funding at the 2010-11 level plus growth, is that equate to the 48.2%?
Yes.
Funding percentage that was on the slide, the previous slide? In other words, we would fund enough growth that it would stay at, the percentage would stay at that percentage,
Yes, it would stay at the 48.2%,
as opposed to the committee recommendation, which
is go to 100% less tuition and
which
fees.
which equates to 76%.
Correct.
And that 76%, as it says about the middle of page 12, would be an additional cost of $1.5 billion to go from
Yes.
48.2 to 76.
Go ahead and go to the next slide. This actually shows the dollars, the breakout of the dollars. So for the committee recommendation for instruction and administration, it'd be almost 1.6 billion to go to the 75%, where it'd be 135.7 for the commissioner's recommendation, plus the 217 million for the success, that's that 10% of the total.
For momentum points?
Right.
That would actually
Make it 350, it's about 353 million increase.
Right, but the committee's recommendation is a one-year intensive study of the Washington model in order to develop how we would apply
Correct.
momentum points in Texas. So would this funding not actually be distributed until the second year of the biennium?
The commissioner's recommendation is to do that study during this interim and then go ahead and apply it starting in the 12 and 13.
So this be
implemented
over the full biennium?
For the full biennium.
Okay.
We would work on developing the metrics for the momentum points between now and the beginning of the session, instead
Gives
of,
us about 8 months to work on that.
Okay.
The critical field premium, we agree with the 10% bump in the critical field premium. The enrollment growth, this $3.5 billion additional from the is actually takes the new campus funds that were received and split across only 4 campuses and moves that into enrollment growth. And their recommendation also is, right now, the legislation or the rider that funds enrollment growth, it's called dramatic enrollment growth, and it funds anything over, I believe it's 5% and then 8% the second year. And the committee recommendation is to fund it whatever amount of growth. So even if you had a 1% growth or whatever, you would get additional funding to supplement that. The commissioner's recommendation, this 19% actually has a growth factor that goes for the full biennium. So we have that somewhat built into the commissioner's recommendation. The developmental ed recommendation from the committee.
You have that built into his recommendation for what?
For the INA, the instruction and administration, because the they have already had a 12% growth.
I see.
And so if you project that out,
Yes.
so that is built into what we consider. Now, we do consider to continue to have a 3.5 million recommendation for dramatic enrollment growth, so that anything over and above those thresholds that are set by the legislature would get some portion of funding. There was so much growth this time that even that didn't help very much. So that was one thing to understand. The developmental ed, the 10% bump on the developmental ed hours that Dr. Anglin mentioned is at $22 million. We are requesting that the $5 million that the coordinating board got this time to do pilot projects, that we continue to get the $5 million so that we can expand the whatever comes out of those projects, once it's been evaluated, to expand those to other institutions, that sort of it. And then we already talked about the alternative teacher certification, the small institution supplement. So those two are the same. That's the community college portion. The next slide. This is the amount for, it's basically the same sort of thing, but this is broken out for the technical and state colleges. And this is the amount they receive. The way the legislature funds them, they actually have a separate amount of money that goes to the TSTCs and Lamar's. And so we separated them out. But it's the same type, the exact same type of recommendations. We did not change any of those recommendations. Of course, for this one, you see infrastructure support, and that is the growth in infrastructure that they've had at those colleges, and then no increase in the small institution supplement.
What accounts for the huge difference between the committee and the commissioner on the INA?
That, again, it goes back to 100% formula funding with less tuition and fees, and the commissioner's recommendation is to fund growth at the current rate, but to cover all of the growth.
And of course, this is in the context of the current economic situation of the state, is that we can't imagine not at least accommodating the growth. The community colleges have had such a significant growth. We have to address that. Under other circumstances, I would think we would be recommending full formula funding as well, but we think this is realistic given the current economic circumstances to at least fund the enrollment growth at community colleges.
Just to put things in context, as you all know, we've experienced the largest surge in enrollment growth in the history of Texas higher education, and it's coming at a time when the budget is in one of the most difficult circumstances we've seen. You can see, but in the discrepancy between the committee recommended number and our number, how much of a gap there is, and I think the committee number reflects how significantly underfunded community colleges are. We know that in this budget situation, we can't come anywhere close to that number. Just funding enrollment growth in Texas at both community colleges and general academics would amount to $700 million.
And the HRIs, that's $700 million by itself.
Just to keep up with growth.
Just to keep up with growth. No changes in any of the weights across sectors.
And we thought that the most plausible request would be to leave the base as it is and fund enrollment growth. But we do want you to see what the gap is in fully funding the formula. Between what is that, what the gap between full funding for the formula and what we're currently funding.
So what we don't have on here is what was awarded the last time, funded the last time.
On this one?
Oh, it's on that one. Okay.
We have it on your spreadsheet. Now, one of the things that we have not done, because we don't know exactly where the institutions are removing, but the 2010 and 11 biennium we need to put a little asterisk there, because that was subject to the 5% reduction. So it will actually, once we figure out where all the 5% reduction is taken, it will actually be a larger increase because it will start from a lower base.
Put another way, you're saying that 48.2% is actually going to be reduced.
It's going to be reduced.
May or may not be by the full 5%, depending on what.
Yeah, we don't. And that's part of, though we don't know factor that goes into this.
If it is.
We know that the coordinating board, which y'all recommended, held the dramatic growth harmless, and so did not reduce that dramatic growth by the 5%.
Here's a crisis, and here's the urgent issue that the board has to consider. As all of you know, the cost of attending a community college in Texas is well below the national average. It's about a third lower. That's correct, isn't it, Susan?
I think so.
It's about a third below the national average. We fund community colleges, as you can see from the numbers, at a relatively low rate. If we do not recommend a significant increase in funding, state funding for community colleges, those costs will be transferred to the students, and our low-cost option will disappear. And as all of you know, most of the population growth in Texas is among low-income families and their children. And if we want these students to have the viable option of starting out in a community college and either getting their career and technical education credential or moving on, we have to preserve as much of that low-cost option as we can, even in a difficult budgetary environment. Otherwise, it's not too much to say we're compromising the future of Texas.
So even at that, even at the recommendation, there are still some costs that are going to, you think that the amount...
This is a bare bones recommendation.
Yeah.
This only funds growth. It does not fund anything else.
But we expect to be the growth. There could be more.
If you'll remember, we recommended 100% formula funding in the last session.
Last two
bienniums. But
yeah.
Good. We've rented up the flag, but nobody saluted. Up the flagpole, but nobody saluted.
So I'm not familiar, obviously, of how the negotiations went last time, but if we recommended 100 and we got 48.2, should we be more even in the fiscal climate that we're in? Should we shoot for a little higher, and then when it gets negotiated down? I mean, should we try for closer to what they need? Should we try to fund 70% instead of 48.2?
We talked about that, and in this kind of budgetary environment, we think that we would be very fortunate to get full funding for enrollment growth.
Yeah, I think that's...
Funding for enrollment growth is a $353 million for the community colleges. It was 100 and... What was the increase last biennium? 150 million, something like that. And that was not in the same type of budgetary constraints.
Now, if the 19% proves to be below the mark in actual two-year growth, according to the timeline, we would rerun some numbers using the spring and summer.
We will rerun numbers in March.
This March.
This coming March. We'll run them. We're in March. Next year in March of 2011, we will rerun numbers, and they've had 12% at this point.
Right, that's why that question's 19%.
Yeah. Well, we looked at past history of what they've done after there's been a big increase. They have not dropped down below where they were before, but the amount of increase has slowed dramatically in the next couple of years. Obviously, we don't know what the economy is going to do, which is, especially for the community colleges, a big driver. So we've added basically an additional 7%, kind of forecasting, looking at it.
And the staff has provided that at a hearing recently in
Right.
the forecast for the contact hours, and compared, as Susan said, to 2002 when we had a significant increase in terms of the contact hours. But that can always change, but at least there's some history that we were able to look at which showed some moderation in the following year, but you maintained that increase you already had.
Yeah, it wasn't a drop back down. It was a slow the growth
incline
type
wasn't
thing.
quite as dramatic in the 2 years following.
But we would whatever that second year of growth is, we will rerun those numbers.
We will have the numbers rerunning
during the middle of the next
during the middle of the session. Yes, we do a fast turnaround time. We do that one. So,
anything else on community colleges and technical?
I'd like to make one brief point, if I could, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Dennis.
I agree with what the commissioner has said completely, but historically, the tax rate among community colleges in the state is relatively low. And I'm not necessarily proposing that we are, and I don't think it's our role here to propose that those rates go up. But I believe that there is room for additional revenue to be generated at the local level through their property taxes.
some of the institutions have that option. Some of them have already reached their cap. We have about, I can't remember, last time I looked, there were about 5 or 6 of them that had already reached their cap, and it may have gone up by now, but...
And because of the areas that we serve are not totally in taxing districts, and some of the colleges are very limited by their taxing districts. And in my particular example, our taxing district is the city limits of Paris, and we serve 5 counties, and one of those counties is the very poorest per capita income in the state of Texas.
Yeah, that's something, too, that I think that possibly could be addressed by the legislature, because a lot of these community colleges are limited. They serve certain designated areas, but those areas are not do not encompass their entire taxing district, and it limits their ability to raise taxes. But I still think that if 51 community colleges are in the state of Texas, that there may be some additional revenues that can be recovered by hopefully those board of trustees recognizing the fact that the importance of community college education and keeping costs down. One of the things that could be done is raising local tax rates, and I think there's been some hesitancy on the part of some of those boards to do that. They may very well have to face that decision.
Well, in lieu of raising rates, a real issue may be aligning tax districts with service areas.
Yeah.
Which
takes a vote.
is also treacherous political.
Yeah, that's very treacherous.
There's been talk, for example, of placing every county in the state in a community college taxing district. There's some states that have done that, but that hasn't gotten anywhere.
But that's something we could address to some extent in our long-term vision. I mean, we should, maybe we shouldn't make a specific recommendation, but we should address the funding of community colleges in general and suggest several different avenues for the great ones to consider.
You had a question? Speaking of great ones.
That's hard to follow up on. Two questions. One, Susan, the chairman should be asking this because he's the math whiz, but when I look at the chart on the increase and we're showing the commissioner's recommendations, that's on page 9.
Yes.
And we show the 135 million, the 217. That's the 353 million.
Correct.
That's the growth. I don't know if that's an accurate way to present it, and because when I look at this, I assume where you got that 217 million is that's basically 10% of the new base, base plus growth. And when I read this, that's telling me that we've all gone from overnight to increasing success to 217, and I understand what you're saying there, but I don't know if that's really accurate.
No, I agree. I think it's misleading.
Because I think really what we're saying is we're going to fund 353 million more in growth, and if we would have had momentum points in last session, we would have been increasing that base by 35 million. In other words, you're not...
Yes.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I do understand.
Maybe I understand, but you look at that, and to me it looks like we're saying, well, in reality, that's what this is this a sourcing out of base plus growth is what this is. So that's one, however you want to do it. To me, it's a little confusing when I read that, and I think just making sure we communicate clearly to when we communicate it. I think the second thing is, and I can't remember, Commissioner, we don't really testify on, do we end up testifying on the formula funds?
Yeah, we testify on all our recommendations.
Yeah, and I think when we do testify, I just want to make sure that the people testifying that we are really committed to getting the message out about what we talked about this morning, and that is the commitment to community colleges. That, this is not saying that there's a lack of commitment, and acknowledging that in our recommendations. I just think it should not go unsaid in our testimony before those committees. So
We'll clean up those charts.
Yes, well, and the Commissioner's language about preserving the low-cost option, I don't know if you can work in any sort of policy hints into your chart, but that's critical information.
It's a different message than we've had the last two sessions, where we've come trying to emphasize community college priority by asking for more than we know is likely. This time we're going in, and the Commissioner's recommendation is to ask for what we genuinely feel is the minimum to accommodate growth, and that less is not acceptable, without hurting either the affordability or of community colleges or the resources they have.
Susan, take it as a challenge to try to make your chart a policy recommendation in disguise.
I will try.
Okay.
I'll definitely try.
Good points, Mr. Chairman. Any further questions on this first of three sections on formula funding recommendation comparison? Pam, did you have anything that you wanted to add from the committee standpoint? Thank you. I think next, then, we want to go through the
Health-related institutions, and this is a little more complicated. The health-related institutions actually have 5 factors, 5 different formulas that we run for them. The first one is the instruction and operations, and that is actually funded on a per full-time student equivalency basis for the health-related institutions. Infrastructure is funded on the predicted space model that we talked about earlier. Research enhancement is based on the research expenditures, graduate medical education, number of residents, and then mission-specific, that's UT Health Science Center Tyler and MD Anderson. Tyler has absolutely no students. MD Anderson has about 100 students, something like that, maybe 200 students. So they actually have a different formula for those 2 institutions because you can't really base their funding on no students. Their instructional model actually has 8 different program areas. It's much more narrow than the other 2 sectors. The weights have been determined. There is a rider, this time Rider 51, that instructs the coordinating board in conjunction with the institutions to develop a cost matrix or a cost study model for the health-related institutions. That has been a ongoing challenge. Right now, if they did the weights the way that it's just, if you look at the all funds type approach that it calls for, the medical education weight goes from the 4.75 up to 30-something, and the others basically all go to 1, which is not really representative of what we need, because the medical education includes all the practice plan funding and all that. So they are in the process of pulling that out. The Formula Advisory Committee will come back again to review. They've got a subcommittee of all of their finance people working on that to come up with something that would be reasonable, and that will be coming, and that's going to be brought before this board in June, or before this committee in June. As a part of that rider, it instructs us to look at the overlapping disciplines, which are nursing, pharmacy, and allied health, and those are disciplines that overlap between the health-related institutions and the Health Science Centers. So once we get the cost study completed and from the health-related institutions, we will be looking at the different cost factors that go into each of those models and try and come up with a reasonable way of comparing them. It's very, very much an apples and orange type comparison at this point, and we're working towards trying to explain some of those differences. A lot of it has to do with an economy of scale. You've got administrative costs that are covered by 2,000 students versus 50,000 students or 30,000 students. So more of it has to, so that is part of the reason for the funding differences. But
Who is conducting that study, and when will it be complete?
it will come to this June committee meeting.
June committee meeting.
June committee.
Will that affect what we're seeing in the way of recommendations today?
What we're recommending are total dollars.
Okay.
It might adjust how the weights, and again, this is an allocation method.
Right.
It's not a budgeting tool. So it could affect how things are allocated among them, but it doesn't necessarily change the amount of funds.
All right. And one more question, can you commit that allocation method coming from that report will simplify rather than complicate?
No, I'm not going to guarantee that at all. I've never seen a formula that actually got simplified, so
Well, there's always a first
I'm
time.
not going to go there. And they are basing it on the same type of ways, and that is a recommendation that goes forward to the legislature, to make the change, not make the change, that sort of thing. But that is actually a decision that's made during the legislative process of what they want to do with that cost study.
All right.
So, this is
Soldier on.
this is how it's calculated for the health-related institutions, assuming you have 100 students, allied health, and these are, we have head count or semester credit or guaranteed up to FTSE, because medical students are counted as one. Because if you started counting their FTSE with all the time they spend, it would probably be a 3. So they get 1 per medical student or 1 per dental, and then their allied health, that sort of thing, are calculated on FTSE. As you'll notice, the base amount is $11,000. Part of that has to do with the number of students they have. Next slide. The infrastructure base for maintenance and operation utilities rates they have a slightly different rate for MD Anderson and UT Health Science Center, and that goes back to the time when neither of those had students at all. Tyler still doesn't. So they actually come up with a total amount. The LBB then subtracts out part of their designated tuition. So the way it works out is MD Anderson's and Tyler Health Science Center actually get UT Health Center and Tyler actually get a little bit lower rates. For research enhancement, this is the same formula that they've used since 2000, which is when they came onto the formula system, and it's a base amount of $1.4 million, plus the recommendation is to stay at the 1.48% of institutional research expenditures. So this is, in some ways, an incentive funding. The more research expenditures you have, the higher you will get, the more amount you will get. The committee, and I will go ahead because Dr. Cavan's not here, but the committee's recommendation, and it's the same recommendation they had in the last biennium, is they want to get back to what the rates were in the 2000-2001 biennium. Last session, they recommended that they get halfway to that goal, and then this time to go ahead and move forward. And so, however, in 2011, they actually made some good progress on their instruction and operation for the 10 and 11 biennium. The amount of infrastructure per square foot actually dropped to the 796, and then it was lower for the MD Anderson and Tyler. And the research amount actually went down slightly to the 1.48%. And that was what happened with the committee last session. This time, they still want to go back to the 2000-2001 rates. So that is their committee recommendation for each of these different areas. You will notice in your slide that the committee recommendation for the instruction and operation is actually a little bit lower, or the commissioner, a little bit lower. Let's see that far. Yes, a little bit lower than the commissioner's recommendation. And that is because the committee concentrated on the rate. They wanted to increase the rate without any growth. The commissioner's recommendation is to keep the same rate, but account for the growth, which actually they had about, I think it was a 7% growth in their instruction and operation, instruction and operation. There again, you'll see a big difference in the infrastructure because, again, they want to go back to a much higher rate for their dollars per square foot for infrastructure, whereas the commissioners is strictly growth. And then you can walk through here and see where the differences are. Graduate medical education, they didn't specify any amount of growth or increase. And so the commissioner's recommendation, again, is a 1.7, and that accounts for the increase in the number of residencies. Next slide. The recommended total is a $151 million increase for the health-related institutions.
And that's a 9% change, but what is the growth percentage?
Their growth for their number of full-time equivalent students was about 7%. The rest of that is accounted for in the infrastructure and research and mission-specific formulas.
Commissioner, any comments?
No, I think she did a good job explaining.
Okay, general academics. One more time, a little bit different. Next slide. 2 formulas and 2 supplements. We don't want anything to get boring. The formulas are instruction and operation, and that is based on semester credit hours. And then the infrastructure, those are the 2 formulas. The supplement is there's currently a teaching experience supplement and a small institution supplement. Okay. We're going to talk mostly about the instruction and operation, the matrix that everybody talks about all the time. It is divided into level and discipline, and you take the number of semester credit hours earned, apply that to the weights, and as you can see, liberal arts lower division is a 1, nursing upper division is 2.35, engineering doctoral 15.8, and then you come out with what is called weighted semester credit hours. The amount of funding, then you would apply this time it was 62.19, so $62.19 per weighted semester credit hour, and get the amount of funding that an institution would receive. This is all based on a cost matrix, and we're at 100% phase-in of the cost matrix for those who have been around. That's the good news. That's one thing that has gotten less complicated. So, go on to the next slide. If anybody's interested, you have a chart that has all the weights. Nobody can read it. I could go with what Steve Murdoch used to say, as you can plainly see. Of course, nobody can see it. So. And I'm going to let Jim talk about their recommendations.
Thank you. I'd like to first of all thank Dr. Paredes, Dr. Gardner, and Susan Brown for discussing the various formulas with me. We've had some very robust discussions, and so I appreciate their time and their considerations and listening to the recommendations of the committee. Susan, do they have the board have the report from the committee?
They do. It's
okay.
same document.
I will be going through it in the order of the committee report. On item number 1,
It's on page 17.
the first recommendation was there was a great deal of discussion amongst the committee in their work about an outcomes-based model. The committee and I believe the coordinating board both agree that one of the important outcome basis that we have to look at is graduation rates, and we both believe that the performance incentive funding model really does a pretty good job on that. We did disagree that we believe that the formulas should continue to be based upon attempted semester credit hours. In other words, the enrollment at the 12th class day, census date, and the enrollments as of that date. We believe that will provide some stability. The committee did look at the redistribution that occurred when you went to completed hours, and the redistribution resulted in 11 institutions receiving additional funding and 24 receiving a decreased appropriation. And 2 of those institutions receiving additional funding received 64% of the increase. So the committee thought that was a little bit too much of a radical change. The committee also was unable to determine the correlation, or if there was a correlation, between the completion rates and graduation numbers. And so they elected to continue as their recommendation, continuing with the current model that bases itself on attempted hours. In terms of the base formula, item number 2, the I&O formula, the committee used a common index called the Consumer Price Index for university to reflect inflation rates, and they also anticipate a 7.6% increase in the weighted semester credit hours. For the infrastructure formula, which is based upon predicted square feet, they expect that formula to increase by 4.8%. I might add that the cost matrices for the general academics, we've been using the cost study now since 2002, and the values within the sales of the matrix have pretty much stabilized. They also recommended a split of 48% O&M and 52% utilities on the infrastructure formula. That's important because we do an adjustment on the cost of utilities depending upon the location. In regards to the hold harmless, the committee recommended that as long as there were increases from one biennium to next, that we continue to look at receiving supplements for any institution that had a decline in their formula funding. Item number 5, the committee did look at institutional mission and the allocation of funding based upon institutional missions. That'd be based upon the coordinating board categories of research universities, emerging research, doctoral, etc. The committee, after looking at what happened to the various funding levels for institutions, there were only 2 institutions that benefited by this shift, decided that they would recommend not to do that. The committee did a great deal of work. Dr. Mabry, president of UT Tyler, did a great deal of work on the minimum funding level required for an institution. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to fully complete that work. The committee did determine that there was a justification for smaller institutions receiving additional funding as a supplement because of the cost efficiencies, the negative cost efficiencies for smaller institutions. They recommended that a complete study be carried out when it is feasible. The committee did recommend that even on small programs, they continue to use the cost data in the cost matrix, and that for optometry, we continue to use the Ratliff weights. That goes back to the original 1999 weights for the formula. When they were set, it still looks like if you did the actual cost data for optometry, it would result in a disadvantageous weighting for the optometry program at the University of Houston, and therefore they recommend that we stay with the higher number. The committee did look at whether there was a substantial difference between doctoral degrees as a PhD or an EDD. They found that there was a slight difference of about 15%, but that wasn't enough to make a recommendation for changing and splitting out the doctoral rates. That concludes our committee recommendations to the coordinating board.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman. It's in order.
Go ahead, Dennis.
If I understand what you're saying, that we're going to base the funding on the 12th day average enrollment. Is that what you're saying?
It's 12th day actual enrollments.
I was generally under the impression, as a freshman member of this board, that we were moving more towards funding based on course completions. Does this represent a change in direction in terms of what I interpret the direction we were moving in?
The change in direction is going toward course completion.
We're not making
Yes, let me explain. The recommendation going towards course completion comes from the staff and from members of the board. Frankly, the Formula Funding Advisory Committee has never concurred with that recommendation.
Okay, well, I'm learning, guys. Just hang with me. I'm learning.
Sure.
We recommended that the change be phased in over 4 years in the last session, and the commissioner's recommendation, which is what Susan's going to present next, the differences between, there were 8 recommendations from the advisory committee. The commissioner concurs on the latter 4, but there's some differences on the first 4, starting with the issue you just raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Last year, you're correct, 2 years ago, Mr. Heldenfeld, it was a recommendation that it be phased in. This time, it's a complete change. The committee felt like it also pushes back the base period, and we've actually started the base period right now. And
this is a funding year.
Funding year.
Yes.
I think, by the way, that the recommendation is only for general academics. It doesn't apply to community colleges. Oh, completers.
The community colleges would be going to the milestones, but the other 90% on the commissioner's recommendation would be to continue funding on attempted hours for the community colleges.
Look, my concern is that I personally believe that we're going to have to be moving that direction because the legislature is going to have that expectation. And it doesn't necessarily mean that we have to do that overnight, but I'm very concerned if we go to the legislative session without any perception that that's the direction that we're headed.
Actually, it was just the opposite last go-around.
It was, I agree, but I think we planted...
The legislature was just the opposite position.
I think the seed was planted the last legislative session, and I think it's starting to grow roots and sprout. I may be inaccurate in my interpretation, but I believe that that's something that we're going to see happen, whether we necessarily agree with it or not. I just think with the fiscal constraints, and it cost us about $300 million a year, if my number is correct, in dropped or incompleted courses, that the legislature will take this much more seriously now than they have in the past and look for ways that they can be more effective and efficient. And this may be very well one of them. That's just my interpretation.
But there's no recommendation in here to save the $300 million.
I understand that.
And
I just want to get clarification as to whether or not this represented a change in direction from this board, and I've received that clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Jim, did you complete your...
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay. Susan, do you want to walk us through the comparison?
Yes, go ahead, next one. The commissioner's recommendation for the general academics is similar to what he's recommending for the other institution or sectors, and that is to fund growth, fund the base plus growth, calculating on the end of the semester. And one of the things that we have done since the committee saw this, and they thought at one point, was to add in a factor for at-risk students to try to help those institutions that serve more of an at-risk population. That would be a supplement of about 20%, kind of a bump for those at-risk students, because in general, at-risk students require additional tutoring and maybe some additional other support services to help them get into the completion. and that sort of
Susan,
thing.
could you explain to me how that is going to be calculated?
Okay, at this time, the at-risk supplement would be calculated on attempted hours, because we do not know which students complete an individual course. That is information that we will have starting in summer of 2011. So what we would recommend is that we start at attempted hours and make that all the funding is at lower division, liberal arts amount, and do a 20% bump for those students who are at risk to the number of semester credit hours in that lower division liberal arts, and do a bump that way, because most of the hours that are dropped at the lower division level. So we would fund them all there. Then in 2011, when we start getting the individual students and course completion data, we would be able to switch that at-risk to those at-risk students who complete an individual course in whatever program. And so that then the amount could be changed or modified based on research that we do.
One of the criticisms of funding at the end of the semester was that the non-traditional students enrolled at the institutions, and from some informal talks with a few people, that this addresses a significant part of that concern, and so we think it really makes it a much more acceptable measure for the institutions immediately by taking that into account. They might not totally agree, but I think it's...
Well, I think the committee, and I'm speaking on behalf of the committee, would like to see the proposal from the coordinating board staff, because this has never been discussed with the committee. So we'd like to see that.
I think that's absolutely accurate, and this has come about in response to thinking about what the institutions were saying, and has only been developed in the last 10 days. So you're absolutely right about that.
The drop on the dropping of the students and everything, there is a limit now on 6 drops, and so it's not a wide open playing surface. So just wanted to note that.
We understand that.
The key intent, Jim, was to address the issue that's been raised by not only by your committee but by institutional representatives, that you have to find some kind of metric to take into account the variability in the character of the student bodies. That some of them, that some institutions have much larger at-risk populations than others, and we don't want to discourage institutions from working with the students. In fact, we want to find a way to reward them for being successful with them, and that's what this metric is intended to do.
Well, I really appreciate that, and I know the committee would be supportive of that.
We will.
I know that was one of the flaws of the Ohio model when they presented that the 2 institutions there, Ohio State and Miami, were well rewarded, and the other 9 institutions, they needed a supplemental formula such as this.
And this would add into the base for the institutions to provide the service, whatever additional services might be needed to help those students be successful. So we've been listening.
So will somebody walk back there, because this is a real change from the way we've looked at it in the past. I mean, just look at 2 years, what we're saying is year 1, non-at-risk is 100% implemented on completed hours.
Correct.
Is that what I'm hearing? So
all of the hours would be funded on completed hours.
Okay.
In
For all students?
For all students.
Okay.
In addition, there would be basically a 20% bump for at-risk students, defined the same way it is for the performance incentive funding currently, because we know which students they are. What we don't know is which courses they're taking.
So if they complete, they get a 20% bump. If they don't complete...
At this point, we don't have whether a student is completing a course. That is information that we are in the process of changing our reporting requirements to collect.
So we know whether the school, what percentage of the courses at a school are being completed, but we couldn't say for David Gardner that David Gardner specifically enrolled in and completed statics. We will be able to do that in the future. So right now, the proposal is, given that we can't do it for an individual student who is at risk, to provide a supplement that addresses how many semester credit hours are generated at an undergraduate level.
Using the 12th day enrollment for at-risk students.
Correct. 12th day class, and that are in fact at risk.
Yes, and Elaine noticed that on the spreadsheets we need for the general academic, it says for hours completed by students identified at risk. We're getting there. We don't have that data yet.
It's first going to be attempted hours
and
on
then
that supplement.
when we get the information, it would become completed hours.
And we'll be able to say specifically that at-risk student had completed that particular course and fund accordingly.
So this essentially creates a transitional phase until we can calculate the completed hours.
So we're still, I'm sorry, but it's so different from what we've seen. So if we're still getting funded on a completed hour basis, total students, regardless of at-risk or not at-risk. Plus, an institution will get a 20% supplement on those at-risk students enrolled as of the 12th class day.
Yes.
Regardless of whether they complete it or not.
Right, and it's for the semester credit hours they generate, not on a head count, but on semester credit hours generated.
Okay. And I guess two other questions, because Jim, you had mentioned some numbers, and when we looked at this 2 years ago, I remember when we walked in here, we had looked at all kinds of iterations to try to determine institutional impact. Exact answer, and this was one of our concerns, okay?
Right.
Have we run any numbers determining institutional impact that we can look at?
Yes, the coordinating board did.
Well, I mean, on this new proposal is what I'm saying.
With the 20% we do, and I don't have them with me.
The
We do
point of
have
the
those.
supplement is to mitigate the impact that Jim was referring to.
Yeah, I haven't seen those numbers.
That was the numbers I'm asking for.
And we can get those to you. We don't have them, I don't have them with me.
Because that was, the initial analysis sounded like 11 were up, 24 were down.
Right.
That's correct.
This would be,
This would balance
that
things
would
out.
balance this out some.
2 of the 11 got the majority.
Right.
Yeah,
And
two
there
of
should be
them
an
got
answer.
65%.
There's a couple of things that have changed, because the completion rates, and we can get copies of it, I had them printed on big paper so that I could see it. Completion rates have gone from a average completion rate of 94% in '06 up to 95%, but the variation between institutions, in '96, the low was an 88%, and now the low is a 93%. So the variation, which gets back to this being an allocation
already
method,
narrowed.
it's narrowed quite a bit.
Exactly.
Part of it has to do with that 6-drop rule, and some of the institutions
Yeah,
have
they're-
changed their policies so that students aren't allowed to drop.
So the overall impact, even though there may be 24 institutions impacted even without the supplement, I'm assuming from that it would be a lower impact on
There will be a
average,
lower impact on average, I
And-
believe.
what the numbers would have looked like 2 years ago.
And let me put that over to the side for a minute and remember the way the formula works. If we were to use the formula as it currently exists, because of differences in enrollment increases, there would be some schools that went up and some schools that went down, even if we didn't change the formula at all.
Right.
Well, but David, that also works in the sense that we may be looking at a 5% reduction across the board. So all schools would go down, so some schools would go down even more. Because the latest numbers
Even
are the
on an
base is
attempted-
big decrease.
Sure, no, that's absolutely right.
If we had zero budget increase, we ran the numbers, if we had zero budget increase, and we ran the current number of attempted hours versus completed, attempted hours, just the way things currently are, there would need to be an $18 million hold harmless. If we ran the same zero budget increase, and we ran it on 100% completed, or was it a phase-in of completed hours on the 25, 50, there would need to be $18 million hold harmless. And that was before we instituted the 20% bump for the at-risk students. So, yeah, so we're still in the process of looking at those numbers, like David said.
So we don't know what the total of the 20% at-risk supplement.
We know it's $7 million. Oops, hang on, here we go.
Well, we did a reallocation of $38 million from the data that the coordinating board did.
Well, but that was doing 100% and this is a
That's what we're
20% bump.
doing.
That was a double for
But we're
both.
doing 100% on completed down.
Right. The bump would be 7.5 million additional dollars funded, and here's the breakout by institution of who would get what, but this doesn't have the totals all the way across.
And this
is how the,
in this policy, I remind members of the board, is consistent with what we do in incentive funding, because there is because graduating a larger number of at-risk students is part of the incentive funding metric.
May I ask Jim a question? I thought your explanation of why your committee did not recommend the completed hours was the best one we've had yet from the committee. But why aren't you all comforted at all by the hold harmless?
By what, referring to the 20%? Well, the 24 institutions lost $38 million. Okay. It looks like we're only talking about adding in about $7.5 million there.
All right, thank you.
So the net, the 11, the other 11 must have gained 20 for that net figure of 18 we were talking about earlier.
But that was from last year, or from 2 years ago.
The 38 million is based on the new.
It's
running
based
new
upon
figure.
current data, yeah.
All right, so how much, and then what nets against that for the 11 gain?
The gain for the 11 was 38 million, and the
it's a
loss
shift.
was
Okay,
38
so it's a total shift.
It's a shift.
I see.
It's not a,
And this supplement is
would
less
offset that
than
at
8
7,
million, up to
yes.
38 million.
And on the supplement, even the schools that gained on the other one would gain on it.
Yes, there's some, they serve at-risk students also.
But I guess the unknown factor is whether, if this were in effect, you'd have higher percentage of students continuing.
That's the question. We haven't, no, I mean, that is a great question, and we haven't run this data before, so you've got a good point.
I think it is important to recognize that the $300 million in wasted incompleted courses dropped to $170 million over the last 2 years since we first started watching that figure. And I think, I don't know that we know, other than anecdotally, how much of that is due to the new 6-drop legislation and how much of it is due to focusing in on completions. But regardless, to go from the low end being 88% to the low end being 93% essentially means we're already halfway there.
We're not talking about changing the amount allocated.
No, we are not
And
talking
so-
about the amount allocated. This goes back to, it's an allocation.
It's a methodology.
It's a methodology to allocate the
We
same
certainly
amount of
understand
money.
that
It's paying for a more desirable outcome.
for institutions who are seeing $38 million shifted away from them are going to focus like a laser on that $38 million. So.
Okay, we'll start with the new base in 2010-11, then see if it plays out. So. I want to take that first $130 million under my bet.
I think we are.
Okay, we're on the third one, which was the teaching experience supplement.
Yeah.
We had talked with the commissioner, and this is a moving target. We had talked about taking that teaching experiment supplement and adding it to the base amount. Now that we're also talking about adding that into the performance incentive. It was about $107 million last time. So then the performance incentive funding would be $187 million. So it would be a shift. We're not saying do away with it. We're saying put it either into the base or into the incentive funding. That's something that's just come up, and we have not run the numbers on how that would shift money or what that would do to the whole thing. That's something that we're in the process of still running numbers on that one. The dramatic growth continued to be trustee to the coordinating board for those institutions that grow. We had $3.5 million this time that has been allocated out to those institutions that are growing rapidly. moving the base year back one semester is one of the consequences of funding on completed hours, because there's no way to get completed hours until after the semester, which is June. So it would necessitate moving the base year back a semester. So Jim is right.
The first base period.
The first base period.
Base semester would be this semester.
Yes, it would start, it would be a January, summer, it would be basically an annual year
An annual year.
instead of a summer, fall, spring. So that would be a change, and that's another reason to have the growth funds there to try and help make up for some of that.
If we are going to have a growth fund, we need substantially more than $3.5 million across all the state, so.
Yeah. That's the,
Where, on our spreadsheet, where is the $3.5 million?
it is, right at the very bottom, this trustee amount.
Yeah.
And that's what we, that was this.
That was
same
the amount
as
that
from
we
the last-
received last time. You go to the next slide. This shows the differences. The committee's recommendation of increasing the rate along with inflation and growth is $525 million. The commissioner's recommendation is $151 million. Infrastructure, this shows growth versus the increase again. Small institution supplement is the same. We've added some institutions. In performance incentive, this was done before the teaching supplement change, so I'm not sure what, if that comes into account after we look at the numbers, how that would redistribute things. But that would go down, so there would be an increase in the teaching supplement of $107 million, if that is what the commission, y'all decide to recommend. We don't have any numbers at that point. That one came up yesterday, so we haven't gotten that one yet.
So the $107 million is not reflected on our
It's
spreadsheet?
right now reflected, I believe, in the base. It is reflected in the instruction and operation. But it would still continue to be a part of the funding in one place or another. But that's something we haven't had a chance to look at, how it would reallocate funds. And next slide. For the general academic institutions, it would be overall an increase of $184 million, which is a 4.2%. Between Fall 08 and Fall 09, there was only a 1.2% increase in the semester credit hours. So even though they had a 4% increase in head count, their semester credit hours only went up by 1.2%. And so then we've also projected out that growth.
So the head count growth was how much?
About 4% for general academics, but the semester credit hours were only, I think, 2.8%, sorry, not 2.8% in semester credit hours. And then we use the same projection method for the general academics as we did for the community colleges and the health related. Brought it up to a 4.2% increase. Next slide. And this shows what the total increase would be. It would be a total of $8.8 billion for the biennium, which is an increase of roughly $720 million, or 9% increase over last biennium.
That's summarized on the very first spreadsheet.
Right. Total request. So, I bet that slide doesn't have the other money, because this doesn't match. Oh, this has some rounding.
Jim, thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Now, this item is on our agenda for action, to approve the commissioner's recommendation to the board.
Oh, to the board.
But there have been a significant number of changes that kind of just rolled out on the table today. So, I'd like, some staff opinion and some feedback on, are we ready to recommend this? I realize we've got a timeline to it here, too. Does this need further number crunching?
And we can do that. You can either recommend it with a review to include the changes that we talked about, which are the teaching supplement, putting it into the incentive funding versus the base, and showing, getting out to you the spreadsheets that show all the bump for the at-risk students and all of that.
And our plan was, just so you'll have the context, is to have this as a major policy issue at the April meeting, to devote adequate time to it. So and to make sure everyone knows about it, so there is time allocated, at least what we were anticipating recommending to you for the board meeting, to spend an hour to make sure you really are comfortable with all the details and hear some of the updated numbers from Susan. But if the main thing, I think, from now is to make sure that the direction is one you're comfortable with, and just making sure everything's sort of specified for you so you're comfortable with the specific numbers before you go into that meeting. So you may want to do the final.
Can we defer action on this until the board meeting?
We can.
And Mr. Chairman, I would recommend, I don't know, I guess we could, I think it's up to your committee what y'all want to do, but I think philosophically, I don't want to speak for the rest of the board, but I mean, philosophically, I still agree 100% with us moving towards momentum points and completed hours based upon all the work that we've done the last 2 or 3 years. I think it makes sense from the standpoint of what we heard this morning in terms of the success initiative. I mean, it's where we need to make the push, but I do think the thing that's different is this time last year we were looking at detailed numbers. We understood what institutional impact would be, and I think that's important for us to understand that and understand what this new supplement does to help mitigate that impact. And I'd really like to get that in the hands of the board members way before the board meeting. Then, I'm ready to defer to you and your judging your committee as to what recommendation you have.
I concur. I mean, I think, yes, the commissioner's recommendations are in the direction we want to go, but the devil's always in the details. A lot of the details are changing.
Well, I wanted to say that this recommendation was presented to me last week, right?
Correct.
And it came from Ken Craycraft. And when I heard about it, I immediately jumped on it. I said, this is really a good way of dealing with some of the concerns expressed about going so dramatically to funding on completed hours. It does several things. First of all, it focuses even more on closing the gaps because it places an even greater premium on graduating at-risk students. And frankly, most of our Hispanic and African-American male students fall in that category. It also eases that kind of imbalance that Jim talked about and that institutions have expressed concern over. And also, as I said a moment ago, it aligns very nicely with our incentive funding program, which does fund completions of at-risk students. But I also certainly agree that you need to see the numbers. Yeah. And so we have to run the numbers and get those to you right away.
And one of the other differences is I think the last time we recommended that some of the base funding not only be phased in on completed hours, but that some of the base funding be allocated based on completions, what we call performance funding.
Right.
And I don't see that recommended. We're sort of recommending something along those lines in the form of momentum points for community colleges by moving 10% of the increased base into that category, as was summarized earlier. But we don't have an equivalent that I see with the general academics.
And the difference now is that the academics have made such progress, and Susan can share with you, how that. You were dealing with a significant difference in dollars last time in terms of what it would mean to institutions. That's become relatively small.
It was $100 million plus.
I don't know if you remember off the top of your head, Susan, what that number is, but it was double digits this time.
Linda remembers off the top of her head.
And then with the addition of the weights for the non-traditional, that addresses some of the difference. So last time we were much further away. At least in our view, it looked like we had reached a point where we could make a full transition, where we could do something different at this point. Mainly because the schools did some things at their own campuses to change their policies, which resulted in more students completing their courses, which is a very positive thing.
But they make, the one comment from the committee that I would like to see some vetted further is the comment that graduation rates have not trended with the increase in completion rates, placing the correlation between the two measures in question.
Yeah.
I'd like to answer that question.
Well, I can answer the question for you right now. Graduation rates are calculated over 6 years. It hasn't been 6 years. And we can also tell you that we've followed students historically, and we can tell you that a student who graduates in 4 years, the state pays fewer hours than a state that graduates in 5 years. And for 5 years, the state pays for fewer hours than someone who graduates in 6 years. We've followed that over time, and I'm not sure what they did, but in terms of showing the change that they have and how it would affect graduation rates, we can't do that now because they're calculated over a 6-year period.
Well, we do measure 4-year graduation rates though as well, as in the state.
We do.
So we don't have to wait for 6 years.
Well, we can show you numbers on that.
Okay. Well, I will entertain a motion that I don't know that I don't feel like we have enough data to actually vote on the specific recommended numbers. So if Susan or Commissioner, if you want a motion that's conceptual in nature, we can craft one up, or we can entertain a motion to defer this until the board meeting in April.
That is.
Decision of all boards. Mr. Chairman, you have a preference for either?
I prefer to the committee. I just think we need to get the information in the hands of the committee members way before then, so that we don't go into a 3-hour discussion. We can ask those questions way beforehand. That's, I think.
If we just remember the 8 things we've learned, it won't take us 3 hours.
Yeah, that's right.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to defer.
We have a motion to defer. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second from Lynn. Any discussion?
Will the advisory committee also see the delta, the 10% supplemental fund between now and then?
Yes, we will send that out to everybody.
Okay.
20%.
The 20%, I'm sorry, yes.
Yeah, I think that information needs to be shared back to the advisory committee.
If Jim, if you prefer, we can reconvene the committee and go over this.
With them?
If there's time.
Okay.
That's
We'll do
that's
that.
certainly the best way to ask questions and get it all vetted.
Yeah, we can do that. We'll pick the time between now and end of April when the full board meets. I mean, toward the first couple of weeks of April.
Right.
Okay.
First week of
And we'll get together data packages that address the questions.
All right, we appreciate your willingness to do that. All right, I'll call the question on the motion at hand. Bill?
Mr. Chairman, if I understood the motion correctly, it was to defer consideration to the board meeting.
Yes.
May I make a suggestion that the motion be phrased as postpone consideration of the matter until the board meeting?
That's what I meant to say. That's what I meant to say.
Just went through this yesterday.
I know, I
What
forgot
he
what it
said,
was.
right? What he said.
Previous training?
Yes, I couldn't remember. It was
So
transfer,
the
defer.
motion is reworded to
Postpone consideration.
Yes, sir.
of item 5D to the board meeting.
Second.
We have a second on the rewording. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. That's why the general counsel gets the big bucks. We are going to move next to an item out of order because we have a gentleman here to help present that item who's been waiting, and that's item 5N. So if you'll flip forward to item 5N, there's a bright yellow supplement at your place as well. Get to the right page here. Dr. Robert Curl is with us here today to present the recommendation of the Advisory Committee on the Norman Hackerman Advanced Research Grant Program. Welcome, Dr. Curl.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My aim here is to tell you a bit about the competition for the Norman Hackerman Advanced Research Programs and to ask that you approve our recommendations. I'm the chair of the Advisory Committee on Research Programs. This program is a competition that's now open to any institution of higher education in the state of Texas that has research, and it's grants for individual faculty members to help support their research. The legislature in the last biennium, or in this biennium, appropriated $16.6 million for this program. With the 5.1% reduction, the amount that is available for allocation is almost $15.6 million. In the competition, we had 2,387 pre-proposals from 60 Texas public and independent higher education institutions that were submitted by the deadline. And of these, we're recommending the funding of 95 of these proposals. This means that if you submitted a pre-proposal, your odds are somewhat less than 1 in 25 that you are going to wind up being recommended for funding. Now, this process was done by peer review. Any peer reviewer that was a faculty member came from outside of the state of Texas, so there's no input from faculty members from inside the state of Texas. However, there is input from industrial people inside the state of Texas. The general result of the panels just met a little, to finish their work a little over a week ago. Their recommendations we mostly adhered to. The problem we ran into was that their total of their recommendations was more than the amount of money that was available for the program. And so the advisory committee, after an extended discussion, decided to how we were going to meet this shortfall. And I'll be happy to go into the gory details of what we did, but anyway, the shortfall was not that big, so it was not really terribly hard to do.
Dr. Curl, is this the shortfall created by the 5% LBB mandate?
Well, partly by that, and it was we had allocations for each discipline, and some of the disciplines didn't allocate all their money, even though they had a very low success rate. They seem to be very critical in their assessments, and others overdid even what they were allowed by the without the 5.1% reduction, and so the total. I can look very quickly, but the total.
Well, on our spreadsheet.
Too much, but the total was, as I recall, of all the things, was probably about what the original amount was. So it was affected by the 5.1%
yes, sir.
reduction.
Yeah, I see the last column shows that there was some massaging of the numbers to move some funds into other categories that maybe had greater demand, but the total comes out to the adjusted $15,563,000.
What we fundamentally did was there were two groups that went way over what they were originally allowed to have. Specifically, there were electrical engineering and earth sciences. And what we did with earth sciences is they did not have as much proposal pressure as the other categories, so we cut out the lowest ranked one of their recommended proposals. In the case of electrical engineering, it wasn't a matter of proposal pressure, it was a matter of they were relatively generous with how the size of the grants. Most of their grants veered toward the maximum. So we took their lowest ranked grant and reduced its amount, and then after that, we went to everybody that went over and cut them back to sort of just by percentage level, back to the uniformly back to the to meet the budget deadline, meet the budget amount. So we had a long discussion about how to do this, and this is what we wound up doing. Obviously, we couldn't put out more money than we had available. That would not work. So that's sort of the story on the competition. If you'll tolerate it, I know you've had a long day. I'd like to make a couple of remarks in general. I was sitting here listening to the discussion on the community colleges and realized how important it is to keep the cost of going to community colleges low, because this is the way that people with low incomes can improve their economic situation by pursuing higher education. And that helps a lot in ensuring the prosperity of the state. With respect to this advanced research program, Norman Hackman Advanced Research Program, the other thing that helps the economic prosperity of the state is the development of new businesses and new enterprises. And most of the economic progress in the United States over the last decade or more is the development of new companies, not the growth of old companies. And research is one of the ways that you can, advanced research is one of the ways that you can get the knowledge and get the technologies necessary to start new companies. So in reflecting on what I've seen today, what we have here in this program is less than $16 million to support these very highly competitive program, which is obviously, this is the best research that's going on in the academic community in the state of Texas. And the point I would make is that I think it's really crucial that this program not disappear in the hard times that the upcoming biennium is. So, because if it goes away, it's going to be much harder to bring it back, I think. And so I would urge there be a strong recommendation that the program continue, hopefully at the current level, maybe even a higher level, but I think that may be wishful thinking, but that it really does continue, because I think it plays an important role in the state.
Well, we appreciate the point and the sentiment, and it certainly, once a program is rolled away or moved or scaled down, it's awful hard to bring it back. Yeah. So we understand the challenges.
Hopefully good times will come back.
McGregor, did you have anything to?
I would just like to really thank Dr. Curl and the other members of the ACOR for all of the work that they put in and for the passion that they bring to this project. This has really been a significant effort, especially this biennium where we did have to go back in and take the 5% back out, and that did lead to a lot of adjustment among the different areas of the grant program. And I'd also like to thank Dr. Silverman and her staff for all the hard work that they did in getting together all of the pre-proposals. As it was said, over 2,300, almost 2,400 pre-proposals that were evaluated by more than 110 external reviewers from around the nation. And those groups were all organized by Stacy's staff, and with the assistance of ACOR, we're able to do this full review. And this is a monumental undertaking, and I just wanted to take the chance.
I think that's putting it mildly.
Well, they did a heck of a job, and we very much appreciate Dr. Curl, who is a emeritus professor at Rice and Nobel laureate in chemistry, and the members of his team for putting this together for us.
Yeah, that's well said, McGregor. We do appreciate the significant effort and analysis that went into this, and which was increased by the need to go back and figure out a fair method of reducing the overall pot 5%.
Well, I want to add my appreciation to the staff because they did a tremendous job, and for this biennium, the previous director retired, and so this looked to be like a very significant glitch in the way things operated, but the staff really came through and made the program work.
Mr. Chairman,
Lynn?
I know you all heard this and that you already know it, but one of the things that makes this grant program so special is that it's such a rigorous peer review, and that our most eminent scientists on the committee are weighing in on who the reviewers are. So when Dr. Curl says this is the best research going on in the state, that's really right.
We can take that to the bank.
That's right. It's very important.
Let me add, having sat in on a number of the sessions in the past where the reviewers have actually reviewed the research, I mean, it is really just, it's a special experience to hear people discussing the work and the way they review other people's proposals in a collegial but critical way. And I have to say, I even as a lay person, you learn a lot from hearing those discussions, and it's even more impressive than you think once you've sat and listened to them, taking the time, the careful time to review the work of others.
Sure. Echo all the same words, and thank you, Dr. Curl, for your time and your leadership on this. And you mentioned that there seemingly was transition in terms of prior staff to what we're doing today. But I'm sure as we move forward, that's all straightened out. And with due respect to our committee members, that we will be more effective and efficient with their time and y'all's time, as well as trying to get these meetings up and running and going. So
they're facing this 5.1% cut too, so.
Yeah,
Right.
right. But to have the team of your stature, Dr. Curl, and your colleagues on the ACOR, we really appreciate it. It can't go understated about the significance of what you're contributing to the coordinating board, but most importantly to the state and to the research that is going on. So, McGregor, thank you to you and your team and making this progress go forward and smoother over time. So thank you all.
Thank you, Elaine. I might add our vice chairman is a rocket scientist, so it's coming from a very credible source.
Yeah, right.
The chair will entertain a motion to approve the recommendation.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Lynn and a second from Elaine. Any further discussion or questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
Read through this.
Thank you,
list
Dr.
if you want
Curl.
to get excited.
Thank you very much.
I saw Texas A&M
Now,
name in there.
now, my sister always said that rocket scientist translated to space cadet.
Good news, 5E and 5F were on the consent calendar, so although we're paging back, we page back to 5G1. Item 5G1 is consideration of adopting the staff recommendation to the committee relating to a request for a new degree program from Texas Woman's University for a PhD in the major of Women's Studies. And McGregor is going to give us the background on this.
Thank you very much. Texas Women's University has proposed putting forward this PhD in women's studies in order to meet a rising demand for faculty members in the field and to allow for students at an institution with the history of Texas Women's University to develop this program and to provide the faculty for future women's studies students was seen to be a positive thing. The institution did show that there were increases in the number of faculty positions that would be available to students in this program, and did show that the strengths that they had at the institution would be very complementary to this degree program. It would be the 20th PhD program at Texas Women's University, and it is one that is fully supported by the institution, by the materials in their libraries, by the faculty expertise itself, and we do recommend approval of this program.
All right. Thank you, McGregor. Are there any questions concerning this program?
Move approval.
Motion to approve, a second from Dr. Golden. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Then you have to say aye.
Oh, aye. In.
All opposed, same sign.
Oh, wait a minute.
We have quorum?
We don't quite have a quorum.
We do have
You
a
do
quorum, we have
three.
3 out of 5.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry.
I appreciate the concern. That's why I made her say aye.
I'll poke her or something.
He really wants me to say aye, I think.
I wouldn't dream of it, especially not after approving a PhD in women's studies.
Well, that's a good point.
I would have thought of a one-liner, but I just wasn't going to go there on that particular. 5G2 is on our consent calendar, so we will turn to 5G3 next. And that is consideration of adopting the staff recommendation to the committee relating to a request for a new degree program from the University of Houston for a PhD in the major of atmospheric sciences. McGregor?
Thank you very much. Again, the University of Houston is putting forward this PhD in atmospheric science, looking to focus on areas of atmospheric and space jobs and looking to provide stronger information and support to the region. They have a significant undergraduate and master's program in this area and believe that the competitive nature of the job programs, the job opportunities in this area are raising the bar for competitiveness and expectations of a doctoral degree in order to be competitive in that job market. And they have put forward this strong proposal. They're the only current program in atmospheric sciences in Texas is at A&M. Tech has a program in geosciences with a concentration in atmospheric science, which is the same program which the University of Houston currently has. They currently have a PhD in geosciences with an emphasis in atmospheric science, so they're merely trying to isolate that area and put a specific degree program in place to support the needs of the industry. And we do recommend approval of this program.
All right. Any questions from the committee about this degree program?
I kind of just wanted to point out one thing, how in here it explains that the supply greatly exceeds the demand by 2 to 1. And it kind of gets into what Dr. Golden was talking about earlier, how it becomes kind of an arms race to add a PhD program to make your students more competitive for those 300 jobs in the state. And I don't have a solution for that, just kind of drawing attention
To that
issue.
I can't help from also commenting on what Heather's saying, because, I think we're at a stage where we're going to have to really seriously look at some of these programs that are being brought forward. And I'm not piling on anybody, but I'm just simply saying that, with the, I keep going back to this statement that with the economic conditions and the fiscal constraints that we're facing, and they're not going to get any better, guys. I mean, they're just, I don't think they're going to get any better. I know the economy may turn around, but higher education is still going to be dealing with some major financial issues. And at some point, I sit here and wonder, where are the constraints? And I'm still learning. I'm a freshman on this board, but who's going to start pulling in the reins a little bit on some of this stuff?
The final vote is up to the board.
Yeah.
I mean, this is your all decision to make.
I noted the same thing Heather just pointed out, that the answer to
She's exactly right.
oversupply was
it's almost
to
redundancy.
increase the graduate.
Yeah, there's an oversupply, so the solution is that we're going to create a new program.
But having said that, what offset my concern to some degree, and I'll ask McGregor if I'm perceiving this correctly, is that the sources of funding, which includes some reallocation, I recognize, exceed the cost by almost 4 to 1. So are we right to interpret that as the addition of this degree is so cost efficient that it will result in netting over $2 million to the benefit of the university?
Well, I would characterize it as you could net out the personnel costs of $812,500 with the new formula funding of $994,000 and say that it's not going to cost the institution anything in terms of the maintenance. But in terms of the startup costs, there is an additional need for the $2.1 million. Presumably, they're putting that into
That
other
looks like it's coming
activities.
from existing funding formula.
Correct, but which could go to supporting another existing program, improving graduation rates, whatever area you wanted to put it into.
So the real net is about $182,000 over 5 years.
Correct.
Which, normally you see these things kind of balanced out, where they're looking for everything they need to cover the costs. So that, to me, is at least partial mitigation to the concern.
Yeah. Well, and I think for this program, I think it's going to come out ahead. I think that's fine. But I think in the long term, as other schools start adding PhD programs to make this competitive for them and for their graduates, that's where I think it becomes
That's where it becomes
a
an arms
replicating
race,
problem.
because that's someone else trying to keep up with somebody else. And so we need to be mindful of what programs are already in place.
And the
existing,
demand for
and
them.
the demand for those programs, and not continually duplicate
But
these
that's
programs.
part of the analysis staff
That
goes
is part of the
through.
analysis.
Yeah,
I know it, but
to
I'm
get-
still-
To get
I'm still not-
preliminary authority even at the beginning.
And another area where it goes beyond, if you look on page 3 of 10 in the proposal, it also talks about the job prospects for environmental scientists, which would be rising, and these could also be included, these folks could also be included in that category as well, because you're also looking at wind and atmospheric science, which is looking at air pollution and those type of things, and the chemistry of the inversion layers and things that are very important to large cities and different in climates. So, they've made the case that there is a demand in the industry for these additional doctoral graduates, and that's what we base it on. Obviously, this is a
Are those
decision.
positions outside of the 300
Yes,
jobs
sir.
a year that were referenced earlier in that same page?
Yes, sir. It's on top of that. It's right below that it actually talks about the growth rate for environmental scientists would be projected to increase 25% between 06 and 10, and 06 and 16.
Mr. Chairman, I like what Heather and Dennis are saying, and I think in terms of long-range planning, we want the universities to think about putting more money into their excellent things that they do excellently and not getting spread too thin. But I just have to say that I'm kind of stunned thinking back about the number of times we've sort of been wrong on these things, where we think, oh man, they can't have any. I'm thinking about the mechanical engineering program down in Corpus, Texas A&M in Corpus, and we thought, I'm never going to, and they're like 3 times the size they even projected it to be.
And the math
So
PhD at
just to
San
cheer you all up and give you a little fun, I'm going to say that there's another factor that we don't consider, sort of, you might say, an atmospheric factor. That's
Definitely an MEF.
Now I know this meeting's
that the
going on.
universities know something about that doesn't come across in these reports.
That's very true. That's very true.
Well, we have, they're going to submit 5 annual reports.
Correct. Sorry, I needed to have one of my staff go to a meeting for me.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Sorry, I talked on so long.
No,
No.
it's
But and McGregor's going to read each of those 5 annual reports.
absolutely. I do, actually, every annual report I do.
So that
Actually,
we're
you'll
going to,
notice that the staff is asking for annual reports for each of the new.
And actually, we
Right,
send
right.
back responses to the institutions detailing what we feel like they're accomplishing and what they are deficient in, and for every annual report. And I send those out electronically to all the institutions.
One of the reasons we include the report cards, what may become resumes, with both facility and degree requests is, and again, the intent's not to pick on this one program, but we're not behind in PhDs. That's not where we need to close the gaps.
Well, I think there is an attention being placed on the number of PhDs being generated at particular institutions because of HB 51.
Yeah.
No, there's no question about the drive to become the next, the emerging research institutions are being incented to do that.
That's one of the matrix that we're going to use to
But-
judge is the number of PhDs that turn out. So,
But it doesn't mean we have to add more programs, and that's what we have
In
to
the
call
case of the
it.
University of Houston, they've already exceeded the number required by the law for doctoral graduates. I think for them, it's probably more an issue of where can they be competitive in terms of the research dollars, which they also have to be measured by, so that's probably driving that piece more than the graduates.
The point I was driving at was that it's incumbent on us to pay attention to how they're doing in undergraduate excellence and the number of bachelor's degrees they're producing.
We don't want to spread ourselves thin either, as we try to oversee closing the gaps, basically.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if it's in order, I'd make a motion that we adopt this, if the board's ready, if the committee's ready to do that. If it's I don't mean to rush it, I just mean,
You're anticipating me well.
okay. I make a motion.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Man, this is going downhill fast.
It's not the leadership.
Items, ouch.
I said it's not the leadership.
That's why she resents it. Agenda items 5H, I, J, and K were on the consent calendar.
Thank God.
Even better news for you, agenda item 5L, consideration of adopting the staff recommendation to the committee, the report on projecting the need for engineering education in Texas. Staff has asked to withdraw this item in order to allow them time to gather feedback from the institutions. There's been an expression of interest in providing feedback and comment. So this report will be on the agenda for our June Strategic Planning and Policy Committee meeting. So I do need a motion to withdraw this item.
Move to withdraw.
We have a motion and a second from Elaine and Lynn. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, same sign. 5M was earlier withdrawn from the agenda. We have covered item 5N. 5O is an update on the hospital-based nursing education partnership grant program. McGregor, you have an update for us, but there's no vote required on this.
Correct. We have received 21 completed applications for the Hospital-Based Nursing Education Partnership Program. That means that there were 21 partnerships between nursing programs and private nonprofit hospitals. And these partnerships are going to be evaluated by a team of external reviewers. That is gearing up now, and we should be bringing it back to the board for final approval of the grants, if necessary, depending upon the size of the grants, at the June and July board meetings. And basically, we just wanted to say, 23 applications were received by the deadline. But we are in the process of starting the review with the national experts, and when we get the final decisions and recommendations made, we will bring those back at least as an informational item for you, if not for a voting item, depending upon the size.
I note the workload of these national experts is a lot less than those on the Norman Ackerman grants.
There's also a lot fewer of them.
Well, I'm talking about reviews per expert. All right. Any questions regarding that report? If not, we'll move on to agenda item 5P, which is consideration of proposed rule changes. Agenda item 5P1 is consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation to the committee relating to amendments to Chapter 4, Subchapter B, Section 428 of Board Rules concerning rules applying to all public institutions of higher education in Texas. McGregor?
Thank you. This rule is designed, as it was originally in place, to have the coordinating board approving any exceptions being made to the core curriculum for students that have learning disabilities, dyslexia, any of those type of learning disabilities. The institution could send to the coordinating board a request to make a substitution, so that rather than taking Math 1301, they might take philosophy as a substitute course. And the coordinating board, my staff was reviewing all of those and then approving them. What we felt like it was significant enough of a situation, and one that is of local issue, because it's up to the institutions to determine whether or not there's a learning disability, and also to identify an appropriate appropriate course to supplement what was being the original course from the core curriculum. Sorry, my brain's starting to go apparently. And so, yeah, should have. But basically what we're doing is we're giving the institutions back the authority to make the decisions with respect to whether or not a substitution is warranted, and also what course to be substituted by. and that way the institutions can make these decisions much more quickly, and they can be responsive to the needs of the students with these learning disabilities. We think it's an appropriate step to take. It's not something that we question the institutions on when they submit the materials to us. Typically, we are approving these as a matter of course, and so we felt like it was better for the institutions, the students, and staff time to send this back to the institution and let them make these decisions.
Okay.
Why was it set up like this in the first place?
Man, I'm not advised. I don't know.
Okay.
We did receive one comment from Dallas Community College.
Correct. They wanted to include a broader definition of these, and we felt like it was best to maintain the current definition and make it just making the change from the coordinating board being required to make the approval and sending it back to the institution. We didn't want there to be confusion as to what we were doing and what changes we were making.
All right. Any discussion on this item? If there's none, the chair will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second?
From Lynn and second from Elaine. All in favor for the rule change in P1, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Next item is agenda item 5P2, consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation to the committee relating to new Chapter 4, Subchapter R, Sections 4285 to 4293 of the Board Rules concerning the rules applying to all public institutions of higher education. Text the same chapter but different verse. McGregor?
Exactly. And thanks for that last rule change to Catherine Parchenow, who did the work on this. Lucy Bloor and Kevin Lemoyne were the primary architects of this next crowd, with Vanessa Davis as well. This is the revisions to the low-producing program rules, and this is the trade-off, if you will, to giving the institutions more autonomy in terms of selecting the new bachelor's and master's degree programs that they are going to be adding to their curriculum. Basically, we felt like if we gave them the authority to decide what new bachelor's and master's programs they would be adding outside of engineering or over $2 million at universities and health science centers, then we were going to take a much harder stand on low-producing programs, which we have the authority to do, but we just have chosen not to in the past. And so we worked with the institutions, with both the GEAC and the UEAC, the undergraduate and graduate education advisory committees, and the original standard for low-producing programs at the undergraduate level was an average of 3 graduates per year over 3 years. For the master's level, it was 2 graduates a year per year over 3 years, and for the doctoral level, it was 1 graduate per year for 3 years. What we have done now is to take those standards to over a 5-year period. Undergraduates and applied associate undergraduates would be required for baccalaureate programs would require 5 graduates a year per year over 5 years. Masters would require 3 graduates per year over 5 years, and doctoral programs would require 2. Now, that may sound like it's not as significant, but it's a very big change for us and for the institutions, and they were ones that the GEAC and the UEAC supported. We also have at the community college level, the applied associate's degrees will be combined with certificate programs, so that they are basically, if a student comes in and gets a certificate in that field, they're going to count that toward the productivity of the applied associate's degree, because they tend to have the same courses. And so you may take, rather than getting an applied associate degree, you may get 2 certificates. Well, we need to give the institutions the opportunity to count those certificates toward the low-producing count as well. We would not be applying the standards to academic associate degrees, because those are entirely transfer-oriented, and so we don't want to discourage the institution from encouraging students to transfer when they're ready as opposed to when they complete the degree program, and so we did not include those. Now, basically what's going to happen is these will be done on a rolling basis. So once an institution, we'll do this on an annual basis. Every institution will get a list of their low-producing programs every year, and they won't have to. There's not going to be a significant issue until they get to the third year of low-producing, and then they will receive a warning that they've got a degree program that's low-producing, After the fourth year, if it's still low producing, they will receive a second warning. And then the fifth year, we will either come together and have a meeting with them to discuss phasing out or consolidating the degree program, depending upon which route the institution chooses to take, or if they choose to, they can seek to request an exemption, a temporary exemption, based upon the fact that they're going to be, they have to build a complete plan showing there's not a significant cost to this program, we're going to be increasing the enrollments through these specific steps, we're going to be making positive changes, all of these steps have to be followed, and then they might be granted a temporary exemption. Again, this is, our intention is to be very meticulous in our review of these requests for exemptions, but also to encourage the institutions to make difficult decisions based upon these low-producing numbers. The only permanent exemptions, in other words, programs that would not have to worry about being low-producing, are those master's level programs for which there is a doctoral degree in the same zip code. So if you're in chemistry and you join a PhD program and you are not able to finish, you may end up with a master's program, but typically students don't just go and get a master's degree in chemistry. So it's just a fallback position. So not having graduates in chemistry at the master's level is not an indication that the program is not serving its purpose. The purpose is to have a fallback position for those doctoral students who don't complete. And so those are the only programs that would be exempted based upon the low-producing standards. I think those are the high points. If you would turn to the last page, to page 18 of 18, in the white pages after it shows you the total number of degree programs that are low-producing. And level 1 are the applied associate, and you can see that 161 programs out of 1,072, or 15%, are low-producing. Next is baccalaureate. I think I'm saying that right.
Is this based on the proposed definition?
This is based on the rules as they are written in this proposal, yes. At the bachelor's level, 1,590 total degree programs, of which 292, or 18.36%, are low-producing. At the master's level, 951 total degree programs, of which 228, or 24%, almost a quarter, are low-producing. At the doctoral level, out of 465 doctoral degree programs, 116 are low-producing, or 25%. So you can see that there is a significant amount of work to be done. There are discussions to be had with the institutions in terms of arguments being made that if there is an interdisciplinary program across multiple degree programs, there may be circumstances where there is not an additional cost because there's no new courses being taught just for the degree program. So there actually may be zero cost to have the program. And one of the things that we're going to be looking at when we're reviewing the low-producing programs is whether or not there are small class sizes. In other words, if you're only graduating a couple people a year, chances are that your upper division classes or your classes at the master's or doctoral level are going to be smaller than what the coordinating board recommends to be cost-effective. And so that's kind of where we are at the moment, is working on developing the step-by-step process that will follow along behind this. And in the meantime, this is something that the institutions are very aware is coming. We've been talking about it for more than a year and a half. Well, basically since I first started at the coordinating board, this was something that we were talking about. So
it's interesting to see the numbers, because we actually had a similar process, not the process, but in terms of the average over 5 years, many years ago when I first came. And this number, as high as it is, has actually gone down. It was close to 1,000 at the time. So the good news is that that there has been some improvement, but it's still far too many.
And we've seen a significant number of the institutions sending us closure notices for their degree programs that are low producing already. especially for those that have just continued to be on their books, even though no one was teaching or graduating in those areas. And so there is a lot of cleanup that has been going on, so we've already seen a diminution in the number of low-producing programs.
So it's very important for a student when they come in to know that there's a real program there.
Correct.
That they didn't go there anticipating a program that doesn't, that only marginally exists.
Right.
Correct.
What were the percentages under the old rules or numbers?
You know, I can't honestly say.
Just wondered what, you know, what the ramp up was by increasing the threshold. Why do we have to wait so many years to kill off these low-producing programs?
Well, we're going to start right now. I mean, we're not going to wait 5 years from today. We're going to start within the next 10 to 12 months. We'll be starting the actual process of working with the institutions on phase out or
We can apply these new
consolidation.
thresholds retroactively, in other words,
Absolutely.
look at history
Absolutely.
that we already have based on the new threshold.
That's correct.
And how do we prevent students from being caught?
There will be teach-out provisions. Just, I mean, the rules actually already contain provisions for a teach-out, and so we're not adjusting that. We're just adjusting what the thresholds are.
Okay.
Gregor, in some of these areas, like French, German, so forth, where we have too few teachers, I mean, we don't, that's one of the reports they made to us yesterday, that they're really low in K through 12 teachers in foreign languages, IT, and of course, STEM fields.
Sure.
Would there be any thought to taking a look at those and seeing if they produce teachers, or, I mean, there's so
We'll
many.
certainly look at things if institutions want to make an argument for a temporary exemption, but, I mean, I think part of the issue and part of the reason why we've been talking about this a long time before putting the rules in
Yeah.
was to give the institutions the opportunity to take some of these issues in their own hands and make some hard decisions, and also to start making better recruiting efforts and that type of thing. So I think there is some value to that, but there's also a challenge in that if I've got a French program, a German program, an Italian program, and that's one professor teaching one-on-one students, is that faculty line better served being used to have another math teacher so that we have smaller class sizes so that we can make sure students are getting the value out of the material rather than, you know, perhaps only having that type of one-on-one process for the French. So I think there's a lot of hard decisions to be made, but this is putting the opportunity back to the institutions and saying, here's an opportunity for you to look and see what really needs to be done at your institutions to improve and where you've got low class size.
I'd like to see at our next, I'd like to see a trend line on these low-producing courses that go ahead and reflect what the institutions have done themselves to clean up the list, so to speak. But I'd like to start with our next meeting and for every quarter, see what we're doing to reduce these low-producing programs.
Okay.
I'd like to be able to tell the legislature next session, you know, what we believe this is saving in terms of courses, FTEs, dollars, et cetera. And lastly, well, not two more things. This is something I want us to be very aggressive with. That's one reason I'd like to see frequent reporting on it. But also, when there is a need for maybe some critical, whether it's teaching, that Lynn was using the example of foreign language teaching, or STEM, that we see more creative solutions than just institutions trying to get an exemption.
Yeah.
Like cooperative pooling of those resources.
In fact, related to that, there was a change in the law in the last session to allow Rice, University of Houston, I think St. Thomas, and other schools where they had small numbers of students, specifically in the languages, to share resources across schools so that they could use those resources well together.
Yeah,
So,
That's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. That's the kind of solutions.
Absolutely. And especially if we can nudge or encourage that kind of thinking and avoid any unintended consequences.
Yeah.
Because I think if you had two French graduates at 10 different schools, and that's 20, and they all became French teachers in Texas. We wouldn't want to cut that off, but we would want to encourage it to happen in a better way, more cost efficient.
That ought to be happening in some kind of shared way, whether it's distance learning or pooled resources or what have you, because it's not cost effective to spread 20 French majors out over 10 institutions.
Okay.
I understand there's a cart and a horse, is the problem that we don't have enough demand for those teachers, or is the problem that we're not doing a good enough job of encouraging K-12 students to take foreign language and to take STEM courses? And, I know that's part of it.
They can reach out if they want to keep their program. They can reach out to their K through 12.
That would be that's another one of those creative solutions of creating pipeline demand in order to save to increase the production of a low-producing program. All right, any other questions about the proposed rule change?
Well, just that, obviously there has to be some careful analysis of program by program. Some students may be at a university to focus on an area of study that may have a low-producing program, but geographically, that's the only place they can go. So here again, leveraging, not telecommuting, distance education and pooling of resources would be great, but just take into consideration some of the limiting factors from the student's point of view for these particular areas, I think would be important.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that we also have to be mindful of is the fact that if the students in a major where there's only 1 or 2 faculty members, are they really getting the benefit of a broad college education by taking 15 different classes only split between 2 faculty members? Is that a beneficial opportunity for that student as opposed to encouraging that student to go to another institution where maybe there's 15 faculty teaching?
Well, to use hyperbole,
but we can't have
at some point it's cheaper to give them an airline ticket.
Well, if there's ways to make it work.
Yeah. No, I understand.
You know what I'm saying? In some of these high, chemistry or some of the technology areas, when we have a shortage of PhDs teaching anyway, then you have some student challenges when you're getting to the right programs in the right places. I mean, there's just a lot of mitigating factors there, you would see.
Looking at those pretty carefully would be a great exercise toward really coming up with a true long-range strategic plan, because it would require us to think about all the unintended consequences and think about the creative solutions. And knowledge is power. I think it's hard for us to think of cutting these off without knowing.
Oh, and I mean, the institutions will definitely have the opportunity to provide feedback as to which programs they don't want to close. But.
Right. Well, that's good. I like the way you've got it
technology is
set
a
up.
part of the answer. I understand what you're saying, but the student that can't get to another place, at the very least needs some type of assistance to really have a quality degree in that area when they leave, so they'll be competitive.
Oh, yeah,
and we need to make sure that happens. And I think that's the challenge, and I think we can find a way to address that.
But I mean, if we look at some of the degree programs and some of the institutions, I mean, some of our largest institutions have significant low-producing programs.
In
one
the
not
bachelor's
too far.
category, very few of them are STEM.
Right. One not too far from here. I mean,
I took an example
Duly
of UT Permian Basin, for example. I mean, they've got a cohort of students, I'm sure, that are gravitating to that area because that's. I don't know if anybody's from Odessa, but does anybody really volunteer to go out there? You know what I'm saying? So,
It's a good thing Lorraine Perriman.
I'm going to say, I mean, I'm not going to make that argument at all.
But you see, geographically, it may be better suited for that community. So I think they're just, as Lynn says, unintended consequences we need to be watched out for. And I would rather look at it from a student's perspective instead of an institutional perspective.
But do we have to look at it also from a tax perspective and the cost perspective of running those institutions with very small class sizes?
Yes.
Okay. I mean,
It's a balancing act, given,
Right,
absolutely.
Well, I think if we go after this aggressively, and it puts the institutions in the rightful position of analyzing and justifying these programs, if there are legitimate concerns that you all express questions about, to me, that's the institution's responsibility to bring that to us.
I would hope that they would.
And in past years, we haven't emphasized this recently, but in earlier years, there were institutions that found a process of identifying low-producing programs useful because it really gave them an opportunity to say someone else has noted this for us and we really need to look at it. And it helped them in their own review process.
It's not easy.
All right, any other questions or discussion on this item? If not, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the recommended rule change.
So move.
We have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
We have a second. And this is 5P2, is that what we're on right now? Yeah.
5P2.
All those in favor signify by... Lynn, go ahead.
I want to vote for this, but I like your idea of frequent reporting for the first few years, so that we can see.
Yeah, I'd like,
Once we have
whether
the
it's a
rules-
single graph with the backup available if we want it, I'd like to see that trend line and how we're doing, and then I think I get the sense that we'd also like to know, are we getting any pushback? Are there a lot of exemption requests? Have we encountered any unintended consequences?
As soon as we get it up and running and we start treating the programs this way, we'll start the program and we'll start giving you updates regularly that have that information.
Right. And my only
We can send it out in that board update as opposed to, unless you want it at a board meeting.
I think for the time being, I'd like it at this committee meeting.
Great, okay.
Just to review it. And I think so long as we consider some of the things that we've talked about that may be unintended consequences, and if you and your team will be aware of that as we move forward.
Believe me, the institutions are making sure we're paying attention to it.
Here again, I want to make sure that they're not being selfish in that regard, but also from the perspective of the student. I want to make sure that's not lost in the mix anywhere.
And I'd like to talk to you more about it so I know
What the heck
how
that
to do
means.
that.
Well, it might be an elective.
I don't have
for
answers to that
somebody.
problem.
It's just.
I know, and so do I. And that's why I'm asking. So we'll talk some more. Yes, ma'am, I do.
We just want to make sure that we're fully, our attitude is that we fully want to be part of the creative process to solve whatever problems might arise from cutting off a program.
Sure.
Related to this, you get this and it's embedded in other materials, but there are a large number of programs that institutions ask to be removed from their inventories over time, and you might want that at least called to your attention. If you go back 10 years, at least I'm always surprised that the number of programs added versus those eliminated balances out more than one would think.
Interesting.
Yeah, so I think you'd really
And some
like
of
to
it's
see
changes
that.
in changes in zip
Aside from
codes
this
and
process.
those kind of things. It's really not all.
Well, if we could get a base starting point at our June committee meeting, where we understand sort of the net changes over whatever period you think, the last year, the last 2 years, whatever's appropriate. And then we can go forward and see the trend line moving forward.
We'll do it.
That would be very helpful. Any other discussion before we call the question? All in favor of the proposed rule change, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Agenda items 5P3 through 8 are all on the consent calendar, which brings us to agenda item 5P9, consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation to the committee relating to the repealing Chapter 22, Subchapter B, Sections 22.21 through 22.35 of the Board Rules, and adopting Chapter 22, Subchapter B, new Sections 22.21 through 22.32 of the Board Rules concerning provisions for the tuition equalization grant program. Due to the number of comments received regarding these rules, where's Susan? We're pulling this item. McGregor or Susan? Sorry.
Jane Colwell, this is the Dan Weaver.
Oh, this is a Dan Weaver deal.
This is Dan Weaver. Jane Colwell is standing in for Dan.
I feel like I'm watching infield warm-up practice. The ball's being pitched around the field.
hopefully I won't fumble. My name is Jane Caldwell. I'm Director of Grants and Special Programs with the Coordinating Board. And we have recommended that this item be postponed, to postpone the consideration of this item until your June meeting in order to fully incorporate all the comments that we've received and republish draft rules.
Okay. I'd actually underlined that in my script. So it's going to be reposted, and when will the new deadline on comments be?
We hope to post within the next 2 weeks, so 30 days from that time.
Okay. Do we need a motion to pull it?
Yes, move to pull.
A motion, is there a second?
Postpone or to pull? What am I?
Postpone, yeah. We're slow learners, Bill.
I know.
Second.
We have a second to Elaine's eloquent motion to postpone,
Big
5P9.
two-syllable words are tough.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Thank you. 5P 10 through 15 are all on the consent calendar, which brings me to the last item on our agenda, item 5P 16, consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation to the committee relating to adopting Chapter 22, Subchapter J, new sections 22.181 through .188 of the Board Rules concerning the Texas Career Opportunity Grant Program. Comments were received on this item. I think we have a supplementary agenda materials page. Looks like this in light yellow. Canary, thank you. That summarizes the comments and responses received, shows the changes made to the rule based on the comments, and Jane is still with us to explain this program and recommended changes. Jane?
Yes, sir. The Texas Career Opportunity Grant Program is a new program that we are administering beginning with this year. We are administering the program in conjunction with the Texas Workforce Commission under a memorandum of understanding. And as we're trying to bring the rules together and so forth, it's a learning experience as we become more and more aware of some of the restrictions that TWC is under in the programs that they work with. Two of the comments that came in and the adjustments to the program are based on the fact that there is state law that calls for programs to give preference to veterans under certain circumstances. And the comments that came in were in regard to those to that preference, and the rule changes that we made were in as a result of those. That resulted in a couple of additional definitions and a new provision in the eligibility requirements for students receiving the awards. The other two changes came from the section of statute that indicates that we are stewards of these funds and need to take steps to make sure that they're used as appropriately as possible. And in that context, two additional changes were made. One was that to be eligible for an award, a student must be meeting the academic progress requirements of the institution. And the other one is simply that the amount that a student can receive cannot exceed their financial need. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to respond.
All right. So we got 5 comments and basically made those 2 substantive changes.
The first comment and, excuse me, several of them had to do with the preference to the military. The first comment, the second comment had to do with the academic progress requirement. The third one was there was already a provision that a student could not be in default on federal loans, and the decision was to add state loans to that provision as well. And then we did add some definitions because of the veterans provision.
Okay. Members, any questions regarding this proposed rule change? Or discussion? If not, the chair will entertain a motion to approve rule change 5P16.
So move.
I have a motion from Dr. Golden. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Lynn. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. The motion carries. This concludes our meeting, believe it or not. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So move.
I have a motion from Dr. Golden.
Second.
a second. I believe it's unanimous. We're adjourned.
That was good news.